A Story of the Sea by William Cowper Brand. Read for Love Stories Volume 1 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. A Story of the Sea. There have been mortals, favorites of the gods, to whom it was given to understand the language of the lower animals, and such I have ever envied, for beast and bird have seen and heard that which man knoweth not. Never could I get beyond an imperfect knowledge of their alphabet, enabling me to spell out here and there a word of little meaning. But the great ocean's never-ceasing speech was ever plain to me, and many a midnight hour I have paced the cool sands that girt my island home, and listened with reverential awe to the secrets it whispered to the sensuous southern breeze that kissed its bosom. Strange stories of wreck and wraith, wild wars and desperate deeds, mingled with those of love and honor, shame and sacrifice, crowding upon each other like spectres in a dream. One night, when the new moon hung like a silver crescent pendant from Venus' flaming orb, in a summer sky thick inlaid with patines of pure gold, I heard the lazy waves breaking like slumberous thunder upon the long, low beach, and said, "The sea is calling me," and I went. Far out upon the long pier, where the waves could dash their spray like a shower of cool pearls in my face, I lingered long and listened to a story, sad and strange as a sweet-voiced woman telling in a foreign tongue, and punctuating with tears and sighs a tale of true love turned awry. Upon the beach they walked, in days that seemed to man long, long ago. How brief and strange the little lives of men, and so beset with customs framed to cramp the heart and curse the soul before its time. To me, here since time began to build that bridge of sighs and tears that link the two eternities, it seems but yesternight that hand in hand they wandered here, so wrapped in happiness, born of equal love, that they heeded not my glories spread forth to tempt their praise. I curled my snowy spray about their feet, flashed back the silver beams of harvest moon in one long shimmering sheet of mellow light, rolled waves of brilliant phosphorescence that seemed like silver billows, diamond-studded, breaking on a beach of gold, and sang the sweetest odes of the poets of 10,000 years. But they heard nor saw aught but the beating of their hearts in holy rhythm, and the love-light flaming like fires celestial in each other's eyes. Anon, bare-armed, bare-limbed, shamed yet happy, they sought the wave, and I cradled them on my bosom, and heard them whisper of laws defied, and cruel customs set at naught, and the higher law of love. But fearful she spoke and sighed, yet clung the closer to him, as though the earth and sea contained but one perfect model of a man, and that were he. Hour by hour they hovered near me, and 1,000 times she swore to him that their lives were so entwined that separation were death to her, and kissed his lips, his eyes, his hands, and wished she were his wife, that they might blazon to the great round world the love they fain would hide from heaven. One little year went by, and they came again, not walking hand in hand. He spoke to her, and she answered with bitter scorn. He touched with trembling lips upon the old days when love was lord of their two lives, but she mocked at love and him, and bade him leave her. Then he that was wont to rule first learned to sue, and vainly, for her heart was cold as the ashes of long-forgotten kings, cruel as wintry winds blown across icy northern seas. "It is a guilty love," she said, and he looked at her as if doubting that he heard, then turned and went like one that dreamed, for thought of wrong to her had dwelt not with him. He had but worshipped her as devout Sabaean might the sun and host of heaven. Again he came, but he was all alone. Long and lonely he paced the dreary beach beneath the wintry sky, until the cold mists seemed changed to mellow light, the stormy sky to one of summer, gemmed by myriad stars and queened by harvest moon. The cool wind sweeping o'er the barren waste to music and the merry laughter of men and maids, and she was by his side, her love-lit eyes making the blood dance through every vein. He put forth his hand to her, but the sky changed from gold to lead. The driftweed blew about his feet. The cold mist settled down upon him and crept with icy fingers into his heart. And he cursed the lying vision, the shrieking wind, the cold mist, and the leaden sky. Cursed the day that he first saw her, and said to waves that tumbled at his feet, I must be mad. The curse of my race hath fallen upon me. Else why do I see that which is not, hear voices that are far away? Why do I cherish the image of a fickle woman who, swept along by a gust of passion or sickly sentiment, thought for a day she loved me, but did not, nor ever loved aught in life but her own selfish self? And he called her name to the wind and waves, but coupled with it a curse, deep and bitter, as those that burst in sulphur breath from the parched lips of the damned, and a voice came back from out the gloom that seemed to mock him. Furious as a demon disturbed at some hellish rite, he turned and shrieked to the mocking voice, and bade it come to him, that he might wreak upon its owner such vengeance as would appall the world. The far lights shone like pale ghosts of lights through the driving mist, and in them loomed two weird forms that seemed 100 cubits high. Furious, he rushed upon and smote them down upon the wet sand, and trampled them, and strove with feet and hands to kill. But they cried out for mercy on their lives, that they were honest fishermen who, hearing a cry but faintly above the roaring waves, had answered it, thinking some boatman might have met mishap, and called for aid. The flood of anger spent in blows, he helped them up, wiped the blood and sand from their bronzed faces, gave them his scant purse, and bidding them drink a bumper, that hell fiends might drag him from the world before the morn sent them on their way. The gray dawn found him sleeping with his face upon the wet sand, once trodden by the feet that now trampled on his heart. Then I sent waves, cool and sweet, to kiss his cheek, and he awoke, and waking said, Kisses for me? They are cold, great Mother Ocean, but not so cold as love burned out, leaving but the bitter ashes of contemptuous pity. I dreamed that I was afloat upon thy bosom with her I did so dearly love, and thou wast bearing us beneath a sunset sky to a fair island, fringed with palms and musical with songs of birds and rippling springs, where we two should live forever. That as we floated thus, love's goddess descended from a golden cloud, and opening the white bosom of my bride, yet not my bride, took thence her heart, and pressed from it a black drop, that fell upon the molten sea, and taking form became a hideous monster, that cried, My name is Selfishness, and vanished in the wave. Then, breathing upon the cold heart, ethereal flame that made it throb like a hero's pulse when trumpets are blown for war, she replaced it, healed the snowy globe with a touch, and smiling upon me, was caught into the golden cloud that seemed framed of music and the perfume of 1,000 flowers. A round arm stole about my neck, and we floated heart to heart on to the haven that was to be our heaven. A curse upon your briny waters that seem a world of bitter tears, rank with dead men's bones and the rotting hulls of ships. They have called me back to thy dreary, ever-moaning verge, to mock myself for loving one who scorns, for wasting my hot heart on a block of frozen stone, hoping by foolish prayers and unmanly tears to move the gods to breathe into it the breath of human life, to prevail even as did that old Greek who became enamored of a statue, less divinely formed, but with the self-same heart. 'Tis madness leads me to this folly, the old curse that hath hung about our house like a baleful shadow, for thrice 100 years, bursting at times into bloody feuds without apparent cause, and dreadful mutinies against the laws of man and will of God. 'Tis vain to further fight with fate. 'Twill drag me down, even as it did my great-grandsire, who climbed fame's dizzy heights and stood poised in mid-heaven, the master-mind of Britain's mighty world. Then, like a tall mountain pine blasted at the top by the writhen bolts of God, plunged a falling star to the depths of everlasting darkness, and died a decade before his death. Nor iron will descended through my sire from a score of barbarous kings, nor mother's prayerful amulets, woven like golden threads through every low, sweet lullaby that soothed my infancy, can avail me aught. I can but fight and fall. She might have helped me beat back the shadows, but would not. And 'tis well. Then taking from a case a withered rose, he kissed it, cast it far out upon the wave, watched it dance there, and said with a bitter smile, "The last link that binds me to other days, and it is broken. The wage of sin is death, and I am dead these long months past, and fathoms deep in hell yet walk the earth, because nor land nor sea will yield a resting place among its honored dead to one so ignobly slain." End of A Story of the Sea by William Cowper Brand.
About Love by Anton Chekhov. Read for Love Stories Volume 1 by Kevin S. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. About Love, Anton Chekhov. At lunch next day there were very nice pies, crayfish, and mutton cutlets, and while we were eating, Nicanor the cook came up to ask what the visitors would like for dinner. He was a man of medium height, with a puffy face and little eyes. He was close-shaven, and it looked as though his mustaches had not been shaved but had been pulled out by the roots. Alian told us that the beautiful Pelagia was in love with this cook. As he drank and was of a violent character, she did not want to marry him, but was willing to live with him without. He was very devout, and his religious convictions would not allow him to live in sin. He insisted on her marrying him, and would consent to nothing else, and when he was drunk he used to abuse her and even beat her. Whenever he got drunk she used to hide upstairs and sob, and on such occasions Alian and the servants stayed in the house to be ready to defend her in case of necessity. We began talking about love. "How love is born," said Alian. "Why Pelagia does not love somebody more like herself in her spiritual and external qualities, and why she fell in love with Nicanor, that ugly snout, we all call him the Snout. How far questions of personal happiness are of consequence in love. All that is unknown. One can take what view one likes of it. So far only one incontestable truth has been uttered about love. This is a great mystery. Everything else that has been written or said about love is not a conclusion, but only a statement of questions which have remained unanswered. The explanation which would seem to fit one case does not apply in a dozen others, and the very best thing to my mind would be to explain every case individually without attempting to generalize. We ought, as the doctors say, to individualize each case." "Perfectly true," Birkin assented. We Russians of the educated class have a partiality for these questions that remain unanswered. Love is usually poeticized, decorated with roses, nightingales. We Russians decorate our loves with these momentous questions, and select the most uninteresting of them, too. In Moscow, when I was a student, I had a friend who shared my life, a charming lady, and every time I took her in my arms she was thinking what I would allow her a month for housekeeping, and what was the price of beef a pound. In the same way, when we are in love, we are never tired of asking ourselves questions, whether it is honorable or dishonorable, sensible or stupid, what this love is leading up to, and so on. Whether it is a good thing or not, I don't know, but that it is in the way unsatisfactory and irritating, I do know. It looked as though he wanted to tell some story. People who lead a solitary existence always have something in their hearts which they are eager to talk about. In town, bachelors visit the baths and the restaurants on purpose to talk, and sometimes tell the most interesting things to bath attendants and waiters. In the country, as a rule, they unbosom themselves to their guests. Now, from the window we could see a gray sky, trees drenched in the rain. In such weather we could go nowhere, and there was nothing for us to do but to tell stories and to listen. I have lived at Sofino and been farming for a long time, Alhin began, ever since I left the university. I am an idle gentleman by education, a studious person by disposition, but there was a big debt owing on the estate when I came here, and as my father was in debt, partly because he had spent so much on my education, I resolved not to go away, but to work till I had paid off the debt. I made up my mind to do this and set to work, not, I must confess, without some repugnance. The land here does not yield much, and if one is not to farm at a loss, one must employ serf labor or hired laborers, which is almost the same thing, or put it on a peasant footing, that is, work the fields oneself and with one's family. There is no middle path. But in those days I did not go into such subtleties. I did not leave a clod of earth unturned. I gathered together all the peasants, men and women, from the neighboring villages. The work went on at a tremendous pace. I myself plowed and sowed and reaped, and was bored doing it, and frowned with disgust, like a village cat driven by hunger to eat cucumbers in the kitchen garden. My body ached, and I slept as I walked. At first it seemed to me that I could easily reconcile this life of toil with my cultured habits. To do so, I thought all that is necessary is to maintain a certain external order in life. I established myself upstairs here in the best rooms, and ordered them to bring me there coffee and liqueur after lunch and dinner. And when I went to bed, I read every night the Vestnik Europi. But one day our priest, Father Ivan, came and drank up all my liquor at one sitting, and the Vestnik Europi went to the priest's daughters. As in the summer, especially at the haymaking, I did not succeed in getting to my bed at all, and slept in the sledge, in the barn, or somewhere in the forester's lodge. What chance was there of reading? Little by little I moved downstairs, began dining in the servants' kitchen, and of my former luxury nothing is left but the servants who were in my father's service, and whom it would be painful to turn away. In the first years I was elected here an honorary justice of the peace. I used to have to go to the town and take part in the sessions of the Congress and of the Circuit Court, and this was a pleasant change for me. When you live here for 2 or 3 months without a break, especially in the winter, you begin at last to pine for a black coat. And in the Circuit Court there were frock coats and uniforms and dress coats too, all lawyers, men who have received a general education. I had someone to talk to. After sleeping in the sledge and dining in the kitchen, to sit in an armchair in clean linen, in thin boots with a chain on one's waistcoat, is such a luxury. I received a warm welcome in the town. I made friends eagerly. And of all my acquaintanceships, the most intimate, and, to tell the truth, the most agreeable to me, was my acquaintance with Luganovich, the vice president of the circuit courts. You both know him, a most charming personality. It all happened just after a celebrated case of incendiarism. The preliminary investigation lasted 2 days. We were exhausted. Luganovich looked at me and said, 'Look here, come round to dinner with me.' This was unexpected, as I knew Luganovich very little, only officially, and I had never been to his house. I only just went to my hotel room to change and went off to dinner. And here it was my lot to meet Anna Alexeyevna, Lukanovich's wife. At that time she was still very young, not more than 22, and her first baby had been born just 6 months before. It is all a thing of the past, and now I should find it difficult to define what there was so exceptional in her, what it was in her attracted me so much. At the time, at dinner, it was all perfectly clear to me. I saw a lovely, young, good, intelligent, fascinating woman, such as I had never met before, and I felt her at once someone close and already familiar, as though that face, those cordial, intelligent eyes, I had seen somewhere in my childhood, in the album which lay on my mother's chest of drawers. 4 Jews were charged with being incendiaries, were regarded as a gang of robbers, and, to my mind, quite groundlessly. At dinner I was very much excited. I was uncomfortable, and I don't know what I said, but Anna Alexeyevna kept shaking her head and saying to her husband, "Dmitri, how is this?" Luganovich is a good-natured man, one of those simple-hearted people who firmly maintain the opinion that once a man is charged before a court, he is guilty, and to express doubt of the correctness of a sentence cannot be done except in legal form on paper, and not at dinner and in private conversation. "You and I did not set fire to the place," he said softly, "and you see we are not condemned, and not put in prison." And both husband and wife tried to make me eat and drink as much as possible. From some trifling details, from the way they made the coffee together, for instance, and from the way they understood each other at half a word, I could gather that they lived in harmony and comfort, and that they were glad of a visitor. After dinner they played a duet on the piano. Then it got dark, and I went home. That was at the beginning of spring. After that I spent the whole summer at Sofina without a break, and I had no time to think of the town either, but the memory of the graceful, fair-haired woman remained in my mind all those days. I did not think of her, but it was as though her light shadow were lying on my heart. In the late autumn there was a theatrical performance for some charitable object in the town. I went into the governor's box. I was invited to go there in the interval. I looked, and there was Anna Alexeyevna sitting beside the governor's wife, and again the same irresistible, thrilling impression of beauty and sweet, caressing eyes, and again the same feeling of nearness. We sat side by side, then went to the foyer. "You've grown thinner," she said. "Have you been ill?" "Yes, I've had rheumatism in my shoulder, and in rainy weather I can't sleep." You looked dispirited. In the spring, when you came to dinner, you were younger, more confident. You were full of eagerness, and talked a great deal then. You were very interesting, and I really must confess I was a little carried away by you. For some reason you often came back to my memory during the summer, and when I was getting ready for the theatre today, I thought I should see you." And she laughed. "But you look dispirited today," she repeated. "It makes you seem older." The next day I lunched at the Luganoviches'. After lunch they drove out to their summer villa, in order to make arrangements there for the winter, and I went with them. I returned with them to the town, and at midnight drank tea with them in quiet domestic surroundings, while the fire glowed, and the young mother kept going to see if her baby girl was asleep. And after that, every time I went to town, I never failed to visit the Luganoviches'. They grew used to me, and I grew used to them. As a rule I went in unannounced, as though I were one of the family. "Who is there?" I would hear from a far-away room, in the drawling voice that seemed to me so lovely. "It is Pavel Konstantinovitch," answered the maid or the nurse. Anna Alexeyevna would come out to me with an anxious face, and would ask every time, "Why is it so long since you have been? Has anything happened?" Her eyes, the elegant, refined hand she gave me, her indoor dress, the way she did her hair, her voice, her step, always produced the same impression on me of something new and extraordinary in my life, and very important. We talked together for hours, were silent, thinking each our own thoughts, or she played for hours to me on the piano. If there were no one at home, I stayed and waited, talked to the nurse, played with the child, or lay on the sofa in the study and read. And when Anna Alexeyevna came back, I met her in the hall, took all her parcels from her, and for some reason I carried those parcels every time with as much love, with as much solemnity as a boy. There is a proverb that if a peasant woman has no trouble, she will buy a pig. The Luganoviches had no trouble, so they made friends with me. If I did not come to the town, I must be ill, or something must have happened to me, and both of them were extremely anxious. They were worried that I, an educated man with a knowledge of languages, should, instead of devoting myself to science or literary work, live in the country, rush round like a squirrel in a cage, work hard with never a penny to show for it. They fancied that I was unhappy, and that I only talked, laughed, and ate to conceal my sufferings, and even at cheerful moments, when I felt happy, I was aware of their searching eyes fixed upon me. They were particularly touching when I really was depressed, when I was being worried by some creditor, or had not money enough to pay interest on the proper day. The two of them, husband and wife, would whisper something at the window. Then he would come to me and say with a grave face, "If you really are in need of money at the moment, Pavel Konstantinovitch, my wife and I beg you not to hesitate to borrow from us." And he would blush to his ears with emotion, and it would happen that after whispering in the same way at the window, he would come up to me with red ears and say, "My wife and I earnestly beg you to accept this present." And he would give me studs, a cigar case, or a lamp, and I would send them game, butter, and flowers from the country. They both, by the way, had considerable means of their own. In early days I often borrowed money, and was not very particular about it. Borrowed wherever I could, but nothing in the world would have induced me to borrow from the Luganoviches. But why talk of it? I was unhappy. At home, in the fields, in the barn, I thought of her. I tried to understand the mystery of a beautiful, intelligent young woman's marrying someone so uninteresting, almost an old man. Her husband was over 40, and having children by him. To understand the mystery of this uninteresting, good, simple-hearted man, who argued with such wearisome good sense, at balls and evening parties, kept near the more solid people, looking listless and superfluous, with a submissive, uninterested expression, as though he had been brought there for sale, yet who believed in his right to be happy, to have children by her, and I kept trying to understand why she had met him first and not me, and why such a terrible mistake in our lives need have happened. And when I went to the town, I saw every time from her eyes that she was expecting me, and she would confess to me herself that she had a peculiar feeling all that day, and had guessed that I should come. We talked a long time, and were silent, yet we did not confess our love to each other, but timidly and jealously concealed it. We were afraid of everything that might reveal our secret to ourselves. I loved her tenderly, deeply, but I reflected and kept asking myself what our love could lead to if we had not the strength to fight against it. It seemed to be incredible that my gentle, sad love could all at once coarsely break up the even tenor of the life of her husband, her children, and all the household in which I was so loved and trusted. Would it be honorable? She would go away with me, but where? Where could I take her? It would have been a different matter if I had had a beautiful, interesting life, if, for instance, I had been struggling for the emancipation of my country, or had been a celebrated man of science, an artist, or a painter. But as it was, it would mean taking her from one everyday humdrum life to another as humdrum, or perhaps more so. And how long would our happiness last? What would happen to her in case I was ill, in case I died, or if we simply grew cold to one another? and she apparently reasoned in the same way. She thought of her husband, her children, and of her mother, who loved the husband like a son. If she abandoned herself to her feelings, she would have to lie, or else to tell the truth, and in her position either would have been equally terrible and inconvenient. And she was tormented by the question whether her love would bring me happiness. Would she not complicate my life, which as it was hard enough and full of all sorts of trouble? She fancied she was not young enough for me, that she was not industrious nor energetic enough to begin a new life, and she often talked to her husband of the importance of my marrying a girl of intelligence and merit, who would be a capable housewife and a help to me. And she would immediately add that it would be difficult to find such a girl in the whole town. Meanwhile, the years were passing. Anna Alexievna already had 2 children. When I arrived at the Luganoviches, the servants smiled cordially. The children shouted that Uncle Pavel Konstantinovich had come and hung on my neck. Everyone was overjoyed. They did not understand what was passing in my soul, and thought that I too was happy. Everyone looked on me as a noble being, and grown-ups and children alike felt that a noble being was walking about the rooms, and that gave a peculiar charm to their manner towards me, as though in my presence their life too was purer and more beautiful. Anna Alexievna and I used to go to the theatre together, always walking there. We used to sit side by side in the stalls, our shoulders touching. I would take the opera glass from her hands without a word, and feel at that minute that she was near me, that she was mine, that we could not live without each other. But by some strange misunderstanding, when we came out of the theatre, we always said good-bye and parted as though we were strangers. Goodness knows what people were saying about us in the town already, but there was not a word of truth in it at all. In the latter years, Anna Alexievna took to going away for frequent visits to her mother or to her sister. She began to suffer from low spirits. She began to recognize that her life was spoilt and unsatisfied, and at times she did not care to see her husband nor her children. She was already being treated for neurasthenia. We were silent and still silent, and in the presence of outsiders she displayed a strange irritation in regard to me. Whatever I talked about, she disagreed with me, and if I had an argument, she sided with my opponent. If I dropped anything, she would say coldly, "I congratulate you." If I forgot to take the opera glass when we were going to the theatre, she would say afterwards, "I knew you would forget it." Luckily or unluckily, there is nothing in our lives that does not end sooner or later. The time of parting came as Luganovich was appointed president in one of the western provinces. They had to sell their furniture, their horses, their summer villa. When they drove out of the villa and afterwards looked back as they were going away to look the last time at the garden, at the green roof, everyone was sad, and I realized that I had to say good-bye not only to the villa. It was arranged that at the end of August we should see Anna Alexievna off to the Crimea, where the doctors were sending her, and that a little later Luganovich and the children would set off for the western province. We were a great crowd to see Anna Alexievna off. When she had said good-bye to her husband and her children, and there was only a minute left before the 3rd bell, I ran into her compartment to put a basket, which she had almost forgotten, on the rack, and had to say good-bye. When our eyes met in the compartment, our spiritual fortitude deserted us both. I took her into my arms. She pressed her face to my breast, and tears flowed from her eyes. Kissing her face, her shoulders, her hands wet with tears. Oh, how unhappy we were! I confessed my love for her, and with a burning pain in my heart I realized how unnecessary, how petty, and how deceptive all that had hindered us from loving was. I understood that when you love, you must either, in your reasonings about that love, start from what is highest, from what is more important than happiness or unhappiness, sin or virtue in their accepted meaning, or you must not reason at all. I kissed her for the last time. pressed her hand, and parted forever. The train had already started. I went into the next compartment. It was empty, and till I reached the next station I sat there, crying. Then I walked home to Sofino. While Alehin was telling his story, the rain left off and the sun came out. Burkin and Ivan Ivanovitch went out on the balcony, from which there was a beautiful view over the garden and the mill pond, which was shining now in the sunshine like a mirror. They admired it, and at the same time they were sorry that this man with the kind, clever eyes, who had told them this story with such genuine feeling, should be rushing round and round this huge estate like a squirrel on a wheel, instead of devoting himself to science or something else which would have made his life more pleasant. And they thought what a sorrowful face Anna Alexievna must have had when he said good-bye to her in the railway carriage, and kissed her face and shoulders. Both of them had met her in the town, and Burkin knew her and thought her beautiful. End of About Love by Anton Chekhov.
An Angel in Disguise by T.S. Arthur. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 1 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Angel in Disguise. Idleness, vice, and intemperance had done their miserable work, and the dead mother lay cold and still amid her wretched children. She had fallen upon the threshold of her own door in a drunken fit, and died in the presence of her frightened little ones. Death touches the spring of our common humanity. This woman had been despised, scoffed at, and angrily denounced by nearly every man, woman, and child in the village. But now, as the fact of her death was passed from lip to lip in subdued tones, pity took the place of anger and sorrow of denunciation. Neighbors went hastily to the old tumble-down hut in which she had secured little more than a place of shelter from summer heats and winter cold. Some with grave clothes for a decent interment of the body, and some with food for the half-starving children, 3 in number. Of these, John, the eldest, a boy of 12, was a stout lad, able to earn his living with any farmer. Kate, between 10 and 11, was bright, active girl, out of whom something clever might be made, if in good hands. But poor little Maggie, the youngest, was hopelessly diseased. 2 years before, a fall from a window had injured her spine, and she had not been able to leave her bed since, except when lifted in the arms of her mother. What is to be done with the children was the chief question now. The dead mother would go underground and be forever beyond all care or concern of the villagers, but the children must not be left to starve. After considering the matter and talking it over with his wife, Farmer Jones said that he would take John and do well by him, now that his mother was out of the way. And Mrs. Ellis, who had been looking out for a bound girl, concluded that it would be charitable in her to make choice of Katy, even though she was too young to be of much use for several years. "I could do much better, I know," said Mrs. Ellis, "but no one seems inclined to take her. I must act from a sense of duty, expect to have trouble with the child, for she's an undisciplined thing, used to having her own way." But no one said, "I'll take Maggie." Pitying glances were cast on her wan and wasted form, and thoughts were troubled on her account. Mothers brought cast-off garments, and removing her soiled and ragged clothes, dressed her in clean attire. The sad eyes and patient face of the little one touched many hearts, and even knocked at them for entrance. But no one opened to take her in. who wanted a bedridden child. "Take her to the poorhouse," said a rough man, of whom the question, "What's to be done with Maggie?" was asked. "Nobody's going to be bothered with her." "The poorhouse is a sad place for a sick and helpless child," answered one. "For your child or mine," said the other, lightly speaking. "But for this brat it will prove a blessed change. She will be kept clean, have healthy food, and be doctored, which is more than can be said of her past condition." There was reason in that, but still it didn't satisfy. The day following the day of death was made the day of burial. A few neighbors were at the miserable hovel, but none followed the dead cart as it bore the unhonored remains to its pauper grave. Farmer Jones, after the coffin was taken out, placed John in his wagon and drove away, satisfied that he had done his part. Mrs. Ellis spoke to Kate with a hurried air. "Bid your sister good-bye," and drew the tearful children apart ere scarcely their lips had touched in a sobbing farewell. Hastily others went out, some glancing at Maggie, some resolutely refraining from a look until all had gone. She was alone. Just beyond the threshold, Joe Thompson, the wheelwright, paused and said to the blacksmith's wife, who was hastening off with the rest, "It's a cruel thing to leave her so." "Then take her to the poorhouse. She'll have to go there," answered the blacksmith's wife, springing away and leaving Joe behind. For a little while the man stood with a puzzled air. Then he turned back and went into the hovel again. Maggie, with painful effort, had raised herself to an upright position and was sitting on the bed, straining her eyes upon the door out of which all had just departed. A vague terror had come into her thin, white face. "Oh, Mr. Thompson!" she cried out, catching her suspended breath. "Don't leave me here all alone." Though rough in exterior, Joe Thompson, the wheelwright, had a heart, and it was very tender in some places. He liked children, and was pleased to have them come to his shop, where sleds and wagons were made or mended for the village lads without a draft on their hoarded sixpences. "No, dear," he answered in a kind voice, going to the bed and stooping down over the child, "you shan't be left here alone." Then he wrapped her with the gentleness almost of a woman in the clean bedclothes that some neighbor had brought, and, lifting her in his strong arms, bore her out into the air and across the field that lay between the hovel and his home. Now, Joe Thompson's wife, who happened to be childless, was not a woman of saintly temper, nor much given to self-denial for others' good, and Joe had well-grounded doubts touching the manner of greeting he should receive on his arrival. Mrs. Thompson saw him approaching from the window, and with ruffling feathers met him a few paces from the door as he opened the garden gate and came in. He bore a precious burden, and he felt it to be so. As his arms held the sick child to his breast, a sphere of tenderness went out from her and penetrated his feelings. A bond had already corded itself around them both, and love was springing to life. "What have you there?" sharply questioned Mrs. Thompson. Joe felt the child start and shrink against him. He did not reply except by a look that was pleading and cautionary, that said, "Wait a moment for explanations, and be gentle," and passing in, carried Maggie to the small chamber on the first floor and laid her on a bed. Then, stepping back, he shut the door and stood face to face with his vinegar-tempered wife in the passageway outside. "You haven't brought home that sick brat?" Anger and astonishment were in the tones of Mrs. Joe Thompson. Her face was in a flame. "I think women's hearts are sometimes very hard," said Joe. Usually Joe Thompson got out of his wife's way, or kept rigidly silent and non-combative, when she fired up on any subject. It was with some surprise, therefore, that she now encountered a firmly set countenance and a resolute pair of eyes. Women's hearts are not half so hard as men's. Joe saw by a quick intuition that his resolute bearing had impressed his wife, and he answered quickly and with real indignation, "Be that as it may, every woman at the funeral turned her eyes steadily from the sick child's face, and when the cart went off with her dead mother, hurried away and left her alone in that old hut with the sun not an hour in the sky." "Where were John and Kate?" asked Mrs. Thompson. Farmer Jones tossed John into his wagon and drove off. Katy went home with Mrs. Ellis, but nobody wanted the poor sick one. "Send her to the poorhouse," was the cry. "Well, why didn't you let her go then? What did you bring her here for?" "Oh, she can't walk to the poorhouse," said Joe. "Somebody's arms must carry her, and mine are strong enough for that task." "Then why didn't you keep on? Why did you stop here?" demanded the wife. "Because I'm not apt to go on fool's errands. The guardians must first be seen and a permit obtained." There was no gainsaying this. "When will you see the guardians?" was asked with irrepressible impatience. "Tomorrow." "Why put it off till tomorrow? Go at once for the permit and get the whole thing off of your hands tonight." "Jane," said the wheelwright with an impressiveness of tone that greatly subdued his wife, "I read in the Bible sometimes and find much said about little children, how the Savior rebuked the disciples who would not receive them, how he took them up in his arms and blessed them, and how he said that whosoever gave them even a cup of cold water should not go unrewarded. Now, it is a small thing for us to keep this poor, motherless little one for a single night, to be kind to her for a single night, to make her life comfortable for a single night." The voice of the strong, rough man shook, and he turned his head away so that the moisture in his eyes might not be seen. Mrs. Thompson did not answer, but a soft feeling crept into her heart. "Look at her kindly, Jane. Speak to her kindly," said Joe. "Think of her dead mother and the loneliness, the pain, the sorrow that must be on all her coming life." The softness of his heart gave unwonted eloquence to his lips. Mrs. Thompson did not reply, but presently turned toward the little chamber where her husband had deposited Maggie, and pushing open the door, went quietly in. Joe did not follow. He saw that her state had changed, and felt that it would be best to leave her alone with the child. So he went to his shop, which stood near the house, and worked until dusky evening released him from labor. A light shining through the little chamber windows was the first object that attracted Joe's attention on turning towards his house. It was a good omen. The path laid him by this window, and when opposite, he could not help pausing to look in. It was now dark enough outside to screen him from observation. Maggie lay a little raised on the pillow with the lamp shining full on her face. Mrs. Thompson was sitting by the bed, talking to the child, but her back was toward the window, so that her countenance was not seen. From Maggie's face, therefore, Joe must read the character of their intercourse. He saw that her eyes were intently fixed upon his wife, that now and then a few words came as if in answers from her lips, that her expression was sad and tender, but he saw nothing of bitterness or pain. A deep-drawn breath was followed by one of relief, as if a weight lifted itself from his heart. On entering, Joe did not go immediately to the little chamber. His heavy tread about the kitchen brought his wife somewhat hurriedly from the room where she had been with Maggie. Joe thought it best not to refer to the child, nor to manifest any concern in regard to her. "How soon will supper be ready?" he asked. "Right soon," answered Mrs. Thompson, beginning to bustle about. There was no asperity in her voice. After washing from his hands and face the dust and soil of work, Joe left the kitchen and went to the little bedroom. A pair of large, bright eyes looked up at him from the snowy bed, looked at him tenderly, gratefully, pleadingly. How his heart swelled in his bosom! With what a quicker motion came the heartbeats! Joe sat down, and now, for the first time, examining the thin frame carefully under the lamplight, saw that it was an attractive face, and full of childish sweetness, which suffering had not been able to obliterate. "Your name is Maggie?" he said, as he sat down and took her soft little hand in his. "Yes, sir." Her voice struck a chord that quivered in a low strain of music. "Have you been sick long?" "Yes, sir." What a sweet patience was in her tone. "Has the doctor been to see you?" "He used to come." "But not lately?" "No, sir." "Have you any pain?" "Sometimes, but not now." "When had you pain?" "Oh, this morning my side ached and my back hurt when you carried me." "It hurts you to be lifted or moved about?" "Yes, sir." "Your side doesn't ache now?" "No, sir." "Does it ache a great deal?" "Yes, sir, but it hasn't ached any since I've been on this soft bed." "Ah, the soft bed feels good." "Oh, yes, sir, so good." What a satisfaction mingled with gratitude was in her voice. "Supper is ready," said Mrs. Thompson, looking into the room a little while afterward. Joe glanced from his wife's face to that of Maggie. She understood him, and answered, "She can wait until we are done. Then I will bring her something to eat." There was an effort at indifference on the part of Mrs. Thompson, but her husband had seen her through the window, and understood that the coldness was assumed. Joe waited, after sitting down to the table, for his wife to introduce the subject uppermost in both of their thoughts, but she kept silent on that theme for many minutes, and he maintained a like reserve. But at last she said abruptly, "What are you going to do with that child?" "I thought you understood me, that she was to go to the poorhouse," replied Joe, as if surprised at her question. Mrs. Thompson looked rather strangely at her husband for some moments, and then dropped her eyes. The subject was not again referred to during the meal. At its close, Mrs. Thompson toasted a slice of bread and softened it with milk and butter. Adding to this a cup of tea, she took them into Maggie and held the small waiter on which she had placed them, while the hungry child ate with every sign of pleasure. "Is it good?" asked Mrs. Thompson, seeing with what a keen relish the food was taken. The child paused with the cup in her hand, and answered with a look of gratitude that awoke to new life old human feelings which had been slumbering in her heart for half a score of years. "We'll keep her a day or two longer. She is so weak and helpless," said Mrs. Joe Thompson, in answer to her husband's remark at breakfast time on the next morning, that he must step down and see the guardians of the poor about Maggie. "Oh, she'll be so much in your way," said Joe. "I shan't mind that for a day or two. Poor thing!" Joe did not see the guardians of the poor on that day, on the next, nor on the day following. In fact, he never saw them at all on Maggie's account, for in less than a week Mrs. Joe Thompson would have soon leave thought of taking up her own abode in the almshouse, as sending Maggie there. What light and blessing did that sick and helpless child bring to the home of Joe Thompson, the poor wheelwright! It had been dark and cold and miserable there for a long time, just because his wife had nothing to love and care for out of herself, and so became sore, irritable, ill-tempered, and self-afflicting in the desolation of her woman's nature. Now the sweetness of that sick child, looking ever to her in love, patience, and gratitude, was as honey to her soul, and she carried her in her heart as well as in her arms, a precious burden. As for Joe Thompson, there is not a man in all the neighborhood who drank daily of a more precious wine of life than he. An angel had come into his house, disguised as a sick, helpless, and miserable child, and filled all its dreary chambers with the sunshine of love. End of An Angel in Disguise by T.S. Arthur.
Her Lover by Maxim Gorky. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 1 by Nemo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Her Lover. An acquaintance of mine once told me the following story. When I was a student at Moscow, I happened to live alongside one of those ladies whose repute is questionable. She was a Pole, and they called her Teresa. She was a tallish, powerfully built brunette, with black bushy eyebrows and a large coarse face, as if carved out by a hatchet. The bestial gleam of her dark eyes, her thick bass voice, her cabman-like gait, and her immense muscular vigor, worthy of a fishwife, inspired me with horror. I lived on the top flight, and her garret was opposite to mine. I never left my door open when I knew her to be at home, but this, after all, was a very rare occurrence. Sometimes I chanced to meet her on the staircase or in the yard, and she would smile upon me with a smile which seemed to me to be sly and cynical. Occasionally I saw her drunk, with bleary eyes, tousled hair, and a particularly hideous grin. On such occasions she would speak to me. "How do you do, Mr. Student?" and her stupid laugh would still further intensify my loathing of her. I should have liked to have changed my quarters in order to have avoided such encounters and greetings, but my little chamber was a nice one, and there was such a wide view from the window, and it was always so quiet in the street below. So I endured. And one morning I was sprawling on my couch, trying to find some sort of excuse for not attending my class, when the door opened, and the bass voice of Teresa, the loathsome, resounded from my threshold. "Good health to you, Mr. Student." "What do you want?" I said. I saw that her face was confused and supplicatory. It was a very unusual sort of face for her. "Sir, I want to beg a favor of you. Will you grant it me?" I lay there silent, and thought to myself, "Gracious! Courage, my boy." "I want to send a letter home, that's what it is," she said. Her voice was beseeching, soft, timid. Deuce take you, I thought. But up I jumped, sat down at my table, took a sheet of paper, and said, "Come here, sit down and dictate." She came, sat down very gingerly on a chair, and looked at me with a guilty look. "Well, to whom do you want to write?" "To Boleslaw Kashput, at the town of Svitskiana on the Warsaw Road." "Well, fire away." "My dear Boles, my darling, my faithful lover, may the Mother of God protect thee. Thou heart of gold, why hast thou not written for such a long time to thy sorrowing little dove, Teresa?" I very nearly burst out laughing. A sorrowing little dove, more than 5 feet high, with fist a stone and more in weight. and as black a face as if the little dove had lived all its life in a chimney, and had never once washed itself. Restraining myself somehow, I asked, "Who is this Bolest?" "Bowles, Mr. Student," she said, as if offended with me for blundering over the name. "He is Bowles, my young man." "Young man!" "Why are you so surprised, sir? Cannot I, a girl, have a young man?" She, a girl? Well! "Oh, why not?" I said. "All things are possible. And has he been your young man long?" "6 years." "Oh, ho!" I thought. "Well, let us write your letter." And I tell you plainly that I would willingly have changed places with this Bowles if his fair correspondent had been not Teresa, but something less than she. "I thank you most heartily, sir, for your kind services," said Teresa to me, with a curtsy. "Perhaps I can show you some service, eh?" "No, I most humbly thank you all the same." "Perhaps, sir, your shirts or your trousers may want a little mending?" I felt that this mastodon in petticoats had made me grow quite red with shame, and I told her pretty sharply that I had no need whatever of her services. She departed. A week or two passed away. It was evening. I was sitting at my window whistling and thinking of some expedient for enabling me to get away from myself. I was bored. The weather was dirty. I didn't want to go out, and out of sheer ennui I began a course of self-analysis and reflection. This also was dull enough work, but I didn't care about doing anything else. Then the door opened. Heaven be praised! Someone came in. "Oh, Mr. Student, you have no pressing business, I hope?" It was Teresa. "Humph! No, what is it?" "I was going to ask you, sir, to write me another letter." "Very well. To Bowles, eh?" "No, this time it is from him." "What?" Stupid that I am! It is not for me, Mr. Student. I beg your pardon. It is for a friend of mine. That is to say, not a friend, but an acquaintance. A man acquaintance. He has a sweetheart just like me here, Teresa. That's how it is. Will you, sir, write a letter to this Teresa?" I looked at her. Her face was troubled. Her fingers were trembling. I was a bit fogged at first, and then I guessed how it was. "Look here, my lady," I said, "there are no Boluses or Teresas at all, and you've been telling me a pack of lies. Don't you come sneaking about me any longer. I have no wish whatever to cultivate your acquaintance. Do you understand?" And suddenly she grew strangely terrified and distraught. She began to shift from foot to foot without moving from the place, and spluttered comically, as if she wanted to say something and couldn't. I waited to see what would come of all this, and I saw and felt that, apparently, I had made a great mistake in suspecting her of wishing to draw me from the path of righteousness. It was evidently something very different. "Mr. Student," she began, and suddenly, waving her hand, she turned abruptly towards the door and went out. I remained with a very unpleasant feeling in my mind. I listened. Her door was flung violently to. Plainly the poor wench was very angry. I thought it over, and resolved to go to her, and, inviting her to come in here, write everything she wanted. I entered her apartment. I looked round. She was sitting at the table, leaning on her elbows with her head in her hands. "Listen to me," I said. Now, whenever I come to this point in my story, I always feel horribly awkward and idiotic. Well, well. "Listen to me," I said. She leaped from her seat, came towards me with flashing eyes, and laying her hands on my shoulders, began to whisper, or rather to hum, in her peculiar bass voice. "Look you now, it's like this. There's no Bowles at all, and there's no Teresa either. But what's that to you? Is it a hard thing for you to draw your pen over paper, ah? Ah? And you, too! Still such a little fair-haired boy! There's nobody at all. Neither Bowles nor Teresa, only me. There you have it, and much good may it do you." "Pardon me," said I, although flabbergasted by such a reception. "What is it all about? There's no Bowles, you say?" "No, so it is. And no Teresa either?" "And no Teresa. I'm Teresa." I didn't understand it at all. I fixed my eyes upon her, and tried to make out which of us was taking leave of his or her senses. But she went again to the table, searched about for something, came back to me, and said in an offended tone, "If it was so hard for you to write to Bowles, look, there's your letter, take it. Others will write for me." I looked. In her hand was my letter to Bowles. Phew! Listen, Teresa, what is the meaning of all this? Why must you get others to write for you when I have already written it, and you haven't sent it? Sent it where? Why, to this Bowles. There's no such person. I absolutely did not understand it. There was nothing for me but to spit and go. Then she explained. "What is it?" she said, still offended. "There's no such person, I tell you." And she extended her arms as if she herself did not understand why there should be no such person. "But I wanted him to be. Am I then not a human creature like the rest of them? Yes, yes, I know, of course. Yet no harm was done to anyone by my writing to him that I can see." "Pardon me, to whom?" "To Bowles, of course." "But he doesn't exist." "Alas, alas! But what if he doesn't? He doesn't exist. But he might. I write to him, and it looks as if he did exist. And Teresa, that's me, and he replies to me, and then I write to him again." I understood at last, and I felt so sick, so miserable, so ashamed somehow. Alongside of me, not 3 yards away, lived a human creature who had nobody in the world to treat her kindly, affectionately, and this human being had invented a friend for herself. "Look, now, you wrote me a letter to Bowles, and I gave it to someone else to read it to me, and when they read it to me, I listened and fancied that Bowles was there, and I asked you to write me a letter from Bowles to Teresa, that is to me. When they write such a letter for me and read it to me, I feel quite sure that Bowles is there, and life grows easier for me in consequence." "Deuce take you for a blockhead," said I to myself when I heard this. And from thenceforth, regularly, twice a week, I wrote a letter to Bowles, and an answer from Bowles to Teresa. I wrote those answers well. She, of course, listened to them, and wept like anything, roared, I should say, with her bass voice. And in return for my thus moving her to tears by real letters from the imaginary Bowles, she began to mend the holes I had in my socks, shirts, and other articles of clothing. Subsequently, about 3 months after this history began, they put her in prison for something or other. No doubt by this time she is dead. My acquaintance shook the ash from his cigarette, looked pensively up at the sky, and thus concluded. Well, well, the more a human creature has tasted of bitter things, the more it hungers after the sweet things of life. And we, wrapped round in the rags of our virtues, and regarding others through the mist of our self-sufficiency, and persuaded of our universal impeccability, do not understand this. And the whole thing turns out pretty stupidly, and very cruelly. The fallen classes, we say. And who are the fallen classes, I should like to know? They are, first of all, people with the same bones, flesh, and blood, and nerves as ourselves. We have been told this day after day for ages, and we actually listen, and the devil only knows how hideous the whole thing is. Or are we completely depraved by the loud sermonizing of humanism? In reality, we also are fallen folks, and, so far as I can see, very deeply fallen into the abyss of self-sufficiency and the conviction of our own superiority. But enough of this. It is all as old as the hills, so old that it is a shame to speak of it. Very old indeed, yes, that's what it is. End of Her Lover by Maxim Gorky.
The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry, recorded for Love Stories, Volume 1 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Gift of the Magi. $1.87. That was all. And 60 cents of it was in pennies. Pennies saved 1 and 2 at a time by bulldozing the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher until one's cheeks burned with the silent imputation of parsimony that such close dealing implied. 3 times Della counted it. $1.87. And the next day would be Christmas. There was clearly nothing to do but flop down on the shabby little couch and howl. So Della did it, which instigates the moral reflection that life is made up of sobs, sniffles, and smiles, with sniffles predominating. While the mistress of the house is gradually subsiding from the first stage to the second, take a look at the home. A furnished flat at $8 per week. It did not exactly beggar description, but it certainly had that word on the lookout for the mendicancy squad. In the vestibule below was a letter box into which no letter would go, and an electric button from which no mortal finger could coax a ring. Also appertaining thereunto was a card bearing the name Mr. James Dillingham Young. The Dillingham had been flung to the breeze during a former period of prosperity when its possessor was being paid $30 a week. Now, when the income was shrunk to 20, though they were thinking seriously of contracting to a modest and unassuming D, but whenever Mr. James Dillingham Young came home and reached his flat above, he was called Jim, and greatly hugged by Mrs. James Dillingham Young, already introduced to you as Della, which is all very good. Della finished her cry and attended to her cheeks with the powder rag. She stood by the window and looked out dully at a gray cat walking a gray fence in a gray backyard. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, and she had only $1.87 with which to buy Jim a present. She had been saving every penny she could for months, with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far. Expenses had been greater than she had calculated. Well, they always are. Only $1.87 to buy a present for Jim. Her Jim. Many a happy hour she had spent planning for something nice for him, something fine and rare and sterling, something just a little bit near to being worthy of the honor of being owned by Jim. There was a pier glass between the windows of the room. Perhaps you have seen pier glass in an $8 flat. A very thin and very agile person may, by observing his reflection in a rapid sequence of longitudinal strips, obtain a fairly accurate conception of his looks. Della, being slender, had mastered the art. Suddenly she whirled from the window and stood before the glass. Her eyes were shining brilliantly, but her face had lost its color within 20 seconds. Rapidly she pulled down her hair and let it fall to its full length. Now there were 2 possessions of the James Dillingham Youngs in which they both took a mighty pride. One was Jim's gold watch that had been his father's and his grandfather's. The other was Della's hair. Had the Queen of Sheba lived in the flat across the air shaft, Della would have let her hair hang down out the window some day to dry, just to depreciate Her Majesty's jewels and gifts. Had King Solomon been the janitor, with all his treasures piled up in the basement, Jim would have pulled out his watch every time he passed just to see him pluck at his beard from envy. So now Della's beautiful hair fell about her, rippling and shining like a cascade of brown waters. It reached below her knees and made itself almost a garment for her. And then she did it up again, nervously and quickly. Once she faltered for a minute and stood still, while a tear or two splashed on the worn red carpet. On went her old brown jacket, on went her old brown hat, with a swirl of skirts, and with the brilliant sparkle still in her eyes, she fluttered out the door and down the stairs to the street. Where she stopped, the sign read, Madame Sofroni, hair goods of all kinds. One flight up Della ran, and collected herself, panting. Madame, large, too white, chilly, hardly looked the Sofroni. "Will you buy my hair?" asked Della. "I buy hair," said Madame. "Take your head off, and let's have a sight of the looks of it." Down rippled the brown cascade. $20, said Madame, lifting the mass with a practised hand. "Give it to me quick," said Della. Oh, and the next 2 hours tripped by on rosy wings. Forget the hashed metaphor. She was ransacking the stores for Jim's present. She found it at last. It surely had been made for Jim and no one else. There was no other like it in any of the stores. She had turned all of them inside out. It was a platinum fob chain, simple and chaste in design, properly proclaiming its value by substance alone, and not by meretricious ornamentation, as all good things should do. It was even worthy of the watch. As soon as she saw it, she knew that it must be Jim's. It was like him, quietness and value. The description applied to both. $21 they took from her for it, and she hurried home with the 87 cents. With that chain on his watch, Jim might be properly anxious about the time in any company. Grand as the watch was, he sometimes looked at it on the sly on account of the old leather strap that he used in place of a chain. When Della reached home, her intoxication gave way a little to prudence and reason. She got out her curling irons and lighted the gas, and went to work repairing the ravages made by generosity added to love, which is always a tremendous task, dear friends, a mammoth task. Within 40 minutes her head was covered with tiny, close-lying curls that made her look wonderfully like a truant schoolboy. She looked at her reflection in the mirror long, carefully, and critically. "If Jim doesn't kill me," she said to herself, "before he takes a second look at me, he'll say I look like a Coney Island chorus girl. But what could I do? Oh, what could I do with $1.87? At 7 o'clock the coffee was made, and the frying pan was on the back of the stove, hot and ready to cook the chops. Jim was never late. Della doubled the fob chain in her hand, and sat on the corner of the table near the door that he always entered. Then she heard his step on the stair away down on the first flight, and she turned white for just a moment. She had a habit of saying a little silent prayer about the simplest everyday things. And now she whispered, "Please, God, make him think I am still pretty." The door opened, and Jim stepped in and closed it. He looked thin and very serious. Poor fellow, he was only 22, and to be burdened with a family. He needed a new overcoat, and he was without gloves. Jim stopped inside the door, as immovable as a setter on the scent of quail. His eyes were fixed upon Della, and there was an expression in them that she could not read, and it terrified her. It was not anger, nor surprise, nor disapproval, nor horror, nor any of the sentiments that she had been prepared for. He simply stared at her fixedly, with that peculiar expression on his face. Della wriggled off the table and went for him. "Jim, darling," she cried, "don't look at me that way. I had my hair cut off and sold because I couldn't have lived through Christmas without giving you a present. It'll grow out again. You won't mind, will you? I just had to do it. My hair grows awfully fast. Say Merry Christmas, Jim, and let's be happy. You don't know what a beautiful, nice gift I've got for you." "You've cut off your hair?" asked Jim laboriously, as if he had not arrived at that patent fact yet even after the hardest mental labor. "Cut it off and sold it," said Della. "Don't you like me just as well anyhow? I'm me without my hair, ain't I?" Jim looked about the room curiously. "You say your hair is gone?" he said, with an air almost of idiocy. "You needn't look for it," said Della. "It's sold, I tell you. Sold and gone, too. It's Christmas Eve, boy. Be good to me, for it went for you. Maybe the hairs of my head were numbered," she went on with a sudden serious sweetness, "but nobody could ever count my love for you. Shall I put the chops on, Jim?" Out of his trance, Jim seemed quickly to wake. He enfolded his Della. For 10 seconds let us regard with discreet scrutiny some inconsequential object in the other direction. $8 a week or $1 million a year, what is the difference? A mathematician or a wit could give you the wrong answer. The Magi brought valuable gifts, but that was not among them. This dark assertion will be illuminated later on. Jim drew a package from his overcoat pocket and threw it on the table. "Don't make any mistake, Della," he said, "about me. I don't think there's anything in the way of a haircut or a shave or shampoo that could make me like my girl any less. But if you'll unwrap that package, you may see why you had me going a while at first." White fingers and nimble tore at the string and paper, and then an ecstatic scream of joy, and then, alas, a quick feminine change to hysterical tears and wails, necessitating the immediate employment of all the comforting powers of the lord of the flat. For there lay the combs, a set of combs, side and back, that Della had worshipped long in the Broadway window. Beautiful combs, pure tortoise shell with jeweled rims, just the shade to wear in the beautiful vanished hair. They were expensive combs, she knew, and her heart had simply craved and yearned over them without the least hope of possession. And now they were hers, but the tresses that should have adorned the coveted adornments were gone. But she hugged them to her bosom, and at length she was able to look up with dim eyes and smile and say, "My hair grows so fast, Jim." And then Della leaped up like a little singed cat and cried, "Oh, oh!" Jim had not yet seen his beautiful present. She held it out to him eagerly upon her open palm. The dull, precious metal seemed to flash with a reflection of her bright and ardent spirit. "Isn't it dandy, Jim? I hunted all over town to find it. You'll have to look at the time 100 times a day now. Give me your watch. I want to see how it looks on it." Instead of obeying, Jim tumbled down on the couch and put his hands under the back of his head and smiled. "Dell," said he, "let's put our Christmas presents away and keep 'em a while. They're too nice to use just at present. I sold the watch to get the money to buy your combs. And now, suppose you put those chops on." The Magi, as you know, were wise men, wonderfully wise men, who brought gifts to the babe in the manger. They invented the art of giving Christmas presents. Being wise, their gifts were no doubt wise ones, possibly bearing the privilege of exchange in case of duplication. And here I have lamely related to you the uneventful chronicle of two foolish children in a flat who most unwisely sacrificed for each other the greatest treasures of their house. But in a last word to the wise of these days, let it be said that of all who give gifts, these two were the wisest. Of all who give and receive gifts, such as they are wisest. Everywhere they are wisest. They are the Magi. End of The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry.
This is an excerpt from Don Rodriguez, Chronicles of Shadow Valley by Lord Dunsany. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 1 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in August 2019. The Sixth Chronicle, How He Sang to His Mandolin, and What Came of His Singing. To set the scene, I will read from the last few paragraphs of the Fifth Chronicle. Don Rodriguez hit his horse. The tired animal went forward, and he and Moreno rode slowly up the street. Donna Serafina, of the Valley of Dawnlight, had left the heat of the room that looked on the fields, and into which the sun had all day been streaming, and had gone at sunset to sit in the balcony that looked along the street. Often she would do this at sunset, but she rather dreamed as she sat there than watched the street, for all that it had to show she knew without glancing. Evening after evening, as soon as winter was over, the neighbor would come from next door and stretch himself and yawn and sit on a chair by his doorway, and the neighbor from opposite would saunter across the way to him, and they would talk with eagerness of the sale of cattle, and sometimes, but more coldly, of the affairs of kings. She knew, but cared not to know, just when the two old men would begin their talk. She knew who owned every dog that stretched itself in the dust, until chilly winds blew in the dusk, and they rose up dissatisfied. She knew the affairs of that street like an old, old lesson taught drearily, and her thoughts went far away to vales of an imagination where they met with many another maiden fancy, and they all danced there together through the long twilight in spring. And then her mother would come and warn her that the evening grew cold, and Serafina would turn from the mystery of evening into the house and the candlelight. This was so, evening after evening, all through spring and summer for 2 long years of her youth. And then, this evening, just as the two old neighbors began to discuss whether or not the subjugation of the entire world by Spain would be for its benefit, just as one of the dogs in the road was rising slowly to shake itself, neighbors and dogs all raised their heads to look, and there was Rodriguez riding down the street, and Moreno coming behind him. When Serafina saw this, she brought her eyes back from dreams, for she dreamed not so deeply but that the cloak and plume of Rodriguez found some place upon the boundaries of her daydream. When she saw the way he sat in his horse, and how he carried his head, she let her eyes flash for a little moment along the street from her balcony. And if some critical reader ask how she did it, I answer, my good sir, I can't tell you, because I don't know. Or, my dear lady, what a question to ask! And where she learned to do it, I cannot think, but nothing was easier. And then she smiled to think that she had done the very thing that her mother had warned her there was danger in doing. Serafina, her mother said in that moment at the large window, the evening grows cold. It might be dangerous to stay there longer. And Serafina entered the house as she had done at the coming of dusk on many an evening. Rodriguez missed as much as that flash of her eyes shot from below the darkness of her hair, as youth in its first glory and freedom misses. For at the point on the road called life, at which Rodriguez was then, one is high on a crag, above the promontories of watchmen, lower only than the peaks of the prophets from which to see such things. Yet it did not need youth to notice Serafina. Beggars had blessed her for the poise of her head. She turned that head a little as she went between the windows, till Rodriguez, gazing up to her, saw the fair shape of her neck, and almost in that moment the last of daylight died. The windows shut, and Rodriguez rode on with Moreno to find the forge that was kept by Fernandez the smith. And presently they came to the village forge, a cottage with huge high roof, whose beams were safe from sparks, and its fire was glowing redly in the moonlight through the wide door made for horses, although there seemed no work to be done, and a man with a swart mustache was piling more logs on. Over the door was burned in oak, in ungainly great letters, Fernandez. "For whom do you seek, Señor?" he said to Rodriguez, who had halted before him with his horse's nose inside the doorway, sniffing. "I look," he said, "for him who is not Fernandez." "I am he," said the man by the fire. Rodriguez questioned no further, but dismounted and bade Moreno to lead the horses in. "Farewell," he said to the smith that was not Fernandez, and with a pat for his horse he left it, having obtained a promise of oats. And so Rodriguez and Moreno went on foot again, Moreno elated in spite of fatigue and pain, rejoicing to feel the earth once more flat under the soles of his feet, Rodriguez a little humbled. And now we move on to the 6th Chronicle, how he sang to his mandolin, and what came of his singing. They walked back slowly in silence, up the street down which they had ridden. Earth darkened, the moon grew brighter, and Rodriguez, gazing at the pale golden disk, began to wonder who dwelt in the lunar valleys, and what message, if folks were there, they had for our peoples, and in what language such message could ever be, and how it could fare across the limpid remoteness that wafted light on the coasts of earth and lapped in silence on the lunar shores. As he wandered, he thought of his mandolin. "Moreno," he said, "buy bacon." Moreno's eyes brightened, for they were 45 miles from the hills on which they had last tasted bacon. He selected his house with a glance, and then he was gone. And Rodriguez reflected too late that he had forgotten to tell Moreno where he should find him, and this with night coming on in the strange village. Scarcely, Rodriguez reflected, he knew where he was going himself. Yet if old tunes lurking in its hollows, echoing though imperceptibly from long-faded evenings, gave the mandolin any knowledge of human affairs that other inanimate things cannot possess, the mandolin knew. Let us in fancy call up the shade of Moreno from that far generation. Let us ask him where Rodriguez is going. Those blue eyes, dim with the distance over which our fancy has called them, look in our eyes with wonder. "I do not know," he says, "where Don Rodriguez is going. My master did not tell me." Did he notice nothing as they rode by the balcony? "Nothing," Moreno answers, "except my master riding." We may let Moreno's shade drift hence again, for we shall discover nothing, nor is this an age to which to call back spirits. Rodriguez strolled slowly on the deep dust of that street, as though wondering all the while where he should go, and soon he and his mandolin were below that very balcony, whereon he had seen the white neck of Serafina gleam with the last of daylight. And now the spells of the moon charmed earth with their full power. The balcony was empty. How should it have been otherwise? And yet Rodriguez grieved, for between the vision that had drawn his footsteps and that bare balcony below shuttered windows was the difference between a haven sought over leagues of sea and sheer uncharted cliff. It brought a wistfulness into the music he played, and a melancholy that was all new to Rodriguez. Yet often and often before had that mandolin sent up through evening, against unheeding space, that cry that man cannot utter, for the spirit of man needs a mandolin as a comrade to face the verdict of the chilly stars, as he needs a bulldog for more mundane things. Soon, out of the depth of that stout old mandolin, in which so many human sorrows had spun tunes out of themselves, as the spiders spin misty grey webs, till it was haunted with music, soon the old cry went up to the stars again, a thread of supplication spun of the matter which else were distilled in tears, beseeching it knew not what. And but that fate is deaf, all that man asks in music had been granted then. What sorrows had Rodriguez known in his life that he made so sad a melody? I know not. It was the mandolin. When the mandolin was made, it knew at once all the sorrows of man, and all the old unnamed longings that none defines. It knew them as a dog knows the alliance that its forefathers made with man. A mandolin weeps the tears that its master cannot shed, or utters the prayers that are deeper than its master's lips can draw, as a dog will fight for his master with teeth that are longer than man's. And if the moonlight streamed on untroubled, and though fate was deaf, yet beauty of those fresh strains, going starward from under his fingers, touched at least the heart of Rodriguez, and gilded his dreams, and gave to his thoughts a mournful autumnal glory, until he sang all newly as he never had sung before, with limpid voice along the edge of tears, a love song, old as the woods of his father's valleys, at whose edge he had heard it once drift through the evening. And as he played and sang with his young soul in the music, he fancied, and why not, if they care aught for our souls in heaven, he fancied the angels putting their hands each one on a star and leaning out of heaven through the constellations to listen. "A vile song, signor, and a vile tune with it," said a voice quite close. However much the words hurt his pride in his mandolin, Rodriguez recognized in the voice a hidalgo's accent, and he knew that it was an equal that now approached him in the moonlight, round a corner of the house with the balcony, and he knew that the request he courteously made would be as courteously granted. "Senor," he said, "I pray you to permit me to lean my mandolin against the wall securely before we speak of my song." "Most surely, senor," the stranger replied, "for there is no fault with the mandolin." "Senor," Rodriguez said, "I thank you profoundly." And he bowed to the gallant, whom he now perceived to be young, a youth tall and lithe like himself, one whom we might have chosen for these chronicles had we not found Rodriguez. Then Rodriguez stepped back a short way and placed his kerchief on the ground, and upon this he put his mandolin and leaned it against the wall. When the mandolin was safe from dust or accident, he approached the stranger and drew his sword. "Senor," he said, "we will now discuss music." "Right gladly, senor," said the young man, who now drew his sword also. There were no clouds, the moon was full, the evening promised well. Scarcely had the flash of thin rapiers crossing each other by moonlight begun to gleam in the street, when Moreno appeared beside them and stood there watching. He had bought his bacon and gone straight to the house with the balcony, for though he knew no Latin, he had not missed the silent greeting that had welcomed his master to that village, or failed to interpret the gist of the words that Rodriguez's dumb glance would have said. He stood there watching while each combatant stood his ground. And Rodriguez remembered all those passes and feints that he had had from his father, and which Sebastiani, a master of arms in Madrid, had taught in his father's youth, and some were famous, and some were little known. And all these passes, as he tried them one by one, his unknown antagonist parried. And for a moment Rodriguez feared that Moreno would see those passes in which he trusted foiled by that unknown sword. And then he reflected that Moreno knew nothing of the craft of the rapier, and with more content at that thought he parried thrusts that were strange to him. But something told Moreno that in this fight the stranger was master, and that along that pale blue, moonlit, unknown sword lurked a sure death for Rodriguez. He moved from his place of vantage and was soon lost in large shadows, while the rapiers played and blade rippled on blade with a sound as though death were gently sharpening his scythe in the dark. And now Rodriguez was giving ground, now his antagonist pressed him. Thrusts that he believed invincible had failed, now he parried wearily and had at once to parry again. The unknown pressed on, was upon him, was scattering his weakening parries. Drew back his rapier for a deadlier pass, learned in a secret school, in a hut on mountains he knew and practiced surely, and fell in a heap upon Rodriguez's feet, struck full on the back of the head by Moreno's frying pan. "Most vile knave!" shouted Rodriguez as he saw Moreno before him with his frying pan in his hand, and with something of the stupid expression that you see on the face of a dog that has done some foolish thing which it thinks will delight its master. "Master, I am your servant," said Moreno. "Vile, miserable knave!" replied Rodriguez. "Master," Moreno said plaintively, "shall I see to your comforts, your food, and not to your life?" "Silence!" thundered Rodriguez as he stooped anxiously to his antagonist, who was not unconscious but only very giddy, and who now rose to his feet with the help of Rodriguez. "Alas, Señor," said Rodriguez, "the foul knave is my servant. He shall be flogged, he shall be flayed, his vile flesh shall be cut off him. Does the hurt pain you, Señor? Sit and rest while I beat the knave, and then we will continue our meeting." And he ran to his kerchief on which rested his mandolin, and laid it upon the dust for the stranger. "No, no," said he, "my head clears again. It is nothing." "But rest, Señor, rest," said Rodriguez. "It is always well to rest before an encounter. Rest while I punish the knave." And he led him to where the kerchief lay on the ground. "Let me see the hurt, Señor," he continued, and the stranger removed his plumed hat as Rodriguez compelled him to sit down. He straightened out the hat as he sat, and the hurt was shown to be of no great consequence. "The blessed saints be praised," Rodriguez said. "It need not stop our encounter. But rest awhile, Señor." "Indeed, it is nothing," he answered. "But the indignity is immeasurable," sighed Rodriguez. "Would you care, Señor, when you are well rested, to give the chastisement yourself?" "As far as that goes," said the stranger, "I can chastise him now." "If you are fully recovered, Señor," Rodriguez said, "my own sword is at your disposal to beat him sore with the flat of it, or how you will. Thus no dishonor shall touch your sword from the skin of so vile a knave." The stranger smiled. The idea appealed to him. "You make a noble amend, Señor," he said as he bowed over Rodriguez's proffered sword. Moreno had not moved far off, but stood near, wondering. What should a servant do if not work for his master, he wondered, and how work for him when dead? And dead, as it seemed to Moreno, through his own fault, if he allowed any man to kill him when he perceived him about to do so. He stood there puzzled, and suddenly he saw the stranger coming angrily toward him in the clear moonlight with a sword. Moreno was frightened. As the hidalgo came up to him, he stretched out his left hand to seize Moreno by the shoulder. Up went the frying pan. The stranger parried, but against a stroke that no school taught or knew, and for the second time he went down in the dust with a reeling head. Rodriguez turned toward Moreno and said to him, "No, realism is all very well, and I know that my duty as author is to tell all that happened, and I could win mighty praise as a bold, unconventional writer. At the same time, some young lady will be reading all this next year in some far country, or in 20 years in England, and I would sooner she should not read what Rodriguez said. I do not, I trust, disappoint her. But the gist of it was that he should leave that place now and depart from his service forever. And hearing those words, Moreno turned mournfully away and was at once lost in the darkness, while Rodriguez ran once more to help his fallen antagonist. "Señor, señor," he said with an emotion that some wearing centuries in cold climate have taught us not to show, and beyond those words he could find no more to say. "Giddy, only giddy," said the stranger. A tear fell on his forehead as Rodriguez helped him to his feet. "Señor," Rodriguez said fervently, "we will finish our encounter, come what may. The knave is gone, and—" "But I am somewhat giddy," said the other. "I will take off one of my shoes," said Rodriguez, leaving the other on. "It will equalize our unsteadiness, and you shall not be disappointed in our encounter. Come," he added kindly. "I cannot see clearly as before," the young hidalgo murmured. "I will bandage my right eye also," said Rodriguez, "and if this cannot equalize it—" "It is a most fair offer," said the young man. "I could not bear that you should be disappointed of our encounter," Rodriguez said, "by this spirit of hell that has got itself clothed in fat and dares to usurp the dignity of man." "It is a right fair offer," the young man said again. "Rest yourself, Señor," said Rodriguez, "while I take off my shoe," and he indicated his kerchief, which was still on the ground. The stranger sat down a little wearily, and Rodriguez, sitting upon the dust, took off his left shoe. And now he began to think a little wistfully of the face that had shone from the balcony, where all was dark now in black shadows, unlit by the moon. The emptiness of the balcony and its darkness oppressed him, for he could scarcely hope to survive an encounter with that swordsman, whose skill he now recognized as being of a different class from his own, a class of which he knew nothing. All his own feints and passes were known, while those of his antagonist had been strange and new, and he might well have even others. The stranger's giddiness did not alter the situation, for Rodriguez knew that his handicap was fair and even generous. He believed he was near his grave, and could see no spark of light to banish that dark belief. Yet more chances than we can see often guard us on such occasions. The absence of Seraphina saddened him like a sorrowful sunset. Rodriguez rose and limped with his one shoe off to the stranger, who was sitting upon his kerchief. "I will bandage my right eye now, Señor," he said. The young man rose and shook the dust from the kerchief, and gave it to Rodriguez with a renewed expression of his gratitude at the fairness of the strange handicap. When Rodriguez had bandaged his eye, the stranger returned his sword to him, which he had held in his hand since his effort to beat Moreno, and drawing his own, stepped back a few paces from him. Rodriguez took one hopeless look at the balcony, saw it as empty and as black as ever. Then he faced his antagonist, waiting. "Bandage one eye, indeed," muttered Moreno, as he stepped up behind the stranger and knocked him down for the third time with a blow over the head from his frying pan. The young hidalgo dropped silently. Rodriguez uttered one scream of anger and rushed at Moreno with his sword. Moreno had already started to run, and knowing well that he was running for his life, he kept for a while the start that he had of the rapier. Rodriguez knew that no plump man of over 40 could last against his lithe speed long. He saw Moreno clearly before him, then lost sight of him for a moment and ran confidently on, pursuing. He ran on, and at last he recognized that Moreno had slipped into the darkness which lies always so near to the moonlight, and was not in front of him at all. So he returned to his fallen antagonist, and found him breathing heavily where he fell, scarcely conscious. The third stroke of the frying pan had done its work surely. Rodriguez's fury died down only because it is difficult to feel two emotions at once. It died down as pity took its place, though every now and then it would suddenly flare and fall again. He returned his sword and lifted the young hidalgo, and carried him to the door of the house under which they had fought. With one fist he beat on the door without putting the hurt man down, and continued to hit it until steps were heard and bolts began to grumble, as though disturbed too early from their rusty sleep in stone sockets. The door of the house with the balcony was opened by a servant, who, when he saw who it was that Rodriguez carried, fled into the house in alarm, as one who runs with bad news. He carried one candle, and when he had disappeared with the streaming flame, Rodriguez found himself in a long hall, lit by the moonlight only, which was looking in through the small contorted panes of the upper part of a high window. Alone with echoes and shadows, Rodriguez carried the hurt man through the hall, who was muttering now as he came back to consciousness. And as he went, there came to Rodriguez thoughts between wonder and hope, for he had had no thought at all when he beat on the door, except to get shelter and help for the hurt man. At the end of the hall they came to an open door that led into a chamber partly shining with moonlight. "In there," said the man that he carried. Rodriguez carried him in and laid him on a long couch at the end of the room. Large pictures of men in the blackness out of the moon's rays frowned at Rodriguez mysteriously. He could not see their faces in the dark, but he somehow knew they frowned. Two portraits that were clear in the moonlight eyed him with absolute apathy. So cold a welcome from that house's past generations boded no good for him from those that dwelt there today. Rodriguez knew that in carrying the hurt man there he helped at a Christian deed, and yet there was no putting the merits of the case against the omens that crowded the chamber, lurking along the edge of the moonlight and darkness, disappearing and reappearing till the gloom was heavy with portent. The omens knew. In a weak voice and few words the hurt man thanked him, but the apathetic faces seemed to say, "What of it?" And the frowning faces that he could not see still filled the darkness with anger. And then from the end of the chamber, dressed in white and all shining with moonlight, came Seraphina. Rodriguez in awed silence watched her come. He saw her pass through the moonlight and grow dimmer, and glide to the moonlight again that streamed through another window. A great dim golden circle appeared at the far end of the chamber whence she had come, as the servant returned with his candle and held it high to give light for Donna Seraphina. But that one flame seemed to make the darkness only blacker, and for any cheerfulness it brought to the gloom, it had better never have challenged those masses of darkness at all in that high chamber. Among the brooding portraits it seemed trivial, ephemeral, modern, ill able to cope with the power of ancient things, dead days, and forgotten voices, which make their home in the darkness, because the days that have usurped them have stolen the light of the sun. And there the man stood, holding his candle high, and the rays of the moon became more magical still beside that little mundane flickering thing. And Seraphina was moving through the moonlight as though its rays were her sisters, which she met noiselessly and brightly upon some island, as it seemed to Rodriguez, beyond the coasts of earth. So quietly and so brightly did her slender figure move, and so aloof from him appeared her eyes. And there came on Rodriguez that feeling that some deride and that others explain away, the feeling of which romance is mainly made, and which is the aim and goal of all the earth. And his love for Seraphina seemed to him not only to be an event in his life, but to have some part in veiled and shadowy destinies, and to have the blessing of most distant days. Gray beards seemed to look out of graves in forgotten places to wag approval. Hands seemed to beckon to him out of far future times, where faces were smiling quietly, and dreaming on further still. This vast approval that gave benediction to his heart's youthful fancy seemed to widen and widen, like the gold of a summer's evening, or the humming of bees in summer in endless rows of limes, until it became a part of the story of man. Spring days of his earliest memory seemed to have their part in it, as well as wonderful evenings of days that were yet to be, till his love of Seraphina was one with the fate of the earth, and wandering far on their courses, he knew that the stars blessed it. But Seraphina went up to the man on the couch with no look for Rodriguez. With no look for Rodriguez, she bent over the stricken hidalgo. He raised himself a little on one elbow. "It is nothing," he said, "Seraphina." Still she bent over him. He laid his head down again, but now with open and undimmed eyes. She put her hand to his forehead. She spoke in a low voice to him. She lavished upon him sympathy for which Rodriguez would have offered his head to swords, and all, thought Rodriguez, for 3 blows from a knave's frying pan. And his anger against Moreno flared up again fiercely. Then there came another thought to him out of the shadows, where Seraphina was standing all white, a figure of solace. Who was this man who so mysteriously blended with the other unknown things that haunted the gloom of that chamber? Why had he fought him at night? What was he to Seraphina? Thoughts crowded up to him from the interior of the darkness, somber and foreboding as the shadows that nursed them. He stood there, never daring to speak to Seraphina, looking for permission to speak, such as a glance might give, and no glance came. And now, as though soothed by her beauty, the hurt man closed his eyes. Seraphina stood beside him, anxious and silent, gleaming in that dim place. The servant at the far end of the chamber still held his one candle high, as though some light of earth were needed against the fantastic moon, which, if unopposed, would give everything over to magic. Rodriguez stood there, scarcely breathing. All was silent. And then through the door by which Seraphina had come, past that lonely, golden, moon-defying candle, all down the long room, across moonlight and blackness, came the lady of the house, Seraphina's mother. She came, as Seraphina came, straight toward the man on the couch, giving no look to Rodriguez, walking something as Seraphina walked, with the same poise, the same dignity, though the years had carried away from her the grace Seraphina had, so that, though you saw that they were mother and daughter, the elder lady called to mind the lovely things of earth, large gardens at evening, statues dim in the dusk, summer, and whatsoever binds us to earthly things. But Seraphina turned Rodriguez's thoughts to the twilight in which he first saw her, and he pictured her native place as far from here, in mellow fields near the moon, wherein she had walked on twilight, outlasting any we know, with all delicate things of our fancy, too fair for the rugged earth. As the lady approached the couch upon which the young man was lying, and still no look was turned toward Rodriguez, his young dreams fled as butterflies sailing high in the heat of June that are suddenly plunged in night by a total eclipse of the sun. He had never spoken to Seraphina or seen before her mother, and they did not know his name. He knew that he, Rodriguez, had no claim to a welcome. But his dreams had flocked so much about Seraphina's face, basking so much in her beauty, that they now fell back dying. And when a man's dreams die, what remains, if he lingers a while behind them? Rodriguez suddenly felt that his left shoe was off, and his right eye still bandaged, things that he had not noticed while his only thought was for the man he carried to shelter, but torturing his consciousness now that he thought of himself. He opened his lips to explain, but before words came to him, looking at the face of Seraphina's mother, standing now by the couch, he felt that, not knowing how, he had somehow wronged the penates of this house, or whatever was hid in the dimness of that long chamber, by carrying this young man there to rest from his hurt. Rodriguez's depression arose from these causes, but having arisen, it grew of its own might. He had had nothing to eat since morning, and in the favoring atmosphere of hunger his depression grew gigantic. He opened his lips once more to say farewell, was oppressed by all manner of thoughts that held him dumb, and turned away in silence and left the house. Outside, he recovered his mandolin and his shoe. He was tired with the weariness of defeated dreams that slept in his spirit exhausted, rather than with any fatigue his young muscles had from the journey. He needed sleep. He looked at the shuttered houses, then at the soft dust of the road, in which dogs lay during the daylight. But the dust was near to his mood, so he lay down where he had fought the unknown hidalgo. A light wind wandered the street like a visitor come to the village out of a friendly valley, but Rodriguez's 4 days on the roads had made him familiar with all wandering things, and the breeze on his forehead troubled him not at all. Before it had wearied of wandering in the night, Rodriguez had fallen asleep. Just by the edge of sleep, upon which side he knew not, he heard the window of the balcony creak, and looked up wide awake all in a moment. But nothing stirred in the darkness of the balcony, and the window was fast shut. So whatever sound came from the window came not from its opening, but shutting. For a while he wondered, and then his tired thoughts rested, and that was sleep. A light rain woke Rodriguez, drizzling upon his face, the first light rain that had fallen in a romantic tale. Storms there had been, lashing oaks to terrific shapes, seen at night by flashes of lightning, through which villains rode abroad, or heroes sought shelter at midnight. Hurricanes there had been, flapping huge cloaks, fierce hail, and copious snow, but until now no drizzle. It was morning. Dawn was old and pale and gray and unhappy. The balcony above him, still empty, scarcely even held romance now. Rain dripped from it sadly. Its cheerless bareness seemed worse than the most sinister shadows of night. And then Rodriguez saw a rose lying on the ground beside him. And for all the dreams, fancies, and hopes that leaped up in Rodriguez's mind, rising and falling and fading, one thing alone he knew, and all the rest was mystery. The rose had lain there before the rain had fallen. Beneath the rose was white dust, while all around it the dust was turning gray with rain. Rodriguez tried to guess how long the rain had fallen. The rose may have lain beside him all night long, but the shadows of mystery receded no farther than this one fact, that the rose was there before the rain began. No sign of any kind came from the house. Rodriguez put the rose safe under his coat, wrapped in the kerchief that had guarded the mandolin, to carry it far from low light, through places familiar with roses and places strange to them, but it remained for him a thing of mystery until a day far from then. Sadly he left the house in the sad rain, marching away alone to look for his wars. End of the 6th Chronicle of the Chronicles of Don Rodriguez, How He Sang to His Mandolin and What Came of His Singing, by Lord Dunsany.
The Horse Dealer's Daughter by D.H. Lawrence. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 1 by Kevin S. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Horse Dealer's Daughter. "Well, Mabel, and what are you going to do with yourself?" asked Joe with foolish flippancy. He felt quite safe himself. Without listening for an answer, he turned aside, worked a grain of tobacco to the tip of his tongue, and spit it out. He did not care about anything, since he felt safe himself. The three brothers and the sister sat round the desolate breakfast table, attempting some sort of desultory consultation. The morning's post had given the final tap to the family's fortunes, and all was over. The dreary dining room itself, with its heavy mahogany furniture, looked as if it were waiting to be done away with. But the consultation amounted to nothing. There was a strange air of ineffectuality about the three men, as they sprawled at table, smoking and reflecting vaguely on their own condition. The girl was alone, rather short, sullen-looking young woman of 27. She did not share the same life as her brothers. She would have been good-looking, save for the impassive fixity of her face, bulldog, as her brothers called it. There was a confused tramping of horses' feet outside. The three men all sprawled round in their chairs to watch. Beyond the dark holly bushes that separated the strip of lawn from the highroad, they could see a cavalcade of Shire horses swinging out of their own yard, being taken for exercise. This was the last time. These were the last horses that would go through their hands. The young men watched with critical, callous look. They were all frightened at the collapse of their lives, and the sense of disaster in which they were involved left them no inner freedom. Yet they were three fine, well-set fellows enough. Joe, the eldest, was a man of 33, broad and handsome in a hot-flushed way. His face was red. He twisted his black mustache over a thick finger. His eyes were shallow and restless. He had a sensual way of uncovering his teeth when he laughed, and his bearing was stupid. Now he watched the horses with a glazed look of helplessness in his eyes, a certain stupor of downfall. The great draft horses swung past. They were tied head to tail, 4 of them, and they heaved along to where a lane branched off from the highroad, planting their great hoofs floutingly in the fine black mud, swinging their great rounded haunches sumptuously, and trotting a few sudden steps as they were led into the lane round the corner. Every movement showed a massive, slumberous strength and a stupidity which held them in subjection. The groom at the head looked back, jerking the leading rope, and the cavalcade moved out of sight up the lane. The tail of the last horse, bobbed up tight and stiff, held out taut from the swinging great haunches as they rocked behind the hedges in a motion like sleep. Joe watched with glazed, hopeless eyes. The horses were almost like his own body to him. He felt he was done for now. Luckily he was engaged to a woman as old as himself, and therefore her father, who was steward of a neighboring estate, would provide him with a job. He would marry and go into harness. His life was over. He would be a subject animal now. He turned uneasily aside, the retreating steps of the horses echoing in his ears. Then, with foolish restlessness, he reached for the scraps of bacon rind from the plates, and, making a faint whistling sound, flung them to the terrier that lay against the fender. He watched the dog swallow them, and waited till the creature looked into his eyes. Then a faint grin came on his face, and in a high, foolish voice he said, "You won't get much more bacon, shall you, you little B blank?" The dog faintly and dismally wagged its tail, then lowered his haunches, circled round, and lay down again. There was another helpless silence at the table. Joe sprawled uneasily in his seat, not willing to go till the family conclave was dissolved. Fred Henry, the second brother, was erect, clean-limbed, alert. He had watched the passing of the horses with more sang-froid. He was an animal like Joe. He was an animal which controls, not one which is controlled. He was master of any horse, and he carried himself with a well-tempered air of mastery. But he was not master of the situations of life. He pushed his coarse brown mustache upwards off his lip and glanced irritably at his sister, who sat impassive and inscrutable. "You'll go and stop with Lucy for a bit, shan't you?" he asked. The girl did not answer. "I don't see what else you can do," persisted Fred Henry. "Go as a skivvy," Joe interpolated laconically. The girl did not move a muscle. "If I was her, I should go in training for a nurse," said Malcolm, the youngest of them all. He was the baby of the family, a young man of 22, with a fresh, jaunty museau. But Mabel did not take any notice of him. They had talked at her and round her for so many years that she hardly heard them at all. The marble clock on the mantelpiece softly chimed the half-hour, and the dog rose uneasily from the hearthrug and looked at the party at the breakfast table. But still they sat on in ineffectual conclave. "Oh, all right," said Joe suddenly, apropos of nothing. "I'll get a move on." He pushed back his chair, straddled his knees with a downward jerk to get them free in horsey fashion, and went to the fire. Still he did not go out of the room. He was curious to know what the others would do or say. He began to charge his pipe, looking down at the dog, and saying in a high affected voice, Goin' with me, Arter. Thou'rt goin' further than the Count's on just now, dost hear?" The dog faintly wagged its tail. The man stuck out his jaw and covered his pipe with his hands and puffed intently, losing himself in the tobacco, looking down all the while at the dog with an absent brown eye. The dog looked up at him in mournful distrust. Joe stood with his knees stuck out, in real horsey fashion. "Have you had a letter from Lucy?" Fred Henry asked of his sister. "Last week," came the neutral reply. "And what does she say?" There was no answer. "Does she ask you to go and stop there?" persisted Fred Henry. "She says I can if I like." "Well, then, you'd better. Tell her you'll come on Monday." This was received in silence. "That's what you'll do, then, is it?" said Fred Henry, in some exasperation. But she made no answer. There was a silence of futility and irritation in the room. Malcolm grinned fatuously. "You'll have to make up your mind between now and next Wednesday," said Joe loudly, "or else find yourself lodgings on the curbstone." The face of the young woman darkened, but she sat on, immutable. "Here's Jack Ferguson!" exclaimed Malcolm, who was looking aimlessly out of the window. "Where?" exclaimed Joe loudly. "Just gone past." "Coming in?" Malcolm craned his neck to see the gate. "Yes," he said. There was a silence. Mabel sat on like one condemned at the head of the table. Then a whistle was heard from the kitchen. The dog got up and barked sharply. Joe opened the door and shouted, "Come on!" After a moment a young man entered. He was muffled up in overcoat and a purple woolen scarf, and his tweed cap, which he did not remove, was pulled down on his head. He was of medium height. His face was rather long and pale. His eyes looked tired. "Hello, Jack." "Well, Jack," exclaimed Malcolm and Joe. Fred Henry merely said, "Jack." "What's doing?" asked the newcomer, evidently addressing Fred Henry. "Same. We've got to be out by Wednesday. Got a cold?" "I have. Got it bad, too." "Why don't you stop in?" "Me stop in? When I can't stand on my legs, perhaps I shall have a chance." The young man spoke huskily. He had a slight Scotch accent. "It's a knockout, isn't it?" said Joe boisterously. "If a doctor goes round croaking with a cold, looks bad for the patients, doesn't it?" The young doctor looked at him slowly. "Anything the matter with you, then?" he asked sarcastically. "Not as I know of. Damn your eyes, I hope not. Why? I thought you were very concerned about the patients. Wondered if you might be one yourself." "Damn it, no. I've never been patient to no flaming doctor, and hope I never shall be," returned Joe. At this point Mabel rose from the table, and they all seemed to become aware of her existence. She began putting the dishes together. The young doctor looked at her, but did not address her. He had not greeted her. She went out of the room with the tray, her face impassive and unchanged. "When are you off, then, all of you?" asked the doctor. "I'm catching the 11:40, replied Malcolm. "Are you going down with the trap, Joe?" "Yes, I've told you I'm going down with the trap, haven't I?" "You'd better be getting her in, then." "So long, Jack, if I don't see you before I go," said Malcolm, shaking hands. He went out, followed by Joe, who seemed to have his tail between his legs. "Well, this is the devil's own," exclaimed the doctor, when he was left alone with Fred Henry. "Going before Wednesday, are you?" "That's the orders," replied the other. "Where? To Northampton?" "That's it." "The devil!" exclaimed Ferguson, with quiet chagrin, and there was silence between the two. "All settled up, are you?" asked Ferguson. "About." There was another pause. "Well, I shall miss you, Freddie boy," said the young doctor. "And I shall miss thee, Jack," returned the other. "Miss you like hell," mused the doctor. Fred Henry turned aside. There was nothing to say. Mabel came in again to finish clearing the table. "What are you going to do, then, Miss Purvin?" asked Ferguson. "Going to your sister's, are you?" Mabel looked at him with her steady, dangerous eyes that always made him uncomfortable, unsettling his superficial ease. "No," she said. "Well, what in the name of fortune are you going to do? Say what you mean to do," cried Fred Henry with futile intensity. But she only averted her head and continued her work. She folded the white tablecloth and put on the chenille cloth. "The sulkiest bitch that ever trod," muttered her brother. But she finished her task with perfect impassive face, the young doctor watching her interestedly all the while. Then she went out. Fred Henry stared at her, clenching his lips, his blue eyes fixed in sharp antagonism, as he made a grimace of sour exasperation. "You could bray her into bits, and that's all you'd get out of her," he said in a small, narrowed tone. The doctor smiled faintly. "What's she going to do, then?" he asked. "Strike me if I know," returned the other. There was a pause. Then the doctor stirred. "I'll be seeing you to-night, shall I?" he said to his friend. "Aye. Where's it to be? Are we going over to Jesdale?" I don't know, I've got such a cold on me. I'll come round to the moon and stars anyway. Let Lizzie and May miss their night for once, eh? That's it, if I feel as I do now. All's one." The two young men went through the passage and down to the back door together. The house was large, but it was servantless now, and desolate. At the back was a small bricked house yard, and beyond that a big square, gravelled, fine and red, and having stables on two sides. Sloping, dank, winter-dark fields stretched away on the open sides. But the stables were empty. Joseph Purvin, the father of the family, had been a man of no education, who had become a fairly large horse-dealer. The stables had been full of horses. There was great turmoil and come and go of horses and of dealers and grooms. Then the kitchen was full of servants. But of late things had declined. The old man had married a second time to retrieve his fortunes. Now he was dead, and everything was gone to the dogs. There was nothing but debt and threatening. For months Mabel had been servantless in the big house, keeping the home together in penury for her ineffectual brothers. She had kept house for 10 years, but previously it was with unstinted means. Then, however brutal and coarse everything was, the sense of money had kept her proud, confident. The men might be foul-mouthed, the women in the kitchen might have bad reputations, her brothers might have illegitimate children, but so long as there was money, the girl felt herself established and brutally proud, reserved. No company came to the house, save dealers and coarse men. Mabel had no associates of her own sex after her sister went away. But she did not mind. She went regularly to church. She attended to her father, and she lived in the memory of her mother, who had died when she was 14, and whom she had loved. She had loved her father, too, in a different way, depending upon him and feeling secure in him, until at the age of 54 he married again. And then she had set hard against him. Now he had died and left them all hopelessly in debt. She had suffered badly during the period of poverty. Nothing, however, could shake the curious, sullen, animal pride that dominated each member of the family. Now, for Mabel, the end had come. Still, she would not cast about her. She would follow her own way just the same. She would always hold the keys of her own situation. Mindless and persistent, she endured from day to day. Why should she think? Why should she answer anybody? It was enough that this was the end, and there was no way out. She need not pass any more darkly along the main street of the small town, avoiding every eye. She need not demean herself any more, going into the shops and buying the cheapest food. This was at an end. She thought of nobody, not even of herself. Mindless and persistent, she seemed in a sort of ecstasy to be coming nearer to her fulfillment, her own glorification, approaching her dead mother, who was glorified. In the afternoon she took a little bag with shears and sponge and a small scrubbing brush and went out. It was a gray, wintry day with satin dark green fields and an atmosphere blackened by the smoke of foundries not far off. She went quickly, darkly along the causeway, heeding nobody, through the town to the churchyard. There she always felt secure, as if no one could see her, although as a matter of fact she was exposed to the stare of everyone who passed along under the churchyard wall. Nevertheless, once under the shadow of the great looming church, among the graves, she felt immune from the world, reserved within the thick churchyard wall as in another country. Carefully she clipped the grass from the grave and arranged the pinky white small chrysanthemums in the tin cross. When this was done, she took an empty jar from a neighboring grave, brought water, and carefully, most scrupulously, sponged the marble headstone and the coping stone. It gave her sincere satisfaction to do this. She felt in immediate contact with the world of her mother. She took minute pains, went through the park in a state bordering on pure happiness, as if in performing this task she came into a subtle, intimate connection with her mother. For the life she followed here in the world was far less real than the world of death she inherited from her mother. The doctor's house was just by the church. Ferguson, being a mere hired assistant, was slave to the countryside. As he hurried now to attend to the outpatients in the surgery, glancing across the graveyard with his quick eyes, he saw the girl at her task at the grave. She seemed so intent and remote. It's like looking into another world. Some mystical element was touched in him. He slowed down as he walked, watching her as if spellbound. She lifted her eyes, feeling him looking. Their eyes met, and each looked again at once, each feeling in some way found out by the other. He lifted his cap and passed on down the road. There remained distinct in his consciousness, like a vision, the memory of her face, lifted from the tombstone in the churchyard, and looking at him with slow, large, portentous eyes. It was portentous, her face. It seemed to mesmerize him. There was a heavy power in her eyes which laid hold of his whole being, as if he had drunk some powerful drug. He had been feeling weak and done before. Now the life came back into him. He felt delivered from his own fretted daily self. He finished his duties at the surgery as quickly as might be, hastily filling up the bottles of the waiting people with cheap drugs. Then in perpetual haste he set off again to visit several cases in another part of his round before tea time. At all times he preferred to walk if he could, but particularly when he was not well. He fancied the motion restored him. The afternoon was falling. It was gray, deadened, and wintry, with a slow, moist, heavy coldness sinking in and deadening all the faculties. But why should he think or notice? He hastily climbed the hill and turned across the dark green fields, following the black cinder track. In the distance, across the shallow dip in the country, the small town was clustered like smoldering ash, a tower, a spire, a heap of low, raw, extinct houses. And on the nearest fringe of the town, sloping into the dip, was Old Meadow, the Pervins' house. He could see the stables and the outbuildings distinctly as they lay toward him on the slope. Well, he would not go there many more times. Another resource would be lost to him, another place gone. The only company he cared for in this alien, ugly little town he was losing. Nothing but work, drudgery, constant hastening from dwelling to dwelling among the colliers and the iron workers. It wore him out, but at the same time he had a craving for it. It was a stimulant to him to be in the homes of the working people, moving, as it were, through the innermost body of their life. His nerves were excited and gratified. He could come so near into the very lives of the rough, inarticulate, powerfully emotional men and women. He grumbled and said he hated the hellish hole, but as a matter of fact it excited him. The contact with the rough, strongly feeling people was a stimulant applied direct to his nerves. Below Old Meadow, in the green, shallow, sodden hollow of fields, lay a square, deep pond. Roving across the landscape, the doctor's quick eye detected a figure in black passing through the gate of the field, down towards the pond. He looked again. It would be Mabel Pervin. His mind suddenly became alive and attentive. Why was she going down there? He pulled up on the path on the slope above and stood staring. He could just make sure of the small black figure moving in the hollow of the failing day. He seemed to see her in the midst of such obscurity that he was like a clairvoyant, seeing rather with the mind's eye than with ordinary sight. Yet he could see her positively enough, whilst he kept his eye attentive. He felt if he looked away from her in the thick, ugly, failing dusk, he would lose her altogether. He followed her minutely as she moved, direct and intent, like something transmitted rather than stirring involuntary activity, straight down the field towards the pond. There she stood on the bank for a moment. She never raised her head. Then she waded slowly into the water. He stood motionless as the small black figure walked slowly and deliberately toward the center of the pond, very slowly, gradually, moving deeper into the motionless water, and still moving forward as the water got up to her breast. Then he could see her no more in the dusk of the dead afternoon. "There!" he exclaimed. "Would you believe it?" And he hastened straight down, running over the wet, sodden fields, pushing through the hedges, down into the depression of callous, wintry obscurity. It took him several minutes to come to the pond. He stood on the bank, breathing heavily. He could see nothing. His eyes seemed to penetrate the dead water. Yes, perhaps that was the dark shadow of her black clothing beneath the surface of the water. He slowly ventured into the pond. The bottom was deep, soft clay. He sank in, and the water clasped dead cold round his legs. As he stirred, he could smell the cold, rotten clay that fouled up into the water. It was objectionable in his lungs. Still repelled and yet not heeding, he moved deeper into the pond. The cold water rose above his thighs, over his loins, upon his abdomen. The lower part of his body was all sunk in the hideous cold element, and the bottom was so deeply soft and uncertain. He was afraid of pitching with his mouth underneath. He could not swim, and was afraid. He crouched a little, spreading his hands under the waters and moving them round, trying to feel for her. The dead cold pond swayed upon his chest. He moved again, a little deeper, and again, with his hands underneath. He felt all around under the water, and he touched her clothing, but it evaded his fingers. He made a desperate effort to grasp it. In so doing, he lost his balance and went under, horribly, suffocating in the foul, earthy water, struggling madly for a few moments. At last, after what seemed an eternity, he got his footing, rose again into the air, and looked around. He gasped and knew he was in the world. Then he looked at the water. She had risen near him. He grasped her clothing, and drawing her nearer, turned to take his way to land again. He went very slowly, carefully, absorbed in the slow progress. He rose higher, climbing out of the pond. The water was now only about his legs. He was thankful, full of relief to be out of the clutches of the pond. He lifted her and staggered onto the bank, out of the horror of wet gray clay. He laid her down on the bank. She was quite unconscious and running with water. He made the water come from her mouth. He worked to restore her. He did not have to work very long before he could feel the breathing begin again in her. She was breathing naturally. He worked a little longer. He could feel her live beneath his hands. She was coming back. He wiped her face, wrapped her in his overcoat, looked round in the dim, dark gray world, then lifted her and staggered down the bank and across the fields. It seemed an unthinkable long way, and his burden so heavy he felt he would never get to the house. But at last he was in the stable yard, and then in the house yard. He opened the door and went into the house. In the kitchen he laid her down on the hearthrug and called. The house was empty, but the fire was burning in the grate. Then again he kneeled to attend to her. She was breathing. Her eyes were wide open and as if conscious, but there seemed something missing in her look. She was conscious in herself, but unconscious of her surroundings. He ran upstairs, took blankets from a bed, and put them before the fire to warm. Then he removed her saturated, earth-smelling clothing, rubbed her dry with a towel, and wrapped her naked in the blankets. Then he went into the dining room to look for spirits. There was a little whiskey. He drank a gulp himself and put some into her mouth. The effect was instantaneous. She looked full into his face, as if she had seen him for some time, and yet had only just become conscious of him. "Dr. Ferguson," she said. "What?" he answered. He was divesting himself of his coat, intending to find some dry clothing upstairs. He could not bear the smell of the dead, clayey water, and he was mortally afraid for his own health. "What did I do?" she asked. "Walked into the pond," he replied. He had begun to shudder like one sick, and could hardly attend to her. Her eyes remained full on him. He seemed to be going dark in his mind, looking back at her helplessly. The shuddering became quieter in him. His life came back to him, dark and unknowing, but strong again. "Was I out of my mind?" she asked, while her eyes were fixed on him all the time. "Maybe." For the moment, he replied. He felt quiet because his strength had come back. The strange fretful strain had left him. "Am I out of my mind now?" she asked. "Are you?" He reflected a moment. "No," he answered truthfully, "I don't see that you are." He turned his face aside. He was afraid now, because he felt dazed and felt dimly that her power was stronger than his in this issue. And she continued to look at him fixedly all the time. "Can you tell me where I shall find some dry things to put on?" he asked. "Did you dive into the pond for me?" she asked. "No," he answered, "I walked in, but I went in overhead as well." There was silence for a moment. He hesitated. He very much wanted to go upstairs to get into dry clothing, but there was another desire in him, and she seemed to hold him. His will seemed to have gone to sleep and left him, standing there slack before her. But he felt warm inside himself. He did not shudder at all, though his clothes were sodden on him. "Why did you?" she asked. "Because I didn't want you to do a foolish thing," he said. "It wasn't foolish," she said, still gazing at him as she lay on the floor with a sofa cushion under her head. "It was the right thing to do. I knew best then. I'll go and shift these wet things," he said. But still he had not the power to move out of her presence until she sent him. It was as if she had the life of his body in her hands, and he could not extricate himself, or perhaps he did not want to. Suddenly she sat up. Then she became aware of her own immediate condition. She felt the blankets about her. She knew her own limbs. For a moment it seemed as if her reason were going. She looked round with wild eye, as if seeking something. He stood still with fear. She saw her clothing lying scattered. "Who undressed me?" she asked, her eyes resting full and inevitable on his face. "I did," he replied, "to bring you round." For some moments she sat and gazed at him awfully, her lips parted. "Do you love me, then?" she asked. He only stood and stared at her, fascinated. His soul seemed to melt. She shuffled forward on her knees and put her arms round him, round his legs as he stood there, pressing her breasts against his knees and thighs, clutching him with strange, convulsive certainty, pressing his thighs against her, drawing him to her face, her throat, as she looked up at him with flaring, humble eyes of transfiguration, triumphant in first possession. "You love me," she murmured, in strange transport, yearning and triumphant and confident. "You love me. I know you love me. I know." And she was passionately kissing his knees through the wet clothing, passionately and indiscriminately kissing his knees, his legs, as if unaware of everything. He looked down at the tangled wet hair, the wild, bare animal shoulders. He was amazed, bewildered, and afraid. He had never thought of loving her. He had never wanted to love her. When he rescued her and restored her, he was a doctor, and she was a patient. He had no single personal thought of her. Nay, this introduction of the personal element was very distasteful to him, a violation of his professional honor. It was horrible to have her there, embracing his knees. It was horrible. He revolted from it violently, and yet he had not the power to break away. She looked at him again with the same supplication of powerful love, and that same transcendent, frightening light of triumph. In view of the delicate flame which seemed to come from her face like a light, he was powerless, and yet he had never intended to love her. He had never intended, and something stubborn in him could not give way. "You love me," she repeated, in a murmur of deep, rhapsodic assurance. "You love me." Her hands were drawing him down to her. He was afraid, even a little horrified, for he had really no intention of loving her. Yet her hands were drawing him toward her. He put out his hand quickly to steady himself and grasp her bare shoulder. A flame seemed to burn the hand that grasped her soft shoulder. He had no intention of loving her. His whole will was against his yielding. It was horrible, and yet wonderful was the touch of her shoulders, beautiful the shining of her face. Was she perhaps mad? He had a horror of yielding to her, yet something in him ached also. He had been staring away at the door, away from her, but his hand remained on her shoulder. She had gone suddenly very still. He looked down at her. Her eyes were now wide with fear, with doubt. The light was dying from her face. A shadow of terrible grayness was returning. He could not bear the touch of her eyes' question upon him, and the look of death behind the question. With an inward groan he gave way, and let his heart yield towards her. A sudden gentle smile came on his face, and her eyes, which never left his face, slowly filled with tears. He watched the strange water rise in her eyes, like some slow fountain coming up, and his heart seemed to burn and melt away in his breast. He could not bear to look at her any more. He dropped on his knees and caught her head with his arms and pressed her face against his throat. She was very still. His heart, which seemed to have broken, was burning with a kind of agony in his breast, and he felt her slow, hot tears wetting his throat, but he could not move. He felt the hot tears wet his neck and the hollows of his neck, and he remained motionless, suspended through one of man's eternities. Only now it had become indispensable to him to have her face pressed close to him. He could never let her go again. He could never let her head go away from the close clutch of his arm. He wanted to remain like that forever, with his heart hurting him in a pain that was also life to him. Without knowing, he was looking down on her damp, soft brown hair. Then, as if it were suddenly, he smelt the horrid stagnant smell of that water, and at the same moment she drew away from him and looked at him. Her eyes were wistful and unfathomable. He was afraid of them, and he fell to kissing her, not knowing what he was doing. He wanted her eyes not to have that terrible, wistful, unfathomable look. When she turned her face to him again, a faint, delicate flush was glowing, and there was again dawning that terrible shining of joy in her eyes, which really terrified him, and yet which he now wanted to see, because he feared the look of doubt still more. "You love me," she said, rather faltering. "Yes." The word cost him a painful effort, not because it wasn't true, but because it was too newly true. The saying seemed to tear open again his newly torn heart, and he hardly wanted it to be true, even now. She lifted her face to him, and he bent forward and kissed her on the mouth, gently, with the one kiss that is an eternal pledge. And as he kissed her, his heart strained again in his breast. He never intended to love her. But now it was over. He had crossed over the gulf to her, and all that he had left behind had shriveled and become void. After the kiss, her eyes again slowly filled with tears. She sat still, away from him, with her face drooped aside and her hands folded in her lap. The tears fell very slowly. There was complete silence. He too sat there motionless and silent on the hearthrug. The strange pain of his heart that was broken seemed to consume him. That he should love her, that this was love, that he should be ripped open in this way. Him, a doctor! How they would all jeer if they knew. It was agony to him to think they might know. In the curious naked pain of the thought, he looked again to her. She was sitting there, drooped into a muse. He saw a tear fall, and his heart flared hot. He saw for the first time that one of her shoulders was quite uncovered, one arm bare. He could see one of her small breasts, dimly, because it had become almost dark in the room. "Why are you crying?" he asked, in an altered voice. She looked up at him, and behind her tears the consciousness of her situation for the first time brought a dark look of shame to her eyes. "I'm not crying, really," she said, watching him half frightened. He reached his hand and softly closed it on her bare arm. "I love you. I love you," he said, in a soft, low, vibrating voice, unlike himself. She shrank and dropped her head. The soft penetrating grip of his hand on her arm distressed her. She looked up at him. "I want to go," she said. "I want to go and get you some dry things." "Why?" he said. "I'm all right." "But I want to go," she said, "and I want you to change your things." He released her arm, and she wrapped herself in the blanket, looking at him rather frightened, and still she did not rise. "Kiss me," she said wistfully. He kissed her, but briefly, half in anger. Then after a second she rose nervously, all mixed up in the blanket. He watched her in her confusion as she tried to extricate herself and wrap herself up so that she could walk. He watched her relentlessly, as she knew, and as she went, the blanket trailing, and as he saw a glimpse of her feet and her white leg, he tried to remember her as she was when he had wrapped her in the blanket. But then he didn't want to remember, because she had been nothing to him then, and his nature revolted from remembering her as she was when she was nothing to him. A tumbling, muffled noise from within the dark house startled him. Then he heard her voice. "There are clothes." He rose and went to the foot of the stairs and gathered up the garments she had thrown down. Then he came back to the fire to rub himself down and dress. He grinned at his own appearance when he had finished. The fire was sinking, so he put on coal. The house was now quite dark, save for the light of a street lamp that shone in faintly from beyond the holly trees. He lit the gas with matches he found on the mantelpiece. Then he emptied the pockets of his own clothes and threw all his wet things in a heap into the scullery, after which he gathered up her sodden clothes gently and put them in a separate heap on the copper top in the scullery. It was 6 o'clock on the clock. His own watch had stopped. He ought to go back to the surgery. He waited, and still she did not come down. So he went to the foot of the stairs and called, "I shall have to go." Almost immediately he heard her coming down. She had on her best dress of black voile, and her hair was tidy but still damp. She looked at him, and, in spite of herself, smiled. "I don't like you in those clothes," she said. "Do I look a sight?" he answered. They were shy of one another. "I'll make you some tea," she said. "No, I must go." "Must you?" And she looked at him with the wide, strained, doubtful eyes. And again, from the pain of his breast, he knew how he loved her. He went and bent to kiss her, gently, passionately, with his heart's painful kiss. "And my hair smells so horrible," she murmured in distraction, "and I'm so awful. I'm so awful. Oh, no, I'm too awful." And she broke into bitter, heartbroken sobbing. "You can't want to love me. I'm horrible." "Don't be silly. Don't be silly," he said, trying to comfort her, kissing her, holding her in his arms. "I want you. I want to marry you. We're going to be married. Quickly. Quickly. Tomorrow, if I can." But she only sobbed terribly and cried, "I feel awful. I feel awful. I feel I'm horrible to you." "No, I want you. I want you," was all he answered, blindly, with that terrible intonation which frightened her almost more than her horror lest he should not want her. End of The Horse Dealer's Daughter by D.H. Lawrence.
The Legend of the River by Maud H. Chapin. Read for Love Stories, Volume 1 by Anita Sloma Martinez. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Legend of the River. "Life is an action, not a thought," said the river as he glided on between the banks. "Life is motion, life is energy, and must find its outlet in the great sea. Without a tidal recurrence in which I feel the pulse of the ocean to my very source, should I be the great historic river that I am? Not great in size, perhaps. Indeed, it is my charm that I am both great and small. Here where I rest in the sun, hardly moving in my narrow bed, I can feel the warmth and fertility of the earth flow into my veins, and for a moment I am content to lie dreaming in a backwater. But come with me, and I will show you round the next bend, where the grove hides my widening pathway. How I race! I sweep past gaily decorated houseboats, past parks and meadows, past villages and ancient manors, whose history I have made. Age cannot weaken me, and only strong skulls can pull against my will. Mighty am I, the river god. My fords have determined the sites of famous towns, and my locks say to all who would pass by, Halt! Obey my laws if you would navigate my ways. Enter through the sliding gates where the waters roar and darkness falls across the sunshine. And thus the river, old and experienced, restless and vacillating, communed with himself. Power had made him intolerant, and none dared coerce him, least of all the swaying rushes who dwelt beside his banks and were dependent on his changing moods and currents. They had lost all power of resistance. Trodden upon for ages, they had become the world's symbol of weakness, and the winds and tides swayed them as they would. But they were beautiful, and birds nested in their frail palisades and sang to the river as he passed. What wonder that he was proud of his dominion, and that he felt his power? But who was truly happy? Alas, he knew that his depths were turbid, and that he was polluted by the ceaseless traffic of ships that came and went. The waters of the great seaports swept far inland to his source, and then turning restlessly, demanded the treasure of the river and levied on all his peaceful waters a toll to the sea. Life was too much for him, and buried in the depths below his smiling surface, he was very tired. So tired that at times he loved to stretch out his arms over the low green meadows and rest. There for a while he would know calm, but he could never stay. No act was enduring. His waters were like quicksilver, and morning found him always in a different place. His restless nature communicated itself to all whom he touched. Boats could not be trusted for a moment alone on his waters, and even the baby swans were so wild that at night their parents tied them to the rushes lest in the morning they too should be gone. Ah, sighed the river, if my spirit could find rest! But my waters must go on eternally, for old and powerful as I am, I can never change the tides that rule me. Would that I might somewhere find a land-locked harbor, there to lie so still that every cloud and every star might be reflected on my surface. Once upon a summer evening, two lovers came floating down the stream, sometimes sculling, sometimes letting the current carry their boat whither it would, as though their thoughts were not concerned with the surrounding scene. Love is an indifferent pilot, and they had abandoned the rudder to his guidance. Who knows what unheroic accident might have overtaken them had not the river seen them and loved them for their trustfulness? So many lovers came to him confiding in his guardianship and secrecy, that the old river had grown to believe that half the marriages in England were made by him. There must be something about me that suggests the thing, he reasoned. Maybe it is the sense of playing with danger that they feel, the charm of being carried on by unexpected tides, the excitement of threading the gloomy locks where I close them in and roar at them until they have decided. But in spite of his aloofness from human weakness, the river lapped gently against the sides of their boats and rejoiced when he reflected youth and beauty. On this summer evening of which I write, a face as lovely as he had ever seen looked down upon him, and a slim brown hand reached over the boat and touched him caressingly, holding him a moment in its shell-like palm. The river dimpled and broke in sparkling bubbles where the hand had been, and wondered what this curious madness love could be, and whether a river might come to feel it too. At such thoughts he glided so gently that the boat scarce moved upon the tide, where all the flowery sedges lay mirrored. Somewhere a nightingale was singing in the distant wood. It ceased, and in the silence the young girl spoke. Do you know that sometimes your life suggests to me this river? It is so diversified, so active, so rarely calm, as now, when the current scarcely moves, and we glide through a reflected universe. Even your love for me is restless and questioning. Why is it, dear? Would not life gain in beauty and in depth if we stopped more often to reflect as the river does tonight? The end of man is an action, not a thought, replied her lover softly, stopping the idle play of the oars that he might look more intently in her eyes, filled with the grey light of evening, while the river, with his lips to the boat's side, heard with amazement his very words repeated. Action, action, he murmured. I knew that I was right, and yet how strangely appealing her words are. Poets can always express our longings. It is wonderful, she went on musingly, to be in the vortex of life, to embark on great enterprises, to carry great responsibilities, as you do. My life has passed within sound of this stream. Dreams have been my realities. An artist but reflects and absorbs. No one has ever wanted me for vital things. Ah, but I do, exclaimed her lover. I want you for everything. And the listening river felt that here was an elemental power great as his own. I am glad, she said, but nevertheless I am not really essential to destiny, any more than the backwater running beneath its hazel bushes is essential to the Thames. If I could reach you, replied her lover, smiling, I would simply stifle this talk. Ah, but you cannot, she exclaimed playfully. It would be most undignified in a public man whose name and career are in the world's eye. Wait until I have you out of the boat, he threatened, and then more tenderly, as though still absorbed in her fancy. If I am like the river, what are you like? Look over the side of the boat, and let the Thames tell you. But who shall measure the power of beauty? It subjugates the world. I sense you in every fibre of my being, but only a poet could express all you make me feel. I will yield him the right of superior eloquence so long as he leaves me the vision I see now. If, as you say, I am like the river in my nature, too turbulent to be controlled, too absorbed in making life to see the profound, simple truths that lie hidden from my sight, you shall lead me to the purer sources of knowledge. For you are like the lake that lies so near your home, pointing to an old mansion that stood somewhat back from the river. The lake is deep and calm. Its waters are clear, for no impurity mingles with its source. Who could drink of this tidal river? It is polluted while the lake offers a pure draught. Who sees the stars reflected in this eddying stream? Yet in the lake the whole heaven lies revealed. Is it strange that I should love the lake for being like you, while I, daring and impassioned, seek to wed my lower destiny with yours? Give me the lake, dear love, that I might mingle with it forever. The keel of the boat grated gently on the sand, and under a willow tree the lovers landed. They took the path through the meadow to the old house where, from the trees, the rooks were calling in the gathering twilight. How lonely the river felt when they had gone! He lapped the sides of their empty boat, and he followed them through a narrow backwater until it ended in a marsh. He longed to see the lake they had spoken of, that serene, transparent water untroubled by man. The river was in love with the very idea, and he felt that to mingle his waters with its depths would be to know rapture. There at last his travelled, tide-worn spirit could rest. For almost a year the river dreamed of the lake, nor ever forgot the hazel backwater where he had followed the departing lovers, and where he knew the lake must lie. Spring came, and with it the flood tides. The river grew swollen and mighty. He overflowed the meadows far and wide, and at the landing of the willow tree he shot a long watery arm inland. Sweeping all before him, he drew nearer and nearer the ancient mansion. Each day his ardor grew until he was close upon the lake that like a lovely vision lay shadowed in its grove of cypress. Thirstily his lips touched the margin, kissed the still waters, and then, in a moment of supreme rapture, he poured himself into its bosom. End of The Legend of the River by Maud H. Chapin.
The Last Leaf by O. Henry, recorded for Love Stories Volume 1 by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last Leaf. In a little district west of Washington Square, the streets have run crazy and broken themselves into small strips called places. These places make strange angles and curves. One street crosses itself a time or two. An artist once discovered a valuable possibility in this street. Suppose a collector with a bill for paints, paper, and canvas should, in traversing this route, suddenly meet himself coming back, without a cent having been paid on account. So, to quaint old Greenwich Village, the art people soon came prowling, hunting for north windows and 18th century gables and Dutch attics and low rents. Then they imported some pewter mugs and a chafing dish or two from 6th Avenue and became a colony. At the top of a squatty, 3-story brick, Sue and Johnsy had their studio. Johnsy was familiar for Joanna. One was from Maine, the other from California. They had met at the table d'hôte of an 8th Street Delmonico's and found their tastes in art, chicory salad, and bishop's leaves so congenial that the joint studio resulted. This was in May. In November, a cold, unseen stranger, whom the doctors called pneumonia, stalked about the colony, touching one here and there with his icy fingers. Over on the east side, this ravager strode boldly, smiting his victims by scores, and his feet trod slowly through the maze of the narrow and moss-grown places. Mr. Pneumonia was not what you would call a chivalric old gentleman. A mite of a little old woman with blood thinned by California zephyrs was hardly fair game for the red-fisted, short-breathed old duffer. But Johnsy, he smoked, and she lay scarcely moving on her painted iron bedstead, looking through the small Dutch window panes at the blank side of the next brick house. One morning, the busy doctor invited Sue into the hallway with a shaggy gray eyebrow. "She has one chance in, let's say 10, he said, as he shook down the mercury in his clinical thermometer, "and that chance is for her to want to live. This way people have of lining up on the side of the undertaker makes the entire pharmacopoeia look silly. Your little lady has made up her mind that she's not going to get well. Has she anything on her mind?" She wanted to paint the Bay of Naples some day," said Sue. "Paint? Bosh! Has she anything on her mind worth thinking about twice? A man, for instance?" "A man," said Sue, with a Jew's harp twang in her voice, "is a man worth... But no, doctor, there is nothing of the kind." "Well, it is the weakness, then," said the doctor. "I will do all that science, so far as it may filter through my efforts, can accomplish. But whenever my patient begins to count the carriages in her funeral procession, I subtract 50% from the curative power of medicines. If you'll get her to ask one question about the new winter styles and cloak sleeves, I will promise you a 1 in 5 chance for her, instead of 1 in 10. After the doctor had gone, Sue went into the workroom and cried a Japanese napkin to a pulp. Then she swaggered into Johnsy's room with her drawing board, whistling a ragtime. Johnsy lay, scarcely making a ripple under the bedclothes, with her face toward the window. Sue stopped whistling, thinking she was asleep. She arranged her board and began a pen and ink drawing to illustrate a magazine story. Young artists must pave their way to art by drawing pictures for magazine stories that young authors write to pave their way to literature. As Sue was sketching a pair of elegant horse-show riding trousers and a monocle on the figure of the hero, an Idaho cowboy, she heard a low sound several times repeated. She went quickly to the bedside. Johnsy's eyes were wide open. She was looking out the window and counting backward. 12, she said, and a little later, 11, and then 10, and 9, and then 8 and 7, almost together. Sue looked solicitously out the window. What was there to count? There was only a bare, dreary yard to be seen, and the blank side of the brick house 20 feet away. An old ivy vine, gnarled and decayed at the roots, climbed halfway up the brick wall. The cold breath of autumn had stricken its leaves from the vine until its skeleton branches clung almost bare to the crumbling bricks. "What is it, dear?" asked Sue. 6, said Johnsy, in almost a whisper. "They're falling faster now. 3 days ago there were almost 100. It made my head ache to count them. But now it's easy. There goes another one. There are only 5 left now." "5 what, dear? Tell your Susie." "Leaves on the ivy vine. When the last one falls, I must go too. I've known that for 3 days. Didn't the doctor tell you?" "Oh, I never heard of such nonsense," complained Sue with magnificent scorn. "What have old ivy leaves to do with you getting well? And you used to love that vine so, you naughty girl. Don't be a goosey. Why, the doctor told me this morning that your chances for getting well real soon were— let's see exactly what he said. He said the chances were 10 to 1. Why, that's almost as good as a chance as we have in New York when we ride on the streetcars or walk past a new building. Try to take some broth now, and let Susie go back to her drawing so she can sell the editor man with it, and buy port wine for her sick child, and pork chops for her greedy self." "You needn't get any more wine," said Johnsy, keeping her eyes fixed out the window. "There goes another. No, I don't want any broth. That leaves just 4. I want to see the last one fall before it gets dark. Then I'll go too." "Johnsy, dear," said Sue, bending over her, "will you promise me to keep your eyes closed and not look out the window until I'm done working? I must hand those drawings in by tomorrow. I need the light, or I would draw the shade down." "Couldn't you draw in another room?" asked Johnsy coldly. "I'd rather be here by you," said Sue. "Besides, I don't want you to keep looking at those silly ivy leaves." "Tell me as soon as you're finished," said Johnsy, closing her eyes and lying white and still as a fallen statue, "because I want to see the last one fall. I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of thinking. I want to turn loose my hold on everything and go sailing down, just like one of those poor, tired leaves." "Try to sleep," said Sue. "I must call Behrman up to be my model for the old hermit miner. I'll not be gone a minute. Don't try to move till I get back." Old Behrman was a painter who lived on the ground floor beneath them. He was past 60 and had a Michelangelo's Moses beard curling down from the head of a satyr along the body of an imp. Behrman was a failure in art. 40 years he had wielded the brush without getting near enough to touch the hem of his mistress's robe. He had been always about to paint a masterpiece, but had never yet begun it. For several years he had painted nothing except now and then a daub in the line of commerce or advertising. He had earned a little by serving as a model to those young artists in the colony who could not pay the price of a professional. He drank gin to excess and talked of his coming masterpiece. For the rest, he was a fierce little old man who scoffed terribly at softness in anyone, and who regarded himself as a special mastiff in waiting to protect the two young artists in the studio above. Sue found Berriman smelling strongly of juniper berries in his dimly lighted den below. In one corner was a blank canvas on an easel that had been waiting there for 25 years to receive the first line of the masterpiece. She told him of Johnsy's fancy, and how she feared she would, indeed, light and fragile as a leaf herself, float away when her slight hold on the world grew weaker. Old Berriman, with his red eyes plainly streaming, shouted his contempt and derision for such idiotic imagings. "Was!" he cried. "Is there people in the world that are foolishness to die because leaves they drop off from a confounded vine? I have not heard of such a thing. No, I will not pose as a model for your fool hermit dunderhead. Why do you allow that silly business to come into plain of her? Ach, that poor little Miss Johnsy!" "She is very ill and weak," said Sue, "and the fever has left her mind morbid and full of strange fancies." "Very well, Mr. Berriman, if you do not care to pose for me, you needn't. But I think you are a horrid, old flibbertigibbet." "You are just like a woman," yelled Berriman. "Who said I will not pose? Go on, I commit you. For half an hour I have been trying to say that I am ready to pose. Gott, this is not any place in which one so good as Miss Johnsy shall lie sick. Some day I will paint a masterpiece, and we shall all go away. Gott, yes." While Johnsy was sleeping, when they went upstairs, Sue pulled the shade down to the window-sill and motioned Berriman into the other room. In there they peered out the window fearfully at the ivy vine. Then they looked at each other for a moment without speaking. A persistent cold rain was falling, mingled with snow. Berriman, in his old blue shirt, took his seat as the hermit miner on an upturned kettle for a rock. When Sue woke from an hour's sleep the next morning, she found Johnsy with dull, wide-open eyes staring at the drawn green shade. "Pull it up. I want to see," she ordered in a whisper. Wearily Sue obeyed. But lo! After the beating rain and fierce gusts of wind that had endured through the livelong night, there yet stood out against the brick wall one ivy leaf. It was the last leaf on the vine, still dark green near its stem, but with its serrated edges tinted with the yellow of dissolution and decay. It hung bravely from a branch some 20 feet above the ground. "It is the last one," said Johnsy. "I thought it would surely fall during the night. I heard the wind. It will fall today, and I shall die at the same time." "Dear, dear," said Sue, leaning her worn face to the pillow. "Think of me. If you won't think of yourself, what would I do?" But Johnsy did not answer. The lonesomest thing in all the world is a soul when it is making ready to go on its mysterious, far journey. The fancy seemed to possess her more strongly as one by one the ties that bound her to friendship and earth were loosed. The day wore away, and even through the twilight they could see the lone ivy leaf clinging to its stem against the wall. And then, with the coming of the night, the north wind was again loosed, while the rain still beat against the windows and pattered down from the low Dutch eaves. When it was light enough, Johnsy, the merciless, commanded that the shade be raised. The ivy leaf was still there. Johnsy lay for a long time looking at it. Then she called to Sue, who was stirring her chicken broth over the gas stove. "I've been a bad girl, Susie," said Johnsy. "Something has made that last leaf stay there to show me how wicked I was. It is a sin to want to die. You may bring me a little broth now, and some milk with a little pork in it, and no, bring me a hand mirror first, and then pack some pillows about me, and I will sit up and watch you cook." An hour later she said, "Susie, some day I hope to paint the Bay of Naples." The doctor came in the afternoon, and Sue had an excuse to go into the hallway as he left. "Even chances," said the doctor, taking Sue's thin, shaking hand in his. "With good nursing, you'll win. And now I must see another case I have downstairs. Behrman, his name is. Some kind of artist, I believe. Pneumonia, too. He is an old, weak man, and the attack is acute. There is no hope for him. But he goes to the hospital today to be made more comfortable." The next day the doctor said to Sue, "She's out of danger now. You've won. Nutrition and care now, that's all." And that afternoon Sue came to the bed where Johnsy lay, contentedly knitting a very blue and very useless woolen shoulder scarf, and put one arm around her, pillow and all. "I have something to tell you, White Mouse," she said. "Mr. Behrman died of pneumonia today in the hospital. He was ill only 2 days. The janitor found him on the morning of the first day in his room downstairs, helpless with pain. His shoes and clothing were wet through and icy cold. They couldn't imagine where he had been on such a dreadful night. And then they found a lantern, still lighted, and a ladder that had been dragged from its place, and some scattered brushes, and a palette with green and yellow colors mixed on it, and look out the window, dear, at the last ivy leaf on the wall. Didn't you wonder why it never fluttered or moved when the wind blew? Ah, darling, it's Behrman's masterpiece. He painted it there the night the last leaf fell." End of The Last Leaf by O. Henry.
First Love by Amelia Pardo Bazan. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 1 by Nemo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First Love. How old was I then? 11 or 12 years? More probably 13, for before then is too early to be seriously in love. But I won't venture to be certain, considering that in southern countries the heart matures early, if that organ is to blame for such perturbations. If I do not remember well when, I can at least say exactly how, my first love revealed itself. I was very fond, as soon as my aunt had gone to church to perform her evening devotions, of slipping into her bedroom and rummaging her chest of drawers, which she kept in admirable order. Those drawers were to me a museum. In them I always came across something rare or antique, which exhaled an archaic and mysterious scent, the aroma of the sandalwood fans which perfumed her white linen, pin-cushions of satin now faded, knitted mittens carefully wrapped in tissue paper, prints of saints, sewing materials, a reticule of blue velvet embroidered with bugles. An amber and silver rosary would appear from the corners. I used to ponder over them and return them to their place. But one day, I remember as well as if it were today, in the corner of the top drawer, and lying on some collars of old lace, I saw something gold glittering. I put in my hand, unwittingly crumbled the lace, and drew out a portrait, an ivory miniature, about 3 inches long, in a frame of gold. I was struck at first sight. A sunbeam streamed through the window and fell upon the alluring form, which seemed to wish to step out of its dark background and come towards me. It was the most lovely creature, such as I had never seen except in the dreams of my adolescence. The lady of the portrait must have been some 20-odd years. She was no simple maiden, no half-opened rosebud, but a woman in the full resplendency of her beauty. Her face was oval, but not too long, her lips full, half open and smiling. Her eyes cast a languishing side glance, and she had a dimple on her chin, as if formed by the tip of Cupid's playful finger. Her headdress was strange but elegant. A compact group of curls, plastered conewise one over the other, covered her temples, and a basket of braided hair rose on the top of her head. This old-fashioned headdress, which was trussed up from the nape of her neck, disclosed all the softness of her fresh young throat, on which the dimple of her chin was reduplicated more vaguely and delicately. As for the dress, I do not venture to consider whether our grandmothers were less modest than our wives are, or if the confessors of past times were more indulgent than those of the present. I am inclined to think the latter, for 70 years ago women prided themselves on being Christian-like and devout, and would not have disobeyed the director of their conscience in so grave and important a matter. What is undeniable is, that if in the present day any lady were to present herself in the garb of the lady of the portrait, there would be a scandal, for from her waist, which began at her armpits, upwards, she was only veiled by light folds of diaphanous gauze, which marked out, rather than covered, 2 mountains of snow, between which meandered a thread of pearls. With further lack of modesty, she stretched out 2 rounded arms worthy of Juno, ending in finely moulded hands. When I say hands, I am not exact, for strictly speaking, only one hand could be seen, and that held a richly embroidered handkerchief. Even today I am astonished at the startling effect which the contemplation of that miniature produced upon me, and how I remained in ecstasy, scarcely breathing, devouring the portrait with my eyes. I had already seen here and there prints representing beautiful women. It often happened that in the illustrated papers, in the mythological engravings of our dining room, or in a shop window, that a beautiful face or a harmonious and graceful figure attracted my precociously artistic gaze. But the miniature encountered in my aunt's drawer, apart from its great beauty, appeared to me as if animated by a subtle and vital breath. You could see it was not the caprice of a painter, but the image of a real and actual person of flesh and blood. The warm and rich tone of the tints made you surmise that the blood was tepid beneath that mother of pearl skin. The lips were slightly parted to disclose the enamelled teeth, and to complete the illusion there ran round the frame a border of natural hair, chestnut in color, wavy and silky, which had grown on the temples of the original. As I have said, it was more than a copy. It was the reflection of a living person, from whom I was only separated by a wall of glass. I seized it, breathed upon it, and it seemed to me that the warmth of the mysterious deity communicated itself to my lips and circulated through my veins. At this moment I heard footsteps in the corridor. It was my aunt returning from her prayers. I heard her asthmatic cough and the dragging of her gouty feet. I had only just time to put the miniature into the drawer, shut it, and approach the window, adopting an innocent and indifferent attitude. My aunt entered noisily, for the cold of the church had exasperated her catarrh, now chronic. Upon seeing me, her wrinkled eyes brightened, and giving me a friendly tap with her withered hand, she asked me if I had been turning over her drawers as usual. Then, with a chuckle, wait a bit," she added, I have something for you, something you will like." And she pulled out of her vast pocket a paper bag, and out of the bag 3 or 4 gum lozenges, sticking together in a cake, which gave me a feeling of nausea. My aunt's appearance did not invite one to open one's mouth and devour these sweets. The course of years, her loss of teeth, her eyes dimmed to an unusual degree, the sprouting of a mustache or bristles on her sunken-in mouth, which was 3 inches wide, dull gray locks fluttering above her sallow temples, a neck flaccid and livid as the crest of the turkey when in a good temper. In short, I did not take the lozenges. Ugh! A feeling of indignation, a manly protest rose in me, and I said forcibly, "I do not want it. I don't want it." "You don't want it? What a wonder! You who are greedier than a cat?" "I am not a little boy," I exclaimed, drawing myself up and standing on tiptoes. "I don't care for sweets." My aunt looked at me half good-humoredly and half ironically, and at last, giving way to the feeling of amusement I caused her, burst out laughing, by which she disfigured herself and exposed the horrible anatomy of her jaws. She laughed so heartily that her chin and nose met, hiding her lips and emphasizing 2 wrinkles, or rather 2 deep furrows, and more than a dozen lines on her cheeks and eyelids. At the same time her head and body shook with laughter, until at last her cough began to interrupt the burst, and between laughing and coughing the old lady involuntarily spluttered all over my face. Humiliated and full of disgust, I escaped rapidly thence to my mother's room, where I washed myself with soap and water, and began to muse on the lady of the portrait. And from that day and hour I could not keep my thoughts from her. As soon as my aunt went out, to slip into her room, open the drawer, bring out the miniature, and lose myself in contemplation was the work of a minute. By dint of looking at it, I fancied that her languishing eyes, through the voluptuous veiling of her eyelashes, were fixed in mine, and that her white bosom heaved. I became ashamed to kiss her, imagining she would be annoyed at my audacity, and only pressed her to my heart, or held her against my cheek. All my actions and thoughts referred to the lady. I behaved towards her with the most extraordinary refinement and superdelicacy. Before entering my aunt's room and opening the longed-for drawer, I washed, combed my hair, and tidied myself, as I have seen since is usually done before repairing to a love appointment. I often happened to meet in the street other boys of my age, very proud of their slip of a sweetheart, who would exultingly show me love letters, photographs, and flowers, and who asked me if I hadn't a sweetheart with whom to correspond. A feeling of inexplicable bashfulness tied my tongue, and I only replied with an enigmatic and haughty smile. And when they questioned me as to what I thought of the beauty of their little maidens, I would shrug my shoulders and disdainfully call them ugly mugs. One Sunday I went to play in the house of some little girl cousins, really very pretty, the eldest of whom was not yet 15. We were amusing ourselves looking into a stereoscope, when suddenly one of the little girls, the youngest, who counted 12 summers at most, secretly seized my hand, and in some confusion and blushing as red as a brazier, whispered in my ear, "Take this." At the same time I felt in the palm of my hand something soft and fresh, and saw that it was a rosebud with its green foliage. The little girl ran away smiling, and casting a side glance at me, but I, with a puritanism worthy of Joseph, cried out in my turn, "Take this!" and I threw the rosebud at her nose, a rebuff which made her tearful and pettish with me the whole afternoon, and for which she has not pardoned me even now, though she is married and has 3 children. The 2 or 3 hours which my aunt spent morning and evening together at church being too short for my admiration of the entrancing portrait, I resolved at last to keep the miniature in my pocket, and went about all day hiding myself from people just as if I had committed some crime. I fancied that the portrait, from the depth of its prison of cloth, could see all my actions, and I arrived at such a ridiculous extremity that if I wanted to scratch myself, pull up my sock, or do anything else not in keeping with the idealism of my chaste love, I first drew out the miniature, put it in a safe place, and then considered myself free to do whatever I wanted. In fact, since I had accomplished the theft, there was no limit to my vagaries. At night I hid it under the pillow, and slept in an attitude of defence. The portrait remained near the wall, I outside, and I woke 1,000 times, fearing somebody would come to bereave me of my treasure. At last I drew it from beneath the pillow, and slipped it between my nightshirt and left breast, on which the following day could be seen the imprint of the chasing of the frame. The contact of the dear miniature gave me delicious dreams. The lady of the portrait, not in effigy, but in her natural size and proportions, alive, graceful, affable, beautiful, would come towards me to conduct me to her palace by a rapid and flying train. With sweet authority she would make me sit on a stool at her feet, and would pass her beautifully moulded hand over my head, caressing my brow, my eyes, and loose curls. I read to her out of a big missal, or played the lute, and she deigned to smile, thanking me for the pleasure which my reading and songs gave her. At last romantic reminiscences overflowed in my brain, and sometimes I was a page, and sometimes a troubadour. With all these fanciful ideas, the fact is that I began to grow thin quite perceptibly, which was observed with great disquietude in my parents and my aunt. In this dangerous and critical age of development everything is alarming, said my father, who was used to read books of medicine, and anxiously studied my dark eyelids, my dull eyes, my contracted and pale lips, and above all, the complete lack of appetite which had taken possession of me. "Play, boy! Eat, boy!" he would say to me, and I replied to him dejectedly, "I don't feel inclined." They began to talk of distractions, offered to take me to the theatre, stopped my studies, and gave me foaming new milk to drink. Afterwards they poured cold water over my head and back to fortify my nerves, and I noticed that my father at table or in the morning when I went to his bedroom to bid him good morning would gaze at me fixedly for some little time, and would sometimes pass his hand down my spine, feeling the vertebrae. I hypocritically lowered my eyes, resolved to die rather than confess my crime. As soon as I was free from the affectionate solicitude of my family, I found myself alone with my lady of the portrait. At last, to get nearer to her, I thought I would do away with the cold crystal. I trembled upon putting this into execution, but at last my love prevailed over the vague fear with which such a profanation filled me, and with skilful cunning I succeeded in pulling away the glass and exposing the ivory plate. As I pressed my lips to the painting, I could scent the slight fragrance of the border of hair. I imagined to myself even more realistically that it was a living person whom I was grasping with my trembling hands. A feeling of faintness overpowered me, and I fell unconscious on the sofa, tightly holding the miniature. When I came to my senses, I saw my father, my mother, and my aunt, all bending anxiously over me. I read their terror and alarm in their faces. My father was feeling my pulse, shaking his head and murmuring, "His pulse is nothing but a flutter. You can scarcely feel it." My aunt, with her claw-like fingers, was trying to take the portrait from me, and I was mechanically hiding it and grasping it more firmly. "But, my dear boy, let go, you are spoiling it," she exclaimed. "Don't you see you are smudging it? I'm not scolding you, my dear. I will show it to you as often as you like, but don't destroy it. Let go, you are injuring it." "Let him have it," begged my mother. "The boy is not well." "Of all things to ask," replied the old maid. "Let him have it. And who will paint another like this, or make me as I was then? Today nobody paints miniatures. It is a thing of the past, and I also am a thing of the past, and I am not what is represented there." My eyes dilated with horror. My fingers released their hold on the picture. I don't know how I was able to articulate. "You? The portrait is you? Don't you think I am as pretty now, boy? Bah! One is better looking at 23 than at I don't know what, for I have forgotten how old I am." My head drooped, and I almost fainted again. Anyway, my father lifted me in his arms onto the bed, and made me swallow some tablespoons of port. I recovered very quickly, and never wished to enter my aunt's room again. End of First Love by Amelia Pardo Bazan.
The Song of the Blackbird by Lord Dunsany, read for Love Stories Volume 1 by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in August 2019. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Song of the Blackbird. As the poet passed the thorn tree, the blackbird sang. "However do you do it?" the poet said, for he knew bird language. "It was like this," said the blackbird. "It really was the most extraordinary thing. I made that song last spring. It came to me all of a sudden. There was the most beautiful she-blackbird that the world has ever seen. Her eyes were blacker than lakes are at night. Her feathers were blacker than the night itself, and nothing was as yellow as her beak. She could fly much faster than the lightning. She was not an ordinary she-blackbird. There has never been any other like her at all. I did not dare go near her because she was so wonderful. One day last spring, when it got warm again, it had been cold. We ate berries. Things were quite different then. But spring came, and it got warm. One day I was thinking how wonderful she was, and it seemed so extraordinary to think that I should ever have seen her, the only really wonderful she-blackbird in the world, that I opened my beak to give a shout, and then this song came, and there had never been anything like it before, and luckily I remembered it, the very song that I sang just now. But what is so extraordinary, the most amazing occurrence of that marvelous day, was that no sooner had I sung the song than that very bird, the most wonderful she-blackbird in the world, flew right up to me and sat quite close to me on the same tree. I never remember such wonderful times as those. Yes, the song came in a moment, and as I was saying, shh, and an old wanderer walking with a stick came by, and the blackbird flew away. And the poet told the old man the blackbird's wonderful story. "That song new?" said the wanderer. "Not a bit of it. God made it years ago. All the blackbirds used to sing it when I was young. It was new then." End of the Song of the Blackbird by Lord Dunsany.
Angela, an inverted love story by William Schwink Gilbert. Read for Love Stories Volume 1 by Chad Horner from Liverpool. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Angela, an inverted love story by William Schwink Gilbert. The Century Magazine, September 1890. I am a poor paralyzed fellow, who, for many years past, has been confined to a bed or a sofa. For the last 6 years I have occupied a small room giving on to one of the side canals of Venice, and having no one about me but a deaf old woman, who makes my bed and attends to my food, and there I eke out a poor income of about £30 a year by making water-colour drawings of flowers and fruit. They are the cheapest models in Venice, and these I send to a friend in London, who sells them to a dealer for small sums. But on the whole I am happy and content. It is necessary that I should describe the position of my room rather minutely. Its only window is about 5 feet above the water of the canal, and above it the house projects some 6 feet, and overhangs the water, the projecting portion being supported by stout piles driven into the bed of the canal. This arrangement has the disadvantage, among others, of so limiting my upward view that I am unable to see more than about 10 feet of the height of the house immediately opposite to me, although by reaching as far out of the window as my infirmity will permit, I can see for a considerable distance up and down the canal, which does not exceed 15 feet in width. But, although I can see but little of the material house opposite, I can see its reflection upside down in the canal, and I take a good deal of inverted interest in such of its inhabitants as show themselves from time to time, always upside down, on its balconies and at its windows. When I first occupied my room, about 6 years ago, my attention was directed to the reflection of a little girl of 13 or so, as nearly as I could judge, who passed every day on a balcony, just above the upward range of my limited field of view. She had a glass of flowers and a crucifix on a little table by her side, and as she sat there, in fine weather, from early morning until dark, working assiduously all the time, I concluded that she earned her living by needlework. She was certainly an industrious little girl, and, as far as I could judge by her upside-down reflection, neat in her dress and pretty. She had an old mother, an invalid, who on warm days would sit on the balcony with her, and it interested me to see the little maid wrap the old lady in shawls, and bring pillows for her chair and a stool for her feet, and every now and again lay down her work and kiss and fondle the old lady for half a minute, and then take up her work again. Time went by, and as the little maid grew up her reflection grew down, and at last she was quite a little woman of, I suppose, 16 or 17. I could only work for a couple of hours or so in the brightest part of the day, so I had plenty of time on my hands in which to watch her movements, and sufficient imagination to weave a little romance about her, and to endow her with a beauty which, to a great extent, I had to take for granted. I saw, or fancied that I could see, that she began to make an interest in my reflection, which of course she could see as I could see hers. And one day, when it appeared to me that she was looking right at it, that is to say, when her reflection appeared to be looking right at me, I tried the desperate experiment of nodding to her, and to my intense delight her reflection nodded in reply, and so our two reflections became known to one another. It did not take me very long to fall in love with her, but a long time passed before I could make up my mind to do more than nod to her every morning, when the old woman moved me from my bed to the sofa at the window, and again in the evening, when the little maid left the balcony for that day. One day, however, when I saw her reflection looking at mine, I nodded to her and threw a flower into the canal. She nodded several times in return, and I saw her direct her mother's attention to the incident. Then every morning I threw a flower into the water for good morning, and another in the evening for good night, and I soon discovered that I had not altogether thrown them in vain, for one day she threw a flower to join mine, and she laughed and clapped her hands when she saw the two flowers join forces and float away together. And then every morning and every evening she threw her flower when I threw mine, and when the two flowers met she clapped her hands, and so did I. But when they were separated, as they sometimes were, owing to one of them having met an obstruction which did not catch the other, she threw up her hands in a pretty affectation of despair, which I tried to imitate, but in an English and unsuccessful fashion. And when they were rudely run down by a passing gondola, which happened not unfrequently, she pretended to cry, and I did the same. Then, in pretty pantomime, she would point downwards to the sky to tell me that it was destiny that had caused the shipwreck of our flowers, and I, in pantomime not nearly so pretty, would try to convey to her that destiny would be kinder next time, and that perhaps tomorrow our flowers would be more fortunate. And so the innocent courtship went on. One day she showed me her crucifix and kissed it, and thereupon I took a little silver crucifix that always stood by me and kissed that, and so she knew that we were one in religion. One day the little maid did not appear on her balcony, and for several days I saw nothing of her, and although I threw my flowers as usual, no flower came to keep it company. However, after a time she reappeared, dressed in black, and crying often, and then I knew that the poor child's mother was dead, and, as far as I knew, she was alone in the world. The flowers came no more for many days, nor did she show any sign of recognition, but kept her eyes on her work, except when she placed her handkerchief to them, and opposite to her was the old lady's chair, and I could see that from time to time she would lay down her work and gaze at it, and then a flood of tears would come to her relief. But at last one day she roused herself to nod to me, and then her flower came, day by day, and my flower went forth to join it, and with varying fortunes the two flowers sailed away as of yore. But the darkest day of all to me was when a good-looking young gondolier, standing right end uppermost in his gondola, for I could see him in the flesh, worked his craft alongside the house, and stood talking to her as she sat on the balcony. They seemed to speak as old friends, indeed, as well as I could make out. He held her by the hand during the whole of their interview, which lasted quite half an hour. Eventually he pushed off, and left my heart heavy within me. But I soon took heart of grace, for as soon as he was out of sight, the little maid threw two flowers growing on the same stem, an allegory of which I could make nothing, until it broke upon me that she meant to convey to me that he and she were brother and sister, and that I had no cause to be sad. Thereupon I nodded to her cheerily, and she nodded to me, and laughed aloud, and I laughed in return, and all went on again as before. Then came a dark and dreary time, for it became necessary that I should undergo treatment that confined me absolutely to my bed for many days, and I worried and fretted to think that the little maid and I should see each other no longer, and worse still, that she would think that I had gone away without even hinting to her that I was going, and I lay awake at night wondering how I could let her know the truth. The 50 plans flitted through my brain, all appearing to be feasible enough at night, but absolutely wild and impracticable in the morning. One day, and it was a bright day, indeed for me, the old woman who tended me told me that a gondolier had inquired whether the English signor had gone away or had died, and so I learnt that the little maid had been anxious about me, and that she had sent her brother to inquire, and the brother had no doubt taken to her the reason of my protracted absence from the window. From that day, and ever after during my 3 weeks of bed-keeping, a flower was found every morning on the ledge of my window, which was within easy reach of any one in a boat. And when at last the day came when I could be moved, I took my accustomed place on my sofa at the window, and the little maid saw me, and stood on her head, so to speak, and clapped her hands upside down with a delight that was as eloquent as my right end up delight could be. And so the first time the gondolier passed my window, I beckoned to him, and he pushed alongside, and told me with many bright smiles that he was glad indeed to see me well again. And I thanked him and his sister for their many kind thoughts about me during my retreat, and I then learnt from him that her name was Angela, and that she was the best and purest maiden in all Venice, and that anyone might think himself happy indeed who could call her sister, but that he was happier even than her brother, for he was to be married to her, and indeed they were to be married the next day. Thereupon my heart seemed to swell to bursting, and the blood rushed through my veins, so that I could hear it, and nothing else for a while. I managed at last to stammer forth some words of awkward congratulation, and he left me, singing merrily, after asking permission to bring his bride to see me at the morrow as they returned from church. "For," said he, "my Angela has known you very long, ever since she was a child, and she has often spoken to me of the poor Englishman who was a good Catholic, and who lay all day long for years and years on a sofa at a window. And she had said over and over again how dearly she wished she could speak to him and comfort him. And one day, when you threw a flower into the canal, she asked me whether she might throw another, and I told her yes, for he would understand that it meant sympathy for one sorely afflicted. And so I learned that it was pity, and not love, except indeed such love as is akin to pity, that prompted her to interest herself in my welfare. And there was an end of it all, for the two flowers that I thought were on one stem were two flowers tied together, but I could not tell that, and they were meant to indicate that she and the gondolier were affianced lovers, and my expressed pleasure at this symbol delighted her, for she took it to mean that I rejoiced in her happiness. And the next day the gondolier came with a train of other gondoliers, all decked in their holiday garb, and on his gondola sat Angela, happy and blushing at her happiness. Then he and she entered the house in which I dwelt, and came into my room, and it was strange indeed, after so many years of inversion, to see her with her head above her feet. And then she wished me happiness and a speedy restoration to good health, which could never be. And I, in broken words and with tears in my eyes, gave her the little silver crucifix that had stood by my bed or my table for so many years. And Angela took it fervently, and crossed herself and kissed it, and so departed with her delighted husband. And as I heard the song of the gondoliers as they went their way, the song dying away in the distance as the shadows of the sundown closed around me, I felt that they were singing the requiem of the only love that had ever entered my heart. End of Angela, an inverted love story by William Swink Gilbert.
The Woman and the Cat by Marcel Prévost. Recorded for Love Stories Volume 1 by Nemo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Woman and the Cat. Yes, said our old friend Tribodeau, a man of culture and a philosopher, which is a combination rarely found among army surgeons. Yes, the supernatural is everywhere. It surrounds us and hems us in and permeates us. If science pursues it, it takes flight and cannot be grasped. Our intellect resembles those ancestors of ours who cleared a few acres of forest. Whenever they approached the limits of their clearing, they heard low growls and saw gleaming eyes everywhere circling them about. I myself have had the sensation of having approached the limits of the unknown several times in my life, and on one occasion in particular. A young lady present interrupted him. "Doctor, you are evidently dying to tell us a story. Come now, begin." The doctor bowed. "No, I am not in the least anxious, I assure you. I tell this story as seldom as possible, for it disturbs those who hear it, and it disturbs me also. However, if you wish, here it is. In 1863 I was a young physician stationed at Orleans, and that patrician city full of aristocratic old residences. It is difficult to find bachelor apartments, and as I like both plenty of air and plenty of room, I took up my lodging on the first floor of a large building situated just outside the city near Saint-Ouvert. It had been originally constructed to serve as the warehouse and also as the dwelling of a manufacturer of rugs. In course of time the manufacture had failed, and this big barrack that he had built, falling out of repair through lack of tenants, had been sold for a song with all its furnishings. The purchaser hoped to make a future profit out of his purchase, for the city was growing in that direction, and, as a matter of fact, I believe that at the present time the house is included within the city limits. When I took up my quarters there, however, the mansion stood alone on the verge of the open country, at the end of a straggling street, in which a few stray houses produced at dusk the impression of a jaw from which most of the teeth have fallen out. I leased one half of the first floor, an apartment of 4 rooms. For my bedroom and my study I took the 2 that had fronted on the street. In the 3rd room I set up some shelves for my wardrobe, and the other room I left empty. This made a very comfortable lodging for me, and I had, for a sort of promenade, a broad balcony that ran along the entire front of the building, or rather one half of the balcony, since it was divided into two parts. Please note this carefully, by a fan of ironwork, over which, however, one could easily climb. I had been living there for about 2 months when, one night in July, on returning to my rooms, I saw with a good deal of surprise a light shining through the windows of the other apartment on the same floor, which I had supposed to be uninhabited. The effect of this light was extraordinary. It lit up with a pale yet perfectly distinct reflection parts of the balcony, the street below, and a bit of the neighboring fields. I thought to myself, "Aha! I have a neighbor." The idea indeed was not altogether agreeable, for I had been rather proud of my exclusive proprietorship. On reaching my bedroom, I passed noiselessly out upon the balcony, but already the light had been extinguished. So I went back into my room, and sat down to read for an hour or two. From time to time I seemed to hear about me, as though within the walls, light footsteps, but after finishing my book I went to bed, and speedily fell asleep. About midnight I suddenly awoke with a curious feeling that something was standing beside me. I raised myself in bed, lit a candle, and this is what I saw. In the middle of the room stood an immense cat, gazing upon me with phosphorescent eyes, and with its back slightly arched. It was a magnificent Angora, with long fur and a fluffy tail, and of remarkable color, exactly like that of the yellow silk that one sees in cocoons, so that, as the light gleamed upon its coat, the animal seemed to be made of gold. It slowly moved toward me on its velvety paws, softly rubbing its sinuous body against my legs. I leaned over to stroke it, and it permitted my caress, purring, and finally leaping upon my knees. I noticed then that it was a female cat, quite young, and that she seemed disposed to permit me to pet her as long as ever I would. Finally, however, I put her down upon the floor, and tried to induce her to leave the room, but she leaped away from me, and hid herself somewhere among the furniture, though as soon as I had blown out my candle, she jumped upon my bed. Being sleepy, however, I didn't molest her, but dropped off into a doze, and the next morning when I awoke in broad daylight, I could find no sign of the animal at all. Truly, the human brain is a very delicate instrument, and one that is easily thrown out of gear. Before I proceed, just sum up for yourselves the facts that I have mentioned. A light seen and presently extinguished in an apartment supposed to be uninhabited, and a cat of remarkable color, which appeared and disappeared in a way that was slightly mysterious. Now, there isn't anything very strange about that, is there? Very well. Imagine now that these unimportant facts are repeated day after day and under the same conditions throughout a whole week, and then, believe me, they become of importance enough to impress the mind of a man who is living all alone, and to produce in him a slight disquietude, such as I spoke of in commencing my story, and such as is always caused when one approaches the sphere of the unknown. The human mind is so formed that it always unconsciously applies the principle of the causa sufficiens. For every series of facts that are identical, it demands a cause, a law, and a vague dismay seizes upon it when it is unable to guess this cause and to trace out this law. I am no coward, but I have often studied the manifestation of fear in others from its most puerile form in children up to its most tragic phase in madmen. I know that it is fed and nourished by uncertainties, although when one actually sets himself to investigate the cause, this fear is often transformed into simple curiosity. I made up my mind, therefore, to ferret out the truth. I questioned my caretaker, and found that he knew nothing about my neighbors. Every morning an old woman came to look after the neighboring apartment. My caretaker had tried to question her, but either she was completely deaf, or else she was unwilling to give him any information, for she had refused to answer a single word. Nevertheless, I was able to explain satisfactorily the first thing that I had noted, that is to say, the sudden extinction of the light at the moment when I entered the house. I had observed that the windows next to mine were covered only by long lace curtains, and, as the two balconies were connected, my neighbor, whether man or woman, had no doubt a wish to prevent any indiscreet inquisitiveness on my part, and therefore had always put out the light on hearing me come in. To verify this supposition, I tried a very simple experiment, which succeeded perfectly. I had a cold supper brought in one day about noon by my servant, and that evening I did not go out. When darkness came on, I took my station near the window. Presently I saw the balcony shining with the light that streamed through the windows of the neighboring apartment. At once I slipped quietly out upon my balcony, and stepped softly over the ironwork that separated the two parts. Although I knew that I was exposing myself to a positive danger, either of falling and breaking my neck, or of finding myself face to face with a man, I experienced no perturbation. Reaching the lighted window, without having made the slightest noise, I found it partly open. Its curtains, which for me were quite transparent, since I was on the dark side of the window, made me wholly invisible to any one who should look toward the window from the interior of the room. I saw a vast chamber furnished quite elegantly, though it was obviously out of repair, and lighted by a lamp suspended from the ceiling. At the end of the room was a low sofa, upon which was reclining a woman who seemed to me to be both young and pretty. Her loosened hair fell over her shoulders in a rain of gold. She was looking at herself in a hand mirror, patting herself, passing her arms over her lips, and twisting about her supple body with a curiously feline grace. Every movement that she made caused her long hair to ripple in glistening undulations. As I gazed upon her, I confess that I felt a little troubled, especially when all of a sudden the young girl's eyes were fixed upon me, strange eyes, eyes of a phosphorescent green that gleamed like the flame of a lamp. I was sure that I was invisible, being on the dark side of a curtained window. That was simple enough, yet, nevertheless, I felt that I was seen. The girl, in fact, uttered a cry, and then turned and buried her face in the sofa pillows. I raised the window, rushed into the room toward the sofa, and leaned over the face that she was hiding. As I did so, being really very remorseful, I began to excuse and to accuse myself, calling myself all sorts of names and begging pardon for my indiscretion. I said that I deserved to be driven from her presence, but begged not to be sent away without at least a word of pardon. For a long time I pleaded thus without success, but at last she slowly turned, and I saw that her fair young face was stirred with just the faintest suggestion of a smile. When she caught a glimpse of me, she murmured something of which I did not then quite get the meaning. "It is you!" she cried out. "It is you!" As she said this, and I looked at her, not knowing yet exactly what to answer, I was harassed by the thought, where on earth have I already seen this face, this look, this very gesture? Little by little, however, I found my tongue, and after saying a few more words in apology for my unpardonable curiosity, and getting brief but not offended answers, I took leave of her, and, retiring through the window by which I had come, went back to my own room. Arriving there, I sat a long time by the window in the darkness, charmed by the face that I had seen, and yet singularly disquieted. This woman so beautiful, so amiable, living so near to me, who said to me, "It is you," exactly as though she had already known me, who spoke so little, who answered all my questions with evasion, excited in me a feeling of fear. She had indeed told me her name, Linda, and that was all. I tried in vain to drive away the remembrance of her greenish eyes, which in the darkness seemed still to gleam upon me, and of those glints which, like electric sparks, shone in her long hair whenever she stroked it with her hand. Finally, however, I retired for the night, but scarcely was my head upon the pillow when I felt some moving body descend upon my feet. The cat, had appeared again. I tried to chase her away, but she kept returning again and again, until I ended by resigning myself to her presence, and, just as before, I went to sleep with this strange companion near me. Yet my rest this time was a troubled one, and broken by strange and fitful dreams. Have you ever experienced the sort of mental obsession which gradually causes the brain to be mastered by some single absurd idea, an idea almost insane, and one which your reason and your will alike repel, but which nevertheless gradually blends itself with your thought, fastens itself upon your mind, and grows and grows? I suffered cruelly in this way on the days that followed my strange adventure. Nothing new occurred, but in the evening, going out upon the balcony, I found Linda standing upon her side of the iron fan. We chatted together for a while in the half-darkness, and, as before, I returned to my room to find that in a few moments the golden cat appeared, leaped upon my bed, made a nest for herself there, and remained until the morning. I knew now to whom the cat belonged, for Linda had answered that very same evening on my speaking of it, "Oh yes, my cat. Doesn't she look exactly as though she were made of gold?" As I said, nothing new had occurred, yet nevertheless a vague sort of terror began little by little to master me and to develop itself in my mind, at first merely as a bit of foolish fancy, and then as a haunting belief that dominated my entire thought, so that I perpetually seemed to see a thing which it was in reality quite impossible to see. "Why, it's easy enough to guess," interrupted the young lady who had spoken at the beginning of the story. "Linda and the cat were the same thing." Tribordeaux smiled. "I should not have been quite so positive as that," he said, "even then, but I cannot deny that this ridiculous fancy haunted me for many hours when I was endeavoring to snatch a little sleep amid the insomnia that a too active brain produced. Yes, there were moments when these two beings with greenish eyes, sinuous movements, golden hair, and mysterious ways seemed to me to be blended into one, and to be merely the double manifestation of a single entity. As I said, I saw Linda again and again, but in spite of all my efforts to come upon her unexpectedly, I never was able to see them both at the same time. I tried to reason with myself, to convince myself that there was nothing really inexplicable in all this, and I ridiculed myself for being afraid both of a woman and of a harmless cat. In truth, at the end of all my reasoning, I found that I was not so much afraid of the animal alone, or of the woman alone, but rather of a sort of quality which existed in my fancy, and inspired me with a fear of something that was incorporeal, fear of a manifestation of my own spirit, fear of a vague thought, which is, indeed, the very worst of fears. I began to be mentally disturbed. After long evenings spent in confidential and very unconventional chats with Linda, in which little by little my feelings took on the color of love, I passed long days of secret torment, such as incipient maniacs must experience. Gradually, a resolve began to grow up in my mind, a desire that became more and more importunate in demanding a solution of this unceasing and tormenting doubt. And the more I cared for Linda, the more it seemed absolutely necessary to push this resolve to its fulfillment. I decided to kill the cat. One evening before meeting Linda on the balcony, I took out of my medical cabinet a jar of glycerin and a small bottle of hydrocyanic acid, together with one of those little pencils of glass which chemists use in mixing certain corrosive substances. That evening, for the first time, Linda allowed me to caress her. I held her in my arms, and passed my hand over her long hair, which snapped and crackled under my touch in a succession of tiny sparks. As soon as I regained my room, the golden cat, as usual, appeared before me. I called her to me. She rubbed herself against me, with arched back and extended tail, purring the while with the greatest amiability. I took the glass pencil in my hand, moistened the point in the glycerin, and held it out to the animal, which licked it with her long red tongue. I did this 3 or 4 times, but the next time I dipped the pencil in the acid. The cat unhesitatingly touched it with her tongue. In an instant she became rigid, and a moment after, a frightful tetanic convulsion caused her to leap thrice into the air, and then to fall upon the floor with a dreadful cry, a cry that was truly human. She was dead. With the perspiration starting from my forehead, and with trembling hands, I threw myself upon the floor beside the body that was not yet cold. The starting eyes had a look that froze me with horror. The blackened tongue was thrust out between the teeth. The limbs exhibited the most remarkable contortions. I mustered all my courage with a violent effort of will, took the animal by the paws, and left the house. Hurrying down the silent street, I proceeded to the quays along the banks of the Loire, and, on reaching them, threw my burden into the river. Until daylight I roamed around the city, just where I know not, and not until the sky began to grow pale and then to be flushed with light did I at last have the courage to return home. As I laid my hand upon the door I shivered. I had a dread of finding there, still living, as in the celebrated tale of Poe, the animal that I had so lately put to death. But no, my room was empty. I fell half fainting upon my bed, and for the first time I slept, with a perfect sense of being all alone, a sleep like that of a beast or of an assassin, until evening came. Some one here interrupted, breaking in upon the profound silence in which we had been listening. I can guess the end. Linda disappeared at the same time as the cat. You see perfectly well, replied Troubadour, that there exists between the facts of this story a curious coincidence, since you are able to guess so exactly their relation. Yes, Linda disappeared. They found in her apartment her dresses, her linen, all even to the nightrobe that she was to have worn that night, but there was nothing that could give the slightest clue to her identity. The owner of the house had let the apartment to Mademoiselle Linda, concert singer. He knew nothing more. I was summoned before the police magistrate. I had been seen on the night of her disappearance roaming about with a distracted air in the vicinity of the river. Luckily the judge knew me. Luckily also he was a man of no ordinary intelligence. I related to him privately the entire story, just as I have been telling it to you. He dismissed the inquiry. Yet I may say that very few have ever had so narrow an escape as mine from a criminal trial. For several moments the silence of the company was unbroken. Finally a gentleman, wishing to relieve the tension, cried out, "Come now, doctor, confess that this is really all fiction, that you merely want to prevent these ladies from getting any sleep tonight." Troubadour bowed stiffly, his face unsmiling and a little pale. "You may take it as you will," he said. End of The Woman and the Cat by Marcel Prévost.
Love in a Fog by Hester Coldwell Oakley. Read for Love Stories, Volume 1 by Kevin S. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Love in a Fog. From time to time, other figures emerged with an uncanny suddenness from the darkness, and passed with as unnatural swiftness into it again, like the unreal phantoms of a lantern slide. We are no other than a moving row of magic shadow shapes that come and go, quoted Brewster with the pleasure that accompanies an aptly remembered phrase, a pleasure that with him never palled, as it so often does, for want of an appreciative listener other than oneself. And then, having caught up that string of oriental pearls in the middle, he fell to long for the succeeding beads, until the beautiful fatalism, more impressive in that loneliness than ever before, seemed to lessen his habitual self-reliance. Until now the thought of being lost never entered his head, although he had been walking in that confusing and absolute gloom for over a quarter of an hour. He stood quite still and tried to think out the compass, grasping in rueful and credulous amusement as wave after wave of bewildered uncertainty swept over him. It was just at this moment, as he so stood, trying to realize that he, Ralph Brewster, hunter and ardent woodsman, was more hopelessly turned about in the most familiar part of London than he had ever been in the depth of the forest primeval, that a distinct, quick call smote him from somewhere beyond in the muffling fog. It came again. "Help me! Come to me, someone!" A woman's voice, unmistakably, too, the voice of a refined woman, and holding in it to Brewster's ear, an ear curiously sensitive where voices were concerned, a strange mingling of fright and command. "Yes," he called in reply, trying to brush away the choking cloud with impatient hands. "Hold on, I'm coming. Speak again so that I can place you." In answer, the haunting voice sounded once more, this time seemingly ahead and a little to the right. "Here I am. Come at once, please." The imperative note was even more distinguishable, and Brewster steered toward the sound with outstretched, groping arms. In a minute he called again, "Where are you now?" And this time the response came more faintly from the left. "Here. Can you not find me?" Its command more insistent than ever. "For heaven's sake," Brewster shouted, "keep still if you don't want me to lose you altogether. Don't move a single step, and call to me steadily." His voice now held an imperative ring, and the woman evidently recognized its masterfulness, for she did as he commanded, and again Ralph plunged forward toward the intangible sweetness of the calling voice. A London fog is almost as deceptive to ears as to eyes, and thus it happened that before the object of his search seemed to the man's hearing close at hand, his groping hands touched something which loomed up with such suddenness out of the obscurity that a rather sharp collision was inevitable. Brewster drew back apologetically, and the girl, for it was only a girl, uttered an exclamation of indignant surprise, followed by a little ripple of inconsistent, involuntary laughter, checked as soon as born. "Oh," she said, "I'm very glad you have found me at last. What a long time you were about it! I have been lost for quite an hour in this frightful fog, and I must get home at once." "I should have found you sooner," Brewster retorted, somewhat resentfully, for her tone suggested a condescension unbearable under the circumstances. "But you must have moved, did you not, after I first called?" "Of course I did," the girl replied with spirit. "I tried to come to meet you." "Oh, that is fatal in a fog," Brewster exclaimed. "Two people drift apart at once if they play at cross purposes like that. For between calls they may be moving in exactly opposite directions. The only way is to remain stationary as a—" "Foghorn," the girl suggested brightly, with a keen, quick glance at her companion. In spite of the dusky dimness in which he was partially shrouded, though close at her side, both his voice and bearing convinced her that the man was a gentleman in whom she might trust, and her manner changed a trifle, although the condescension was still slightly noticeable. "Exactly," Brewster agreed gravely. Then courteously, "I rather fear I am lost myself, but I may be able to be of some assistance to you. It is a frightful night for a woman to be out alone, and dangerous as well. Where do you wish to go?" The implied disapproval of this remark seemed to sting the girl to an explanation. In spite of herself, she began with an increased haughtiness. "To the metropole. Surely it cannot be very far. I came out early this afternoon to the National Gallery, and while there sent my companion off on an errand. She was to return in an hour, at 4 o'clock, but after I grew tired of looking at the pictures and found the time was up, of course, impatiently, I could wait no longer, and so I started home. But the fog, surely by that time it must have been very thick. You should never have attempted—" "Yes," she admitted unwillingly, "it was thick, and it grew worse so rapidly. But what would you do?" with a pretty, oddly foreign gesture. I could wait no longer. I knew the way, and who could have dreamed it would so soon become like this? A shade of mischievous regret crept into her voice as she added, as if to herself, "How they will scold poor Natalie! She too is lost, I fear. That is what kept her. I thought it could be nothing but sudden death, she grumbled so at leaving me. But," turning abruptly, "you will take me home, sir, as quickly as possible, will you not?" "You may be sure of that," returned Ralph, again slightly nettled. Where in the world lay the charm of staying out longer than was necessary in a cold, dank fog, with this pert, self-willed schoolgirl, he should like to know? He asked himself the question angrily, and was surprised to find another self recognizing that, absurd as it might seem, there was a distinct charm. "But why do we not move on, then?" With a sudden surrender to the humor of the situation, Brewster broke into a laugh. "Move on?" he said. "Yes, we might, if you only knew in which direction to move." The girl watched him a minute, and then joined in. The laugh cleared the mental atmosphere, if not the material one, and Brewster asked, "How long have you been calling when I came?" "Only a minute. I could not bear to speak sooner. I did not know who might answer, and I thought I must find my way in time. It is such a short distance, you know. I'm sure I started right at first, but then, after a time, I came to such a dreadful place, all noisy men and wagons, and it was then that I became so turned around and hopelessly tangled, I suppose, for pretty soon I found myself here, apparently in a place where there was nobody. I stood it as long as I could, and then I could not bear it any longer. It was unspeakable, the loneliness. I called, and then you answered." Yes, her voice was marvelously sympathetic. In its flexible changes, Brewster could trace every gradation of her experience: the arrogant self-confidence of her departure, the shrinking disgust at the rough, clamoring crowd, the desperate, overmastering sensation of loneliness, and finally the passionate relief at his answer to her appeal. The hint of this last feeling thrilled him swiftly, and he felt all at once an immeasurable desire and capacity to move mountains, in order that this delicate, high-bred girl beside him might walk unobstructed henceforth. Unfortunately, no mountains were at hand, only the fog, grim, relentless, omnipresent, like a melodramatic ghost, the clutch of whose clammy fingers no power other than the elements could shake off. But her words gave him a clue. "I say," he exclaimed gladly, "see here, you must have been wandering about in a circle around the square. That would account for there being so few people. If that's the case, we'll soon find our bearings. Yes, I started out from the Oxford and Cambridge Club 15 minutes or so ago, and so far as I can make out, I've been heading east ever since, walking rather slowly. That ought to bring me by now just about to Trafalgar Square." "Nonsense," his companion declared. "I could hardly be so stupid as to walk around in a circle. It is unreasonable." "Oh, but I assure you it's not unreasonable in the least," Brewster protested. "It's what every inexperienced person does when lost. It's the most natural thing in the world. We'll move forward slowly, and if I'm right, as I begin to think I must be, we'll soon strike something that will prove it." Move forward accordingly they did, cautiously, for the fog was like a dense wall, behind which no fate seemed too subtle or fearsome to lurk. And sure enough, before long they did meet a lion in the path, a Landseer lion, by which token Brewster knew at once that Nelson's column was at hand, a vantage point from which to base further calculations. "Here we are!" he exclaimed joyfully. "This is better luck than I dared hope for. If we had struck any of these other old duffers, whose pedestals are alike as peas, it would have been as complicated as the highest sort of mathematics. As it is, the problem simple as A, B, C." "I do not really see that we are so much better off than before," the girl answered, with a sort of triumphant wilfulness. "As I remember it, there are 4 lines, are there not? And consequently 4 sides to Nelson's column. How do you know which side this is, then? It seems to me that there are just 3 chances to 1 against our starting out in the right direction from here." "Then it's simply a case of if at first you don't succeed, Try, try, try again, Ralph retorted, with rising good humor. This is my plan. The column is in the center of the square, east and west, but it is very near to the curb on the south side, while the southeast line, if my architectural head doesn't play me false, points directly toward Northumberland Avenue, which, as you know, is the street we're after. So you see, all we have to do is start straight ahead from the side we're on and walk about 20 paces. Then, if we don't come to the curb, do as the King of France did, march back again, and begin all over from another side, until we do strike it. Do you see? Yes, she saw, with a quick grasp of his points that delighted Brewster, as did still more the girlish gusto and abandon which she entered into the whole thing. He grasped one end of her slim little umbrella, telling her to hold to the crook behind him, while he made wild lunges ahead with his cane, because, as he said, you never can tell what lusus naturae you may meet with at any minute in a London fog. They both shuddered at the thought of the way she might have pitched headlong down the steps that connect the curious stone terraces of Trafalgar Square. In the heat of this discussion, during the second voyage of exploration from the column, they lost count of their steps, and before they knew it were confronted with a pedestal, which Brewster declared must be that of General Gordon, who had embraced the opportunity of the fog to move up and hobnob with Nelson, since it had surely never been so close before. They faced about, and he made for the column again, in secret perturbation lest they had been turned about and bumped into one of the other statues, in which case their friendly vantage point would not be forthcoming. But he was relieved to find he was right, and there had been no more serious mistake than in the extra number of steps they had taken. Out again for the third time. Ralph felt as if they were two children, playing at nothing more responsible or arduous than a game of blind man's bluff, and when, at the fourth venture, they finally found the long-lost curb, with a unanimous exclamation in which triumph and regret were ridiculously blended. The man had a keen sensation that they might claim to be old friends by this time, as become those who have grown up together through a long, happy youth. Back for the last time to the column steps, to the left of which, facing the curb, crouches the southeast lion, gazing with stony eyes down Northumberland Avenue. Good for Nelson, ejaculated Brewster. To have beaten Napoleon's fleet was nowhere beside overcoming a London fog. And the girl laughed merrily. He has always been one of my heroes. I shall appreciate him more than ever after this. When they started slowly on again, she asked, gently, as if touched by his patient persistence and clever planning, I hope I'm not taking you greatly out of your way. It would be such a pity. And Brewster answered with a joyous ring in his voice, not in the least. Why, we're close neighbors. Isn't it odd? I'm staying at the Victoria, right next to you. You see, it was the very luckiest thing in the world, my running across you. I should never have gotten my own bearings without your hints. How good you are to put it so. I think the indebtedness is all on my side. I was foolish, she admitted, with a degree of mental surprise at the concession which would have amazed Ralph Brewster, simply because he could not have comprehended it. To him, owning to a fault was the most natural and immediate outcome of its recognition. But who could have dreamed of this? She went on. Oh, what a country, this England of yours! It would kill me. I could not breathe in it. Faugh! But it is not my England, Brewster answered, laughing at the vivid disdain of her voice. I'm an American, you know, and that accounts for my stupidity in dealing with this sort of thing. If I'd been a Britisher, I should have had you home long ago, I dare say. He ended with a mental reservation. Thank heaven I'm not, then, which, if revealed, might in turn have been a surprise to his companion. She looked up interestedly. America, she said. I might have known it. But why were you so surprised, then? I thought it was a custom over there for women to do exactly as they pleased, to go out and about alone and unprotected at any hour. Oh, how I have longed for the freedom of it all at times. She ended with a note of weariness that caught Brewster's quick ear. You are then, I am a German, she answered with a sort of finality that somehow checked the further questioning which rose to Ralph's lips. As they reached the street on which the Metropole stands, a huge dray lumbered up suddenly out of the blackness behind, and with a quick backward motion of his arm, trained years before to pull stroke on his varsity 8, Ralph caught the girl from her feet and lifted her around in front of him, out of the way of the uncouth and mammoth thing. When they moved on, he reached out and drew her arm up through his, holding it firmly to his side, while around them, all around them, the blessed, the kindly fog shut down again, separating them from the rest of the world, leaving him in a new world of his own, with this one woman, in whose presence he was conscious of a restfulness that was akin to nothing, perhaps so much as the glad surprise of quiet, deep, harbored waters after a stormy uncertainty. And now for a while they did not speak at all, but Brewster knew by a sort of sixth sense that her silence held no estrangement. They moved on as if in a dream. Was it indeed anything else? The isolation, the unreality of past or future, of anything but the intense, all-sufficing present, the complete disconnection with any fellowship beyond the limitless one of the other dream figure at his side, that figure so vital and real where it touched him closely, but fading itself at the farther points into unsubstantiality. Where but in a dream could one find such conditions? Just before they reached the hotel, the girl turned, pointing to a light which flashed by them only to be swallowed up the next instant into nothingness again. "What are those?" she said. "Those lights. I have noticed them at intervals ever since we started." A sudden temptation rose in Brewster's heart, grappled with his speech, and was worsted. He had yielded tacitly to one already, but he would at least be honest with her now. There was a dread, however, in his eyes as he looked down at her. "Those are the link boys," he said seriously. "The link boys?" she repeated, questioningly. "Yes, the link boys," he continued, unsparingly. "The men who carry about lighted torches and make it their business to find people who are lost in the London fogs, and show them to their destination." Unconsciously he was repeating the phraseology of a London guide-book, but his eyes held hers as he spoke. "Then when we were lost," she faltered, "you might all the time, you might—" "Yes, I might have hailed one, and he would have led us home in half the time," Ralph blurted out. "It was caddish, it was dishonorable in me, but forgive me, He stopped, for he felt, rather than saw, that his companion was smiling. "It was better so," she said with a sweet light graciousness. "It was most thoughtful. I should so much have preferred you to bring me home quietly like this, than to have come in, how do you say it, a torchlight procession?" In another instant they had reached the entrance, and with his swift return to everydayness, Brewster found his exalted sensations replaced by the most lusty and prosaic hatred, malice, and all uncharitableness. The girl drew her arm from his with a quick determination and lifted her face. As she did so, and he saw it clearly for the first time in the subdued glare, the man was struck by its expression, sort of hopeless weariness, inconsistent with its use and extreme fairness. "No, do not come any further," she said gently, when he made as if to accompany her up the steps. "Please, I do not wish it. It only remains for me to thank you. Indeed, I do thank you," she continued hesitatingly, but with a deeper note, which lent a new gravity and dignity to her beautiful voice. "You have spared me great trouble, and you saved my life, I think, that time when the wagon— I'm glad to owe my life to you. I'm glad to have known you. I wish I, too, had been born in America. Will you not tell me your name, that I may remember my good friend?" Brewster fumbled eagerly in his pocket and handed her his card. "It was nothing. It was everything. I am so glad," he murmured confusedly, for the happiness her words gave him impeded speech. "So glad to have been of the least service." They were standing at the foot of the hotel steps, a little to the side where she had stopped him. People were jostling by them, in and out of the warm, brilliantly lighted lighted hallway beyond, against the brightness of which her slender figure was silhouetted tenderly, her hair making a soft halo about her shadowed face. Behind them lay the fog, in the sphinx-like depths of which the man fancied that he had found an answer to the riddle of his life. He held out both hands. "Your name," he said disconnectedly. "This is only Auf Wiedersehen. I must see you again. The girl seemed surprised at the impetuous gesture, but the next instant she laid her hand confidingly in his eager ones. Then she straightened and drew them gently away. Her names came softly. "My name is Alexandrine Henneberg." "Good-bye, my friend. I thank you always," she said, and then was gone up the steps. For a minute or two he stood where she had left him, gazing stupidly after her. Then he pulled himself together with a short, happy laugh, and, turning, groped his way back through the fog to his own hotel. Arrived there, in the friendly seclusion of his own room, he paced up and down in a sort of exaltation. His passage had been engaged for the following Saturday, but he had thought of that as he came in, and had wired from the hotel office, giving up his stateroom. How he exulted now to think how completely he was his own master, appreciating the good fortune of his singular aloneness as never before. What was to hinder if he chose to follow his fog maiden, his will-o'-wisp, through all the world? Plans? Her plans should be his. As for him, he would make no plans. And forthwith he set to work at the most tempting architecture in the world, castle-building. How it all haunted him, every turn of her head, every intonation of her voice. Why, his impression of the girl was as vivid as if he had known her all his life. As indeed he had, he told himself convincingly, for life had only begun with him from the moment he had heard that calling name. Alexandrine. How perfectly it suited her, the beginning of it, stately and imperious, with a tender, playful, diminutive ending, the whole name full of dignity and strength, and yet so womanly. Henneberg. Ah, that was not so good. Too German, perhaps. An American name would be better. He laughed at himself again for his own eager boyishness, glad of his youth, glad of his wealth and good name, that he might use them all as helps in winning her. He must be patient, oh yes, and circumspect, and not let her dream at first, or frighten her by the suddenness of it all. He would invent excuses. He would employ Machiavellian adroitness in explaining his presence, his behavior. Yes, he would be patient. Tomorrow he would wait to present himself till afternoon. He would leave her the whole morning free. A month rather, but he would leave it to her, free, in the afternoon at 4, or possibly 3, possibly at 2 he would call, and so on, till far into the morning which he had so generously resolved to abnegate. Accordingly, the next day he killed time in numerous ways. He read the newspaper, and then caught himself wondering what the deuce there was in it anyway. Then he took a piece of paper and grew intensely absorbed over a rough map of their journeyings in the fog the night before, living every step of the way over again. "But oh, there is another crime I haven't mentioned yet," he quoted under his breath when he came to Nelson's column. "I stole the third trip, my lady. I wonder if it occurred to you that General Gordon could have directed us without the extra excursion." He labeled the plan "Map of the World," and then tucked it tenderly away in his wallet, smiling to himself as he speculated how long it would be before he would dare to tell her about it, to show it to her. After this he dressed with more care and temper than he had ever before expended, fuming at his man, and then sending him out of the room, the proud and forgiving possessor of an all but brand new suit of clothes and a top hat. Subsequently he made his way over to Hyde Park, where he strode up and down the Row in the mellow October sunshine, whose hazy quality was the sole legacy of yesterday's fog. As he walked there in the soft, kindly air, watching the people with an amiable benevolence and universal overflowing goodwill towards men, which he himself would have described as doting, there was a sudden stir, and then an open carriage came bowling rapidly along, a very fine carriage, in fact a most noticeable carriage, with a curiously familiar coat of arms on panelling and trappings. As it came toward him, Brewster recognized the Princess of Wales, who sat on the back seat, beside a very stately old individual, whose breast so glittered with insignia that one naturally inferred he must be a very important individual indeed. Then, as they flashed quickly past, the face of a girl on the front seat, with her back to the horses, arrested his carelessly interested eye, and burned itself with its inner consciousness. A girl with a slender, beautifully clad figure, with a cloud of light, wind-blown hair, and a small flower-like face on which was stamped the expression of bored weariness which Ralph had noticed once in the eyes of his fog-maiden of the night before. Just at that instant she caught sight of the man leaning forward, breathlessly, from the fringe of pedestrians. The bored look vanished, and a sudden brilliant flush swept across her face for a second, and left it tense and paler than before, as she bent forward over the side of the carriage with an indescribably pathetic gesture of recognition. Brewster had just sense enough left to remain uncovered until they had disappeared, but his own face was white as he turned to a gentlemanly-looking Englishman who stood beside him and asked unsteadily, "Can you tell me the name of that lady on the front seat of the carriage which has just passed?" The Englishman looked with a slow curiosity into the eager, questioning eyes, which he afterwards decided belonged to one of those aristocracy worshippers from the other side. Then, good-naturedly, and with a keen relish himself of the titled morsel under his tongue, "Isn't she beautiful?" he said. "Didn't you recognize her? Why, that was Her Serene Highness, Alexandrine, Princess of Saxe-Weisenach and Countess of Henneburg." End of Love in a Fog by Hester Coldwell Oakley.
A Sentimental Romance by Alexander Kuprin. Read for Love Stories Volume 1 by Anne Fletcher, 2019. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Sentimental Romance. My dearest friend, here I am at our sanatorium by the sea, just as I was last spring. Even my room is the same, only during the winter the wallpaper's been changed, and there's a slight smell of paste still in the room. I don't know how other people feel, but this smell always brings back to me that sweet, gentle melancholy which is so indissolubly linked with the memories of childhood. Perhaps it's clung to me ever since my school days. I remember how in the old times they used to bring me back after the long summer holidays. As you pass through the quite familiar dormitory, the classrooms, the corridors, and everywhere, you detect the smell of paste, of fresh paint, of lime and varnish, and you feel with a sense of troubled melancholy that you are again stepping over a new border of life, and you vaguely regret the past that has been left on the other side. Grey, ordinary, unpleasant, but endlessly dear, just because it is the past, and will never, never repeat itself. That past! What a mysterious, untranslatable charm it retains over one's soul. Even to you, my dearest, I only dare to write because I feel, since the morning, under the spell of last year's memories. I'm sitting at this moment at the writing table, but I have only to lift my eyes from it to see the sea, that very sea with which you and I, do you remember, were so poetically in love. But even without looking up I can feel it. It seems to be rising in a level, dark blue shroud right up to the middle of my window, which is wide open. Over it is the blue sky, quite cloudless and solemnly calm. And under the window an apple tree is in bloom. One of its branches, spreading out, covered all over with delicate blossoms, transparently white in the sunlight and faintly pink in the shade, peeps in over the sill. When a faint wind stirs from the sea, it rocks slightly, as though bowing to me in a friendly greeting, and scarcely audibly rustles against the green barred shutter. I gaze at it, and can never get enough of the swan-like movements of this white branch covered with bloom, which so softly, with such exquisite precision, outlines itself gracefully against the deep, strong, joyful blue of the sea. And I simply want to cry, so touched am I at its unsophisticated beauty. Our sanatorium is drowned, forgive this antiquated comparison, in the white waves of pear trees, apple trees, almond trees, and apricot trees, all in bloom. They say that in the language of the old inhabitants, the Cherkesses, this exquisite little seaside village was called the White Fiancée. What a delightful and fitting name! There seems to emanate from it an atmosphere of coloured language and Eastern poetry, an atmosphere as of something taken straight out of the Song of Songs of King Solomon. The garden paths are covered with light white petals, and when the wind blows the trees seem to be snowing in slowly falling heavy flakes. These light snowflakes fly into my room, cover the writing table, and fall on my dress and my hair, and I can't, besides I have no wish to rid myself of these memories, which agitate me and make my head turn like some old aromatic wine. It was last spring, the 3rd or 4th day after your arrival at the sanatorium. The morning was just as quiet, cool and gleaming. We were sitting on the south veranda, I in the rocking chair covered with a pale blue sailcloth. Do you remember that armchair? And you on the balustrade, leaning against the corner post and holding it with one hand. My God, even now, after writing these lines, I stopped, closed my eyes for a few seconds with my hand over them, and again, in front of me with extraordinary vividness, came to me your face of those days, thin, pale, with fine, distinguished features, a coil of dark hair hanging carelessly over the white forehead, and with those deep, sad eyes. I can visualize even that pensive and absent-minded smile which used just to touch your lips when you said, looking dreamily at the falling petals of the white flowers, "The apple trees are shedding their blossom, and the spring is only at its very start. Why does this swift, expansive bloom of the sudden spring always awake in me such a maladive feeling of distress and unfulfilment? No later than yesterday, it seems, I was watching with emotion the first swelling buds, and to-day the flowers are already scattering, and you know that to-morrow will come the cold autumn. Isn't it like our own lives? In youth you live only on hope. You think that now at once something great and absorbing will seize hold of you, and then suddenly you seem to wake up, and you see that nothing is left but memories and regret for the past, and you yourself are unable to tell at what precise period your real life swept by, the full, consciously beautiful life. You see how well I remember your words? Everything associated with you is imprinted on my soul in bright relief, and I treasure it, admire and delight in it, as a miser does in his gold. I confess even that I have come here exclusively to see once more, even from the window, a morsel of our sea, our sky, to smell the fine aroma of the apple trees in flower, to hear in the evening the dry chatter of the crickets, and to live endlessly over again in imagination those naive, pale memories at whose faintness a healthy person would laugh aloud. Oh, those healthy people, with their rough appetite for life, their depths of strong sensation permitted them by their strong bodies and indifferent prodigality of soul. They cannot even imagine those untranslatably delicate, inexplicably complex shades of moods through which we pass, we who are condemned almost from our birth to the monotonous vegetation of the hospital, the health resort, and the sanatorium. Here everything is as it used to be. Only you are not here, my dear friend and teacher. Of course you can guess that through the newspapers I have heard of your recovery, and that you are back again in your university chair. Our dear doctor, as fond of life as ever, has confirmed this news, his face glowing with pleasure. Doubtless he attributes your cure to his system of hot baths and his theories of diet. As you know, I don't believe in either treatment. But all the same, I was ready to kiss this kindly and naive egoist for his news of your health. He, on the contrary, is not at all pleased with me. I saw it in the way he shook his head, wrinkling his lips and breathing hard through his nose, with that preoccupied seriousness of his, while he was listening to my chest and tapping it. Finally he advised me to go somewhere in the real south, to Mentone or even Cairo. Advised me with an awkward and jocular prudence, which was a poor mask for the anxiety that kept peeping out from his eyes. Visibly he is afraid of the bad impression that my death will create among his patients, and he wants to save them this unpleasantness. I shall be very sorry to prejudice involuntarily the good reputation of his establishment, but all the same I do consider myself entitled to the luxury of dying in this particular place, sanctified by the poignant charm of early autumn. All the more because this will happen much sooner than he expects, perhaps even before the last white petals of my apple tree have fled. I will confess to you, as a secret, that already I cannot go beyond the veranda, and even that is very difficult, though I still have the courage to answer the doctor's anxious interrogative looks with an insouciant smile. But don't think I am complaining to you in the selfish hope of arousing compassion for myself. No, I merely want to avail myself of the right that a dying human being has to discuss what healthy people are silent about from conventional shyness. Besides, I want to tell you that death does not frighten me, and that it is to you, my dear friend, and only to you, that I owe this philosophic quietude. I understand now perfectly your words. Death is the simplest and most normal of all the phenomena of life. Man comes into this world and lives exclusively through chance, but he dies only through inevitable law. This beautiful aphorism has become to me now particularly clear. Yes, you have taught me a great deal. Without you I should never have reached those slow, delicate delights produced by a book one has just read, a deep and beautiful thought from a creative mind, inspired music, the beauty of sunset, the aroma of a flower, and this, first of all, the soul communion of two refined natures, in which, owing to serious illness, nervous receptivity reaches a point of exaltation, and mutual understanding passes into a silent clairvoyance. Do you remember our long, unhurried walks along the seashore, under the perpendicular rays of the sun, in those burning, lazy midday hours, when everything seems to die in helpless lassitude, and the waves just rustle and whiz onto the hot yellow sand and go back into the dazzling sea, leaving behind a moist, dented edging, which disappears just as quickly as the traces of one's breath on glass? Do you remember how we used to hide from the doctor, who allowed no one to be out of doors after sunset, and steal out onto the terrace in the warm, moonlit nights? The moonlight would cut through the espalier of the dense vineyard and lie on the floor and the white wall like a pattern of light, fantastic lace. In the darkness we couldn't see, but only guess at each other, and the timid whispers in which we had to speak gave even to the simplest words a deep, intimate, agitating significance. Do you remember how on the rainy days, when the sea was enveloped in a fog all day long, and there was in the air a smell of wet sand, of fish and refreshed leaves, we used to tiptoe into my cosy room and read Shakespeare, just a little at a time, like real gourmets, tasting the savour of every page, revelling in every spark from this great mind, which for me became deeper and deeper and still more penetrating under your guidance. These books in their soft covers of tender green morocco are still with me now. On certain pages of them, here and there, are sharp nail marks, and when I look at these remaining symbols, which remind me so vividly of your vehement, nervous enthusiasm for the beauties and abysses of this Shakespearean genius, I am overcome by a quiet, sombre emotion. Do you remember? Oh, how endlessly I could repeat this question. But I'm beginning to be tired already, and I've still so much to say to you. Of course you can imagine that here in the sanatorium I'm condemned to perpetual silence. The usual stereotype sentences which our invalids exchange when they are compelled to meet at breakfast and dinner and tea drive me frantic. They always talk about the same things. To-day one of them has had a bath 2 degrees lower than the day before. Another has eaten a pound more of grapes. A third has climbed a steep slope leading to the sea without stopping, and, imagine, without even being out of breath. They discuss their maladies at length, with egotistic enjoyment, sometimes in disgusting detail. Unfailingly each wishes to persuade the rest that no one else can possibly have such extraordinary complications of cruel suffering. It is a tragedy when 2 competitors meet, even if it is only a question of a simple headache. Scornful shrugs come into play, ironical, half-hidden smiles and haughty expressions, and the most icy glances. "Oh, what's this you're telling me about your headache? Oh, that's really funny. I can imagine what you would have said if you had endured once the cruel pain that I suffer every day. Here illness is a cause of pride and rivalry, a fantastic warrant for an odd self-respect, a sort of decoration in a way. However, I have noticed this sort of thing among healthy people, but here among sick people it becomes dreadful, repulsive, and incredible. That's why I'm always pleased when I find myself at last alone in my cosy, impregnable little corner. But no, I'm not alone. With me there are always you and my love. There, I've said the word, and it didn't burn my lips at all, as it always does in novels. But I don't even know myself if one can call this quiet, pale, half-mystical feeling love. I'm not going to conceal from you the fact that girls of our class have a much more definite and realistic comprehension of love than is suspected by their parents, who watch modern flirtations through their fingers. At school one talks a great deal on this subject, and curiosity gives it a kind of mysterious, exaggerated, and even monstrous significance. From novels and the stories of married friends we learn about mad kisses, burning embraces, about nights of delight, voluptuousness, and goodness knows what. All this we assimilate instinctively, half-consciously, and probably according to individual temperament, depravity, and perspicacity, more or less clearly. In that sense, my love is not love, but a sentimental and amusing play of the imagination. Sickly, puny, and weak from my very childhood, I've always had a horror of everything in which one way or another physical force, rough health, and the joy of life displayed themselves. A horse ridden quickly, the sight of a workman with an enormous weight on his back, a big crowd, a loud shriek, an excessive appetite, or a strong odour, all this makes me wince or arouses in me disgusted antipathy. And these are exactly the feelings that I experience when my thoughts are confronted by the real, sensual love of healthy people, with its heavy, inept, shameless details. But if one is to call the exclusively soul union of two people, when the feelings and thoughts of one of them, through some mysterious current, transmit themselves to the other, when words yield place to silent glances, when a scarcely perceptible shiver of the eyelids, or the pale ghost of a smile in the eyes, say sometimes so much more than a long confession of love between ordinary folk — I am using your actual expression — when through the mere meeting of each other's eyes at table or in a drawing room, at the arrival of a newcomer, or at a stupidity that has just been uttered, two people, without words, know how to share an impression. In a word, if relations of this kind can be called love, then I may boldly say that not only I, but each of us, has loved the other. And not even with that love which one calls mockingly brother's love. I know this because I have a very clear recollection of one instance, the one instance at which I am afraid of blushing when I talk about it. It happened on the broken cliff over the sea, in the Vineyard summer house, which is still called, just as it was last year with faded sentimentality, the Arbour of Love. It was a quiet, peaceful morning, and the sea seemed green, with just that alternation of bright and pale green that certain species of malachite have. Sometimes over its quiet surface there would creep an uneven purple spot, the shadow of a cloud. I had not slept well the night before, and I had got up feeling broken, with a headache and my nerves overstrung. At breakfast I had quarrelled with the doctor, not so much because he had forbidden me to bathe in the open sea, as on account of his self-assertive and radiant health. When I complained to you about him in the arbour, I burst out crying. Do you remember the incident? You were disconcerted, and you were saying disconnected but kind, caressing words, cautiously stroking my head as if I were a child. This sympathy was too much for me, and I leaned my head on your shoulder, and then you kissed me again and again, on the temple and on the cheek, and I must confess, I knew I should blush at this part of my letter, that these kisses not only were not repugnant, but even gave me a pleasant, purely physical pleasure, like the sensation of a light, warm wave running over the whole of my body from head to foot. But this was the only instance of that kind. You, my friend, said more than once that for people like us, exhausted consumptives, chastity was not so much a virtue as a duty. All the same, this love, gleaming through my sad sunset, was so pure, so tender, so beautiful in its very malady. I remember when I was quite a little schoolgirl, lying in the infirmary, an enormous, empty, dreadfully high room, lying there for some reason or other apart from the rest of the sick ones, and being intolerably bored. And then my attention happened to be caught by a simple but wonderful thing. Beyond the window, in the moss-covered recess — moss grew almost all over the saliences of that old pre-Catherine wall — a flower had sprouted. It was a real hospital flower, with a corolla like a tiny yellow star, and a long, thin, pale green little stalk. I couldn't tear my eyes from it, and felt for it a sort of pitiful, pensive love. My own beloved one, this weak, sick, yellow little flower, it is my love for you. There, this is all I wished to tell you. Good-bye. I know my letter will slightly touch you, and the thought of this pleases me beforehand, for with a love like this, actually like this, no one has probably ever loved you or ever will love you. It is true that I have one wish. It is to see you in that mysterious hour when the veil will begin to lift itself from my eyes, not to cling to you in senseless terror, but so that in that moment when the will weakens, in the moment of involuntary fear, which, who knows, will perhaps seize me, you might press my hand tightly, and say to me with your beautiful eyes, "Courage, my friend, a few more seconds, and you will know all." But I shall resist this temptation. I shall seal my letter at once, write the address, and you will receive it a few days after I have crossed the enigmatic border of knowledge. My last feeling will be one of deep gratitude to you who have illumined my last days with love. Goodbye. Don't be anxious about me. I feel well. There, I've closed my eyes, and over my body there runs once more a sweet, warm wave, as then in the vineyard arbour. My head swims so quietly and pleasantly. Goodbye. End of A Sentimental Romance by Alexander Kuprin.
Cupid Masquerader by Melville Chater. Read for Love Stories Volume 1 by Anita Sloma Martinez. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cupid Masquerader. Dickie was a sentimentalist. He fell in and out of love as naturally and harmlessly as small boys fall in and out of a skating pond. Dickie's flights were erratic as those of a badly teed golf ball. Also, like the ball, he was continually smacking up against a bunker. Once, for instance, just as he was starting for a dreamy stroll in the park, his sister, arriving from a tea, new-booted and agonized, hustled him off to make an engagement at Mademoiselle Albert's. The foot of sister was by no means too large for her shoe. Her shoe, she explained, was a trifle too small for her foot. "Oh, well," mused Dickie, "a sentimentalist like myself has no business in the park anyway. Heaven knows I'm bad enough elsewhere. I look in a greasy pawn shop and reflect that if I bought that old violin and traced it back, its owner might prove to be the one. I take a prosaic swooping elevator and imagine that she is waiting at the 23rd story. I change at 50th Street for a Harlem train and am suddenly seized with the conviction that she is standing on the 59th Street platform. I lift up the receiver and tremble to think I detect her in the voice which says, 4786 Cortlandt, busy." So perhaps it's just as well, for I defy even myself to wring sentiment out of a hand and foot hospital. Mademoiselle Albert did not keep a place. She conducted an establishment. When you walked up one flight of moss-green carpet, garnished with silver stair-rods, between two fat rails of burnished brass, you suspected as much. When the plate-glass door was opened by a moss-green, silver-buttoned boy with Albert emblazoned on his collar, and you perceived that you were in the midst of a color scheme, possibly you sank your voice and felt for a visiting card. Dickie stepped into a long room carpeted in moss green, upon one side of which stretched voluminous curtains of the same shade hung on brass rods, through whose crevices could be seen glimpses of hair-dressing. Opposite ran a row of white, thin-legged tables, each scattered with glistening manicure instruments and surmounted by a green glorified pin-cushion, upon one of which lay the hand of a gentleman who was trying to look as if he weren't married, while over his finger-tips bent a queenly creature trying to look as if she didn't know otherwise. Another queen, ensconced behind a showcase of powder-puffs, hair-combs, switches, and other feminine intimacies, greeted Dickie with a dazzling smile and told him that Mademoiselle Albert was engaged. As he waited in the luxuriously couched anteroom, there sounded through the partition a plaintive little drawl that caught him across the chest as agreeably as a deep inhalation from his favourite pipe. "Oh, quick, Mademoiselle Albert," pleaded the drawl. "My foot feels like jelly, calf's foot that hasn't gelled. A wretched printer's boy, no wonder they're called devils, was wheeling along a big iron thing of type or negatives or something they use on newspapers, and just as I passed, over went the barrow and out dropped the thing and smashed to pieces on my new patent leathers. The devil wept and called it pie, and he must have been thinking of my toes, for you'll find them in just that condition in the lower left-hand corner of my boot. Whereupon fell eloquent silence, punctuated by ahs and ohs and ouches, which wrung every inch of sentimental Dickie's 6'2". Suddenly he thrust hands in pockets, turned pettishly away, and frowned out of the window. He scowled down on the pavement, he stared across the street, he glanced up at a patch of blue sky. As he gazed thereon, his face slowly softened and settled into dreaminess. Mechanically he slipped a hand into his coat pocket and drew forth a Turkish slipper, a cheap tawdry affair, red, embroidered with gold. As it lay on his extended palm, Dickie sank his head, clutched his chin, and gazed with knitted brows. He smoothed his fingers lightly, almost caressingly, over the little slipper, and his perplexed look deepened into meditation. Abstractedly lifting his head, he caught in the mirror opposite a full-length snapshot of his lovelorn pose and expression. He started, his hands fell, and he eyed himself in sour disgust. "Ugh!" he grunted. "Sentimentalist! Maudlin, weak-eyed sentimentalist! Why can't you fall in love just once in the ordinary, sensible way? What were you doing last winter at the annual masquerade of the department store's employees? Sentimentalizing, of course. And supposing that Minnie or Mamie or Marie or whatever her name might have been was dressed in Turkish costume, with a yashmak over her face and her eyes peering out atop, large and pensive. Why, sentimentality, of course, brown-eyed dime novel sentimentality. And you must beg her to dance, though she wasn't dancing at all, and asked where she worked, whereat she very properly fled in confusion. And you must fancy you could discern in her a certain inborn superiority over the rest, all of which was arrant sentimentality. And afterward, when you tracked her to the carriage step where she dropped her slippers, of course you must pick them up and keep one, with some snivelling allusion to Cinderella. And you must haunt the department stores for the next 3 months, mooning around after every brown eye, till even the little cash girls giggled as you passed. Of course. And all for what? For some blessed damoiselle of the bargain counter, some snub-nosed Diana with a pencil through her back hair? Ah, you ass! For a silent moment Dickie and his reflection glowered ferociously at each other. Then he squared his shoulders, and crushing the slipper in a tense grip, slowly shook at himself a revengeful forefinger. "I'll make an end of you, sir, now henceforth and forever. Not another vagary, not a single driblet of sentiment, and if it's necessary for the common-sense welfare of your soul, I'll pick you out a fat widow with 6 children, propose by telegraph, marry by telephone, and go honeymooning in an automobile." And shaking in his reflection's face the fist which gripped the slipper, he turned resolutely away. There was the fireplace, but burning leather smells almost as rank to heaven as sentimentality. There was the window, but some other fool might pick up this oriental talisman and inherit the curse. Dickie quietly slipped the shoe back into his pocket. Fantastic, even in the flush of his resolution, he had decided to give it to the first barefooted person he saw. He smiled complacently. "Thanks ever so much," broke in the drawl from the next room. "My toes seem to be on quite firmly again. Now, if you could lend me something to hop downstairs in, some old shoe or slipper." As Mademoiselle Albert stepped forth, there flashed upon Dickie through the half-open door the black silk silhouette of a small foot and ankle. "The hand, that is, the foot of fate," he gasped, and intercepting Mademoiselle Albert, he explained spasmodically, I I heard. Allow me. Will this do?" As she passed in, holding forth the slipper, Dickie saw the seated figure lean quickly forward, then rise with a little cry. Following after, he suddenly halted, trembling, beneath a pair of large brown eyes. "Mademoiselle is faint," cried Mademoiselle Albert, and when Mademoiselle next opened her eyes, she found a tall person kneeling before her with a slipper in his hand. Of course it was town talk, and of course, thanks to the matchmakers, they met that winter in a cotillion at which the favors were, of course, gilt scepters and glass slippers, and shortly after, but of course. End of Cupid Masquerader by Melville Chater.
The Beginning by E. Nesbit. Read for Love Stories Volume 1 by Chad Horner from Liverpool. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Beginning from The Incredible Honeymoon by E. Nesbit. To understand this story, we'll have to believe in the greater gods, love and youth, for example, and adventure and coincidence. Also in the trusting heart of woman and the deceitful spirit of man. You will have to reconcile yourself to the fact that though daily you go to London by the 9:7, returning by the 5:15, and you have accustomed meals at 8, 1, and 6:30, there are those who take neither trains nor meals regularly, that, while nothing on earth ever happens to you, there really are on earth people to whom things do happen. Nor is the possibility of such happenings wholly a matter of the income for which you do not work. It is a matter of the individual soul. I knew a man whose parents had placed him in that paralyzing sort of situation which is symbolized by the regular train and the regular meals. It was quite a nice situation for some people, a situation too in which one was certain to get on. But the man I knew had other dreams. He chucked his job one fine Saturday morning in May, went for a long walk, met a tinker and bought his outfit, a wheel on wheels, a sort of barrow with a grindstone on it, and a pot for putting fire in dangling underneath. This he wheeled profitably through rural districts, so profitably that he was presently able to buy a donkey and a cart, and to sell kettles as well as mend them. He has since bought a gypsy tent. With these impediments or helps, he travels through the pleasant country. Things are always happening to him. He has found a buried treasure, frustrated a burglary. Once he rescued a lady in distress, and another time he killed a man. The background to these dramatic incidents is always the pleasant background, quiet road, blossoming hedgerows and orchards, cornfields and meadows and lanes. He says this is the way to live. I will write down his story some day, but this is not it. I only bring him in to illustrate my point, which is that adventures do happen to the adventurous. My friend the tinker has had perhaps more than his share of adventures, but then his is the temperament that shoots, like a willing needle, to the great magnet of melodrama. The temperamental needle of Edward Basingstoke followed the magnet of romance. In a gayer, if less comfortable age, he might have been a knight-errant, or at least the sympathetic squire of a knight-errant. Had he been born in the days when most people stayed at home and minded their own business, he would have insisted on going out and minding other people's. Living in the days of aeroplanes, motors, telegraphy, and cinematographs, in a world noisy with the nonsense of politics and the press, he told himself that the ideal life was the life of the farmer who ploughed and sowed and reaped, tended his beasts and filled his barns, and went home from his clean, quiet work to the open hearth whence the wood smoke curled up to heaven like the smoke of an altar. Destiny, in deep perversity, was making an engineer of him. He dreamed his pastoral dreams in the deafening clangour of the shops at Crewe. but not 10,000 hammers could beat out of his brain the faith that life really was, little as one might suppose it, just looking at it from Crewe, full of the most beautiful and delicate possibilities, and that somehow or other people got from life what they chose to take. While he was making up his mind what he should take, he went on learning his trade, and destiny seemed determined that he should learn nothing else. What we call destiny is really chance, and so far from being immutable, she is the veriest flirt and weathercock. She changed her mind about Edward, or perhaps Death, who is stronger than she, insisted and prevailed. Just at the time when a faint dust was beginning to settle on his dreams, the sort of dust that thickens and hardens into clay, and you grow cabbages in it, Death intervened to save him. It was his uncle who died, and he left a will, and by that will certain property came to Edward. When the news came, he took a day to think of it, and he went to the works as usual that afternoon and the next morning. But next day at noon he laid down his tills and never took them up again. Instead he took a ticket to Oxford, appeared at the rooms of his friend, whom he surprised in slumber, and told his tale. "And you're going to chuck the shop," said the friend, whose name was Vernon Martingale, and his father a baronet. "I have chucked the shop," said Edward. "I chucked it at fate, as you might throw a stone at a dog. And that reminds me, I want a dog. Do you know of a nice dog, intelligent, good manners, self-respecting, and worthy? Any particular breed? Certainly not. These researches into family history are in the worst possible taste. You don't love me for my pedigree. Why should I love my dog for his? I suppose you want some tea anyhow," said Martingale. So they had tea, and talked cricket. "Any idea what you mean to do?" Martingale asked several times, and at last Edward answered him. "What I mean to do," he said, "is what I always meant to do. I mean to be a farmer, and hunt and shoot and grow flowers. I think I shall specialize on sunflowers. They are so satisfying." "More than you are," said Vernon. "Mean to say you're going to buy a farm and ruin yourself the moment you've got a few half-crowns to ruin yourself with?" "I'm going to be a farmer," said Basingstoke, "but first I'm going to see life." "Life? But you were always so—" "I mean that." Edward indicated the sunshine outside, "not getting drunk and being disreputable. I can't think why the deuce dickens that sort of beastliness is always called seeing life. As if life were all gas, and whining, and electric light, and the things you don't talk about before ladies. No, my boy, I'm going out into the unknown, not into the night, because it happens to be afternoon, and I thought I'd just come and clasp that hand and gaze once into those eyes before I set my foot on the untrodden path of adventure. Farewell, Vernon of Martingale, good night and true. Who knows when we shall meet again?" "I don't, anyhow," said Vernon, "and that's why you're not going till the day after tomorrow, and why I insist on knowing what you mean by seeing life, and why you're going to stay till tomorrow anyhow. Heaven forbid that I should criticize another man's tastes," Edward sighed, "or deprive him of any innocent enjoyment. If you want me to stay, well, I'll stay till tomorrow. And as for what I mean by seeing life, well, I should have thought even you would have understood that. I'm going to get a stick, and a knapsack, and a dog, and a different kind of hat, and some very large boots with nails, and a new suit, only I shall wear it all night before I wear it all day. Oh, Vernon, can't you guess my simple secret? He calls a walking tour seeing life." Vernon pointed out. "And who's going with you, and where are you going?" "The Hartz Mountains, the Carpathians, Margate, Trouville." "What? The person who is going with me," said Edward, "is the dog whom we haven't yet bought. Come along out and buy him. As to where I'm going, I shall follow the most ancient of signposts, and I know that I can't go wrong." "You will follow my nose," Edward explained kindly, "that indicator of the place to be, the heaven-sent guide to beauty and to thee. Do you know, if you talk rot to the chaps at the works, they try to understand what you mean, like the Scotchmen, you know. They think they can understand anything, no matter how shallow. Now I will say for you that you know your limitations. Let's buy the dog, my son, and get a canoe." They did, and the dog upset the canoe. End of the Beginning by E. Nesbit.
Autumn Flowers by Alexander Kuprin. Read for Love Stories Volume 1 by Anne Fletcher, 2019. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Autumn Flowers. My dear angry friend, I write angry because I can imagine first your stupefaction and then your anger when you receive this letter, and learn by it that I have not kept my word, that I have deceived you, and have suddenly left the town instead of waiting for you to-morrow evening in my hotel, as had been decided. My darling, I've simply run away from you, or rather from us both, have run away from that torturing, that awkward and unnecessary tension which unfailingly would have sprung up between us again. And don't hasten with that caustic smile of yours to accuse me of a saving wisdom, for you know more than anyone on earth how that leaves me when I'm most in need of it. God is my witness that up to the last minute I did not know whether I should really go or not. Even now I'm not at all sure that I shall resist to the end the intolerable temptation to have one more look at you, if only one more, even fugitively, even from a distance. I don't even know that I shall keep myself sufficiently in hand not to jump out of this railway carriage after the third bell. That is why, when I finish this letter, if I can only manage to finish it, I shall give it to a porter and tell him to post it at the very moment when the train starts, and I shall watch him from the window, and feel as if I were actually saying good-bye to you, that painful oppression of the heart. Forgive me. All that I told you about lemons and sea air and doctors who wanted to send me here from Petersburg was untrue. I came here solely because I was irresistibly drawn to you, aching to recapture a poor little particle of that burning, dazzling happiness which sometimes we revelled in prodigally and carelessly, like Tsars in fairy tales. From what I've told you, I think you must have gathered a rather clear picture of my mode of life in that gigantic zoo which is called Petersburg society. Visits, theatres, balls, my compulsory at-home days, the charity bazaars, etc., etc., in all of which I must play the role of a decorative advertisement to my husband's career and business affairs. But please don't expect from me the usual tirade about the meanness, the emptiness, the flatness, the falsehood. I've forgotten how they put it in our society novels. I have been drawn into this life, with its comforts, its good manners, its novelties, connections, its associations, and I should never have the force to tear myself away from it. But my heart has no share in it. Some sort of people flash before my eyes, repeat some sort of words, and I myself do things of some sort, talk about something, but neither the people nor the words reach my soul. And sometimes all this seems to be happening far, far away from me, as if in a book or a picture, as though it were all arranged, as Dumnushka, my old nurse, used to say. And suddenly, in this dull, indifferent life, I was caught up by a wave from our dear sweet past. Did you ever happen to wake up from one of those strange dreams which are so joyous that after them one goes about the whole day in a state of blissful intoxication, and which are at the same time so feeble in themselves that if you repeated them, not merely to a stranger, but to your dearest friend on earth, they would sound null and flat, almost grotesque? Dreamers often lie, says Shakespeare's Mercutio, and my God, what a deep psychological truth there is in that. Well, then, I too once woke up after such a dream. I saw myself in a boat with you, somewhere far out to sea. You were holding the oars, and I was lying in the stern looking up at the blue sky. That was the whole dream. The boat was rocking slightly, and the sky was so blue that sometimes I seemed to be looking into a bottomless abyss, and a kind of unattainable feeling of joy permeated my soul with such tenderness, such harmony, that I wanted to cry and laugh at the same moment from too much happiness. I woke up, but the dream remained in my soul, as if it had taken root in it. With a little effort of imagination I was often able to recall it, and to recapture a pale shadow at least of my dream. Sometimes it would come to me in the drawing-room, during some lifeless conversation which one listens to without hearing, and then I would have to cover my eyes with my hand for a moment to hide their unexpected gleam. Oh, how powerfully, how inevitably I was drawn to you! How that captivating magic tale of our love that flashed into my life 6 years ago under those caressing southern skies rises up before me, new born in such moments. Everything comes back to me in a rush. Our sudden quarrels, stupid jealousies, the comic suspicions, and the joyous reconciliations, after which our kisses renewed their first fresh charm. The eagerly anticipated meetings, the feeling of sad emptiness in those minutes after parting in the evening, only to see each other again the next morning, when again and again we would turn at the same moment, and our eyes would meet over the shoulders of the crowd that separated us, looking pink against the background of the dusky sunset. I remembered every atom of this illumined life, so full of strong, untrammelled happiness. We couldn't remain in the same spot. We were drawn eagerly to fresh places and fresh impressions. How charming they were, our long trips in those antediluvian stuffy diligences covered with dirty sailcloth, in the company of gloomy Germans with red, sinewy necks and faces that looked as if they'd been roughly carved out of wood, and the lean, prim German women who stared at us with stupefied eyes as they listened to our mad laughter. And those haphazard lunches at some good old honest settler's, under the shade of the flower-laden acacia, hidden away in a clean yard that was surrounded by a white wall and covered with sand from the seashore. Don't you remember them? How ravenously we used to attack the stuffed mackerels and the rough, sour wine of the country, indulging in thousands of funny, tender little bêtises, like that historic, impertinent kiss which made all the tourists turn their backs on us with indignation. And the warm July nights in the fishing villages. Do you remember that extraordinary moonlight, which was so bright that it seemed fantastic and unreal? That calm, irradiated sea, with ripples of silvery moire, and on the lit-up background the dark outlines of the fishermen as they drew in their nets, monotonously and rhythmically, all bending in the same direction. But sometimes we'd be seized by a longing for the noise of town and the hurly-burly of strangers. Lost in an unknown crowd, we would wander, pressing against each other, and realizing more than ever our nearness to each other. Do you remember, my darling? As for me, I remember every minute detail, and feel it until it hurts. All that is mine. It lives in me, and will be with me always, to my death. I could never, even if I wanted to, get rid of it. Do you understand? Never. And yet it's not a reality, and I torture myself with the knowledge that I could never live it and feel it again, because God or nature, I really don't know which, after giving man an almost godlike intelligence, has at the same time invented for him two torturing traps: ignorance of the future and the impossibility of forgetting the past, with the equal impossibility of returning to it. On receiving the little note that I sent you at once from the hotel, you hastened to me. You were hurrying, and you were agitated. I knew it at a distance by your quick, nervous step, and also because before knocking at my door you stood quite a long time in the corridor. At that moment I was equally nervous myself, realizing that you were standing there behind the door, only 2 steps away from me, pale, pressing your hand tightly against your heart, and breathing deeply and even with difficulty. And for some reason or other it seemed to me then impossible, unimaginable, that at once, in a few seconds, I should see you and hear your voice. I was in a mood such as one experiences when half asleep, when one sees things rather clearly, But without waking up, one says to oneself, this is not real. It's only a dream. You had changed during the years. You'd become more manly. You seem to have grown. Your black jacket suits you much better than your student's tunic. Your manners have become more collected. Your eyes look at one with more assurance and more coldly. That fashionable, pointed little beard of yours is decidedly becoming. You thought that I too had improved in looks, and I quite believe that you said it sincerely, all the more because I read it in your first, quick, slightly surprised glance. Every woman, unless she is hopelessly stupid, will realise unerringly the impression that her appearance has produced. All the way down here in the train I was trying to imagine our meeting. I admit that I never thought it would turn out so strange, so strained, so awkward for both of us. We exchanged unimportant, commonplace words about my journey, about Petersburg, about our health, but the eyes of each were searching the other's, jealously looking for what had been added by time and the strange life that was completely unknown to the other. Conversation failed us. We began with vous in an artificial, affected tone, but both of us soon felt that every minute made it more difficult and more stupid to keep it up. There seemed to be between us some foreign, oppressive, cold obstacle, and we did not know how to remove it. The spring evening was quietly fading. It grew dark in the room. I wanted to ring for lights, but you protested against it. Perhaps the darkness helped us in our decision to touch upon the past. We began to talk about it with that kindly, condescending mockery with which grown-up people allude to the pranks of their childhood, but the odd part of it was that the more we tried to deceive each other and ourselves and appear gay and indifferent, the sadder grew our tone. At last we became silent and sat for a long time, I in the corner of the sofa and you in the armchair, without moving, almost without breathing. Through the open window there came to us the indistinct drone of the large town, the noise of wheels, the hoarse shrieks of the tramway hooters, the jerky bicycle bells, and as always on spring evenings, these sounds reached us softened into a melancholy that was almost tender. Through the window one could see a narrow strip of the sky, pale as faded bronze, and against it the dark silhouette of a roof with chimneys and a watch-tower that shimmered faintly. In the darkness I could not distinguish your figure, but I could see the shining of your eyes fixed on the window, and I thought there were tears in them. Do you know what comparison occurred to me while we silently reviewed our dear, touching memories? It was as though we had met, after years of separation, at the tomb of someone whom we had both at one time loved with equal fondness. A quiet cemetery, spring, young grass all around, the lilacs are blossoming, and we are standing beside the familiar tomb, unable to go, unable to shake off the sad, confused, and endlessly dear phantoms that have claimed us. This dead being, it's our old love, my darling. Suddenly you broke the silence, jumping up and pushing your chair sharply away. "No," you exclaimed, "this is impossible. This is becoming torment." I could hear how painfully your voice shook. "For God's sake, let us get out into the fresh air, or I shall break down or go mad." We went out. The transparent, soft, tawny darkness of the spring evening was already in the air, enveloping with amazing lightness, delicacy, and distinctness the angles of buildings, the branches of trees, and the contours of human figures. When we had passed the boulevards, you called a cab, and I knew already where you wished to take me. There everything is as it once was. The long stretch of yellow sand, carefully pounded down, the bright blue lights of hanging electric lanterns, the playful, exhilarating sounds of the military orchestra, and the long rows of little marble tables occupied by men and women, the indistinct and monotonous talk of the crowd, the hastily darting waiters, the never-changing, stimulating environment of an expensive restaurant. Heavens, how quickly, how ceaselessly the human being changes, and how permanent and immovable are the places and things that surround him. In this contrast there is always something infinitely sad and mysterious. You know, it has sometimes been my lot to stumble on bad lodgings, not merely bad, but disgusting, utterly impossible, and in addition to this to encounter a whole series of unpleasant incidents, disappointments, illness. When you change lodgings like those, you really think that you've entered the zone of heaven. But a week or so later, it is enough to pass by chance that very house and glance up at the empty windows with the white placards stuck on them, for your soul to become oppressed by a painful, languid regret. It is true that everything there was odious and distressing, but all the same, you seem to have left there a whole strip of your life, a strip that you cannot recover. Just as before, girls with baskets of flowers were standing at the doors of the restaurant. Do you remember how you used always to choose for me 2 roses, one dark crimson and the other tea-coloured? As we were driving past, I noticed by a sudden movement of your hand that you wanted to do the same, but you pulled yourself up in time. How grateful I was to you for this, my dear one. Under hundreds of curious eyes we made our way to the same little arbour that juts out so impertinently over the sea front at a fearful height, so that when you look down, leaning over the railing, you cannot see the shore, and you seem to be swimming in the air. Beneath our feet the sea was clamouring. At this height it looked so dark and terrible. Not far from the shore, large, black, angular rocks emerged from the water. The waves were constantly rushing at them, breaking themselves against them and covering them with mounds of white foam. When the waves retreated, the wet, polished flanks of the rocks shone as if they had been varnished, and reflected the lights of the electric globes. Sometimes a gentle little breeze would blow up, saturated with such a strong, healthy smell of seaweed, fish, and salt ozone that one's lungs expanded from it of their own accord, and one's nostrils dilated. But something bad, dull, and constraining was more and more surely chaining us down. When champagne was brought in, you filled my glass, and you said with gloomy gaiety, "Well, let us try to get a little artificial life. Let us drink this good, brave wine, as the fiery French say." No, in any case, the good, brave wine would not have helped us. You grasped that yourself, for you added immediately, with a long sigh, "Do you remember how we used to be, both of us, from morning till night, drunk without wine, merely from our love and the joy of life?" Below, on the sea, near the rocks, a skiff appeared, its large, white, stately sails swinging prettily as it dipped and rose through the waves. In the skiff one could hear a woman's laugh, and someone, probably a foreigner, was whistling, quite in tune with the orchestra, the melodies of the Waldteufel waltz. You too were following the sails with your eyes, and still looking at it, you said dreamily, "It would be nice to get into a little boat like that, and go far out to sea, out of sight of land. Do you remember how we used to do it in the old days?" Yes, our old days are dead. It slipped from me unintentionally, in answer to my thoughts, and immediately I was frightened by the unexpected effect that the words produced on you. You grew suddenly so white and threw yourself back in your chair so quickly that I thought you were fainting. A minute later you began to speak in a strangled voice that seemed suddenly to have become hoarse. How oddly our thoughts have met. I was just thinking the same. It seems to me fantastic, unreal, impossible, that it was really we, not 2 other people, quite strangers to us, who 6 years ago loved each other so madly and revelled in life so fully, so beautifully. Those 2 have long ceased to belong to this world. They have died. We returned to the town. The road ran through cluster after cluster of villas built by the local millionaires. We passed impressive cast-iron railings and high stone walls, behind which the thick green of platanes hung down over the road. Enormous gateways carved like lacework, gardens with wreaths of many-coloured lanterns, magnificent verandas brilliantly illuminated, exotic plants in the flower gardens in front of villas which seemed like magic palaces. The white acacias had such a strong odour that the aroma of their luscious sweetness could be felt, even on one's lips. Sometimes we experienced, for a second, a damp chilliness, but immediately afterwards we passed once more into the perfumed warmth of the quiet spring night. The horses were running fast, their hoof-beats falling loudly in even time. We swayed gently on the carriage springs as we sat silent. When we were nearing the town I felt your arm cautiously, slowly winding round my waist, and quietly but insistently it drew me to you. I made no resistance, but did not yield to this embrace. And you understood, and you were ashamed. You withdrew your arm, and I groped in the dark for your hand, gratefully pressing it, and it answered me with a friendly, apologetic pressure. But I knew that your wounded male pride would assert itself all the same, and I was not wrong. Just before we parted at the entrance to the hotel, you asked permission to come to see me. I fixed a day, and then, forgive me, I stealthily ran away from you. Oh, my darling, if not tomorrow, then in another 2 days, in a week perhaps, there would have flamed up in us merely sensuality, against which honour and will and mind are powerless. We would have robbed those 2 dead people by substituting for our love of the past a false and ludicrous make-believe. And the dead people would have cruelly avenged themselves by creating between us quarrels, distrust, coldness, and, what is more terrible than all the rest, a ceaseless, jealous comparison of the present with the past. Goodbye. In the heat of writing I have not noticed how I have passed on to the old tu of lovers. I am sure that in a few days, when the first ache of your wounded pride has passed, you will share my opinion and will stop being angry at my escape. The first bell has just sounded, but I am sure now that I shall resist temptation and shall not jump out of the train. All the same, our brief meeting is beginning in my imagination to clothe itself in a little cloud of smoke, a kind of tender, quiet, poetic, submissive sadness. Do you remember that beautiful verse of Pushkin? Autumn flowers are dearer than the beautiful newborn ones of the fields. So sometimes the hour of parting is more vivid than the meeting itself. Yes, my darling, these very autumn flowers. Have you ever been out in a garden late in autumn on a wet, morose morning? The almost naked trees are threadbare and swing to and fro. The fallen leaves rot on the paths. On all sides is death and desolation. And only in the flower beds, above the drooping yellow stalks of the other flowers, the autumn asters and dahlias bloom brightly. Do you remember their sharp, grassy odour? You are standing, perhaps in a strange listlessness, near the flower beds, shivering with cold. You smell this melancholy, purely autumnal odour, and you're distressed. There is everything in this distress: regret for the summer that has fled so quickly, expectation of the cold winter with its snow and the wind howling through the chimneys, and regret for one's own summer that has so swiftly rushed away. My dearest one, my only one, exactly that feeling has taken hold of my soul at this moment. In a little time your recollection of our meeting will become for you just as tender, sweet, sad, and poignant. Goodbye, then. I kiss you on your clever, beautiful eyes. Your Z. End of Autumn Flowers.
The Nightingale and the Rose by Oscar Wilde. Read for Love Stories, Volume 1 by Neslihan Stamboli. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Nightingale and the Rose. She said that she would dance with me if I brought her red roses, cried the young student. But in all my garden there is no red rose. From her nest in the holm oak tree, the nightingale heard him, and she looked out through the leaves and wondered. No red rose in all my garden, he cried, and his beautiful eyes filled with tears. Ah, on what little things does happiness depend! I have read all that the wise men have written, and all the secrets of philosophy are mine. Yet for want of a red rose is my life made wretched. Here at last is a true lover, said the nightingale. Night after night have I sung of him, though I knew him not. Night after night have I told his story to the stars, and now I see him. His hair is dark as the hyacinth blossom, and his lips are red as the rose of his desire. But passion has made his face like pale ivory, and sorrow has set her seal upon his brow. The prince gives a ball tomorrow night, murmured the young student, and my love will be of the company. If I bring her a red rose, she will dance with me till dawn. If I bring her a red rose, I shall hold her in my arms, and she will lean her head upon my shoulder, and her hand will be clasped in mine. But there is no red rose in my garden, so I shall sit lonely, and she will pass me by. She will have no heed of me, and my heart will break. Here indeed is the true lover, said the nightingale. What I sing of, he suffers. What is joy to me, to him is pain. Surely love is a wonderful thing. It is more precious than emeralds, and dearer than fine opals. Pearls and pomegranates cannot buy it, nor is it set forth in the marketplace. It may not be purchased of the merchants, nor can it be weighed out in the balance for gold. The musicians will sit in their gallery, said the young student, and play upon their stringed instruments, and my love will dance to the sound of the harp and the violin. She will dance so lightly that her feet will not touch the floor, and the courtiers in their gay dresses will throng around her. But with me she will not dance, for I have no red rose to give her. And he flung himself down on the grass and buried his face in his hands and wept. Why is he weeping? Asked the little green lizard as he ran past him with his tail in the air. Why indeed? Said a butterfly, who was fluttering about after a sunbeam. Why indeed? Whispered a daisy to his neighbour in a soft, low voice. He's weeping for a red rose, said the nightingale. For a red rose? They cried. How very ridiculous! And the little lizard, who was something of a cynic, laughed outright. But the nightingale understood the secret of the student's sorrow, and she sat silent in the oak tree and thought about the mystery of love. Suddenly she spread her brown wings for flight and soared into the air. She passed through the grove like a shadow, and like a shadow she sailed across the garden. In the center of the grass plot was standing a beautiful rose tree, and when she saw it, she flew over to it and lit upon a spray. "Give me a red rose," she cried, "and I will sing you my sweetest song." But the tree shook its head. "My roses are white," it answered, "as white as the foam of the sea, and whiter than the snow upon the mountain. But go to my brother who grows round the old sundial, and perhaps he will give you what you want." So the nightingale flew over to the rose tree that was growing round the old sundial. "Give me a red rose," she cried, and I will sing you my sweetest song." But the tree shook its head. "My roses are yellow," it answered, "as yellow as the hair of the mermaiden who sits upon an amber throne, and yellower than the daffodil that blooms in the meadow before the mower comes with his scythe. But go to my brother who grows beneath the student's window, and perhaps he will give you what you want." So the nightingale flew over to the rose tree that was growing beneath the student's window. "Give me a red rose," she cried, "and I will sing you my sweetest song." But the tree shook its head. "My roses are red," it answered, "as red as the feet of the dove, and redder than the great fans of coral that wave and wave in the ocean cavern. But the winter has chilled my veins, and the frost has nipped my buds, and the storm has broken my branches, and I shall have no roses at all this year." "One red rose is all I want," cried the nightingale. "Only one red rose. Is there no way by which I can get it?" "There is a way," answered the tree, "but it is so terrible that I dare not tell it to you." "Tell it to me," said the nightingale. "I'm not afraid." "If you want a red rose," said the tree, "you must build it out of music by moonlight, and stain it with your own heart's blood. You must sing to me with your breast against a thorn. All night long you must sing to me, and the thorn must pierce your heart, and your lifeblood must flow into my veins and become mine." "Death is a great price to pay for a red rose," cried the nightingale, "and life is very dear to all. It is pleasant to sit in the green wood, and to watch the sun in his chariot of gold, and the moon in her chariot of pearl. Sweet is the scent of the hawthorn, and sweet are the bluebells that hide in the valley, and the heather that blows on the hill. Yet love is better than life, and what is the heart of a bird compared to the heart of a man?" So she spread her brown wings for flight, and soared into the air. She swept over the garden like a shadow, and like a shadow she sailed through the grove. The young student was still lying on the grass where she had left him, and the tears were not yet dry in his beautiful eyes. "Be happy," cried the nightingale. "Be happy, you shall have your red rose. I will build it out of music by moonlight, and stain it with my own heart's blood. All that I ask of you in return is that you will be a true lover, for love is wiser than philosophy, though she is wise, and mightier than power, though he is mighty. Flame-colored are his wings, and colored like flame is his body. His lips are sweet as honey, and his breath is like frankincense." The student looked up from the grass and listened, but he could not understand what the nightingale was saying to him, for he only knew the things that are written down in books. But the oak tree understood, and felt sad, for he was very fond of the little nightingale who had built her nest in his branches. "Sing me one last song," he whispered. "I shall feel very lonely when you're gone." So the nightingale sang to the oak tree, and her voice was like water bubbling from a silver jar. When she had finished her song, the student got up and pulled a notebook and a lead pencil out of his pocket. "She has form," he said to himself as he walked away through the grove, "that cannot be denied to her. But has she got feeling? I'm afraid not. In fact, she is like most artists. She is all style, without any sincerity. She would not sacrifice herself for others. She thinks merely of music, and everybody knows that the arts are selfish. Still, it must be admitted that she has some beautiful notes in her voice. What a pity it is that they do not mean anything, or do any practical good. And he went into his room and lay down on his little pallet bed and began to think of his love, and after a time he fell asleep. And when the moon shone in the heavens, the nightingale flew to the rose tree and set her breast against a thorn. All night long she sang with her breast against the thorn, and the cold crystal moon leaned down and listened. All night long she sang, and the thorn went deeper and deeper into her breast, and her lifeblood ebbed away from her. She sang first of the birth of love in the heart of a boy and a girl. And on the topmost spray of the rose tree there blossomed a marvelous rose, petal following petal, as song followed song. Pale was it at first, as the mist that hangs over the river, pale as the feet of the morning, and silver as the wings of the dawn. As the shadow of a rose in a mirror of silver, as the shadow of a rose in a water pool, so was the rose that blossomed on the topmost spray of the tree. But the tree cried to the nightingale to press closer against the thorn. "Press closer, little nightingale," cried the tree, "or the day will come before the rose is finished." So the nightingale pressed closer against the thorn, and louder grew her song, for she sang of the birth of passion in the soul of a man and a maid. And a delicate flush of pink came into the leaves of the rose, like the flush in the face of the bridegroom when he kisses the lips of the bride. But the thorn had not yet reached her heart, so the rose's heart remained white, for only a nightingale's heart's blood can crimson the heart of a rose. And the tree cried to the nightingale to press closer against the thorn. "Press closer, little nightingale," cried the tree, "or the day will come before the rose is finished." So the nightingale pressed closer against the thorn, and the thorn touched her heart, and a fierce pang of pain shot through her. Bitter, bitter was the pain, and wilder grew her song, for she sang of the love that is perfected by death, of the love that dies not in the tomb. And the marvelous rose became crimson, like the rose of the eastern sky. Crimson was the girdle of petals, and crimson as a ruby was the heart. But the nightingale's voice grew fainter, and her little wings began to beat, and a film came over her eyes. Fainter and fainter grew her song, and she felt something choking her in her throat. Then she gave one last burst of music. The white moon heard it, and she forgot the dawn, and lingered on in the sky. The red rose heard it, and it trembled all over with ecstasy, and opened its petals to the cold morning air. Echo bore it to her purple cavern in the hills, and woke the sleeping shepherds from their dreams. It floated through the reeds of the river, and they carried its message to the sea. "Look, look," cried the tree, "the rose is finished now." But the nightingale made no answer, for she was lying dead in the long grass, with the thorn in her heart. And at noon the student opened his window and looked out. "Why, what a wonderful piece of luck!" he cried. "Here's a red rose. I've never seen any rose like it in all my life. It's so beautiful that I'm sure it has a long Latin name." And he leaned down and plucked it. Then he put on his hat and ran up to the professor's house with the rose in his hand. The daughter of the professor was sitting in the doorway, winding blue silk on a reel, and her little dog was lying at her feet. "You said that you would dance with me if I brought you a red rose," cried the student. "Here is the reddest rose in all the world. You will wear it tonight next to your heart, and as we dance together it will tell you how I love you." But the girl frowned. "I'm afraid it will not go with my dress," she answered. "And besides, the Chamberlain's nephew has sent me some real jewels, and everybody knows that jewels cost far more than flowers." "Well, upon my word, you are very ungrateful," said the student angrily, and he threw the rose into the street, where it fell into the gutter, and a cartwheel went over it. "Ungrateful?" said the girl. "I tell you what, you are very rude. And after all, who are you? Only a student. Why, I don't believe you've even got silver buckles to your shoes as the Chamberlain's nephew has." And she got up from her chair and went into the house. "What a silly thing love is," said the student as he walked away. "It is not half as useful as logic, for it does not prove anything, and it is always telling one of things that are not going to happen, and making one believe things that are not true. In fact, it is quite unpractical, and, as in this age to be practical is everything, I shall go back to philosophy and study metaphysics." So he returned to his room and pulled out a great dusty book and began to read. End of The Nightingale and the Rose by Oscar Wilde.
Religion and Love by George William Russell. Read for Love Stories Volume 1 by Chad Horner from Liverpool. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Religion and Love. I have often wondered whether there is something wrong in our religious systems, in that the same ritual, the same doctrines, the same aspirations are held to be sufficient both for men and women. The tendency everywhere is to obliterate distinctions, and if a woman be herself, she is looked upon unkindly. She rarely understands our metaphysics, and she gazes on the expounder of the mystery of the Logos with enigmatic eyes which reveal the enchantment of another divinity. The ancients were wiser than we in this, for they had Aphrodite and Hera, and many another form of the mighty mother who bestowed on women their peculiar graces and powers. Surely no girl in ancient Greece ever set up to all-pervading Zeus a prayer that her natural longings might be fulfilled. But we may be sure that to Aphrodite came many such prayers. The deities we worship today are too austere for women to approach with their peculiar desires, and indeed in Ireland the largest number of our people do not see any necessity for love-making at all, or what connection spiritual powers have with the affections. A girl without repining will follow her four-legged dowry to the house of a man she may never have spoken 20 words to before her marriage. We praise our women for their virtue, but the general acceptance of the marriage as arranged shows so unemotional, so undesirable a temperament, that it is not to be wondered at. One wonders, was there temptation? What the loss to the race may be, it is impossible to say, but it is true that beautiful civilizations are built up by the desire of man to give his beloved all her desires. Where there is no beloved, but only a housekeeper, there are no beautiful fancies to create the beautiful arts, no spiritual protest against the mean dwelling, no hunger build the world anew for her sake. Aphrodite is outcast, and with her many of the other immortals have also departed. The home life in Ireland is probably more squalid than with any other people equally prosperous in Europe. The children begotten without love fill more and more the teeming asylums. We are without art. Literature is despised. We have few of those industries which spring up in other countries in response to the desire of woman to make gracious influences pervade the home of her partner, a desire to which man readily yields and toils to satisfy if he loves truly. The desire for beauty has come almost to be regarded as dangerous, if not sinful, and the woman, who is still the natural child of the great mother and priestess of the mysteries, if she betray the desire to exercise her divinely given powers, if there be enchantment in her eyes and her laugh, and if she bewilder too many men, is in our latest code of morals distinctly an evil influence. The spirit, melted and tortured with love, which does not achieve its earthly desire, is held to have wasted its strength, and the judgment which declares the life to be wrecked is equally severe on that which caused this wild conflagration in the heart. But the end of life is not comfort but divine being. We do not regard the life which closed in the martyr's fire as ended ignobly. The spiritual philosophy which separates human emotions and ideas, and declares some to be secular and others spiritual, is to blame. There is no meditation which, if prolonged, will not bring us to the same world where religion would carry us, and if a flower in the wall will lead us to all knowledge, so the understanding of the peculiar nature of one half of humanity will bring us far on our journey to the sacred deep. I believe it was this wise understanding which in the ancient world declared the embodied spirit in man to be influenced more by the divine mind, and in woman by the mighty mother, by which nature in its spiritual aspect was understood. In this philosophy, boundless being, when manifested, revealed itself in two forms of life, spiritual and substance, and the endless evolution of its divided rays had as its root impulse the desire to return to that boundless being. To many ways, blindly or half consciously, the individual life strives to regain its old fullness. The spirit seeks union with nature to pass from the life of vision into pure being, and nature, conscious that its grosser forms are impermanent, is for ever dissolving and leading its votary to a more distant shrine. Nature is timid like a woman, declares an Indian scripture. She reveals herself shyly and withdraws again. All this metaphysic will not appear out of place if we regard woman as influenced beyond herself and her conscious life for spiritual ends. I do not enter a defence of the loveless coquette, but the woman who has a natural delight in awakening love in men is priestess of a divinity than which there is none mightier among the rulers of the heavens. Through her eyes, her laugh, and in all her motions, there is expressed more than she is conscious of herself. The mighty mother, through the woman, is kindling a symbol of herself in the spirit, and through that symbol she breathes her secret life into the heart, so that it is fed from within and is drawn to herself. We remember that with Dante, the image of a woman became at last the purified vesture of his spirit through which the mysteries were revealed. We are for ever making our souls with effort and pain, and shaping them into images which reveal, or are voiceless according to their degree. And the man whose spirit has been obsessed by a beauty so long brooded upon that he has almost become that which he contemplated, owes much to the woman who may never be his, and if he or the world understood aright, he has no cause of complaint. It is the essentially irreligious spirit of Ireland which has come to regard love as an unnecessary emotion, and the mingling of the sexes as dangerous. For it is a curious thing that while we commonly regard ourselves as the most religious people in Europe, the reverse is probably true. The country which has never produced spiritual thinkers or religious teachers of whom men have heard, if we except Berkeley and perhaps the remote Ioannis Scotus Erigena, cannot pride itself on its spiritual achievement. And it might seem even more paradoxical, but I think it would be almost equally true to say that the first spiritual note in our literature was struck when a poet, generally regarded as pagan, wrote it as the aim of his art to reveal in all poor, foolish things that live a day eternal beauty wandering on her way. The heavens do not declare the glory of God any more as do shining eyes, nor the firmament show his handiwork more than the woven wind of hair, for these were wrought with no lesser love than set the young stars swimming in seas of joyous and primeval air. If we drink in the beauty of the night or the mountains, it is deemed to be praise of the Maker, but if we show an equal adoration of the beauty of man or woman, it is dangerous, it is almost wicked. Of course it is dangerous, and without danger there is no passage to eternal things. There is the valley of the shadow beside the pathway of light, and it always will be there, and the heavens will never be entered by those who shrink from it. Spirituality is the power of apprehending formless spiritual essences, of seeing the eternal in the transitory, and in the things which are seen, the unseen things of which they are the shadow. I call Mr. Yeats's poetry spiritual when it declares, as in the lines I quoted, that there is no beauty so trivial that it is not the shadow of the eternal beauty. A country is religious where there is a common belief that all things are instinct with divinity, and where the love between man and woman is seen as a symbol, the highest we have, of the union of spirit and nature and their final blending in the boundless being. For this reason the lightest desires, even the lightest graces of women, have a philosophical value for what suggestions they bring us of the divinity behind them. As men and women feel themselves more and more to be sharers of universal aims, they will contemplate in each other and in themselves that aspect of the boundless being under whose influence they are cast, and will appeal to it for understanding and power. Time, which is for ever bringing back the old and renewing it, may yet bring back to us some counterpart of Aphrodite or Hera, as they were understood by the most profound thinkers of the ancient world. And woman may again have her temples and her mysteries, and renew again her radiant life at its fountain, and feel that in seeking for beauty she is growing more into her own ancestral being, and that in its shining forth she is giving to man, as he may give to her, something of that completeness of spirit of which it is written, "Neither is the man without the woman, nor the woman without the man in the highest." It may seem strange that what is so clear should require statement, but it is only with a kind of despair that man or woman of religious mind can contemplate the materialism of our thought about life. It is not our natural heritage from the past, for the bardic poetry shows that a heaven lay about us in the mystical childhood of our race, and a supernatural original was often divined for the great hero or the beautiful woman. All this perception has withered away, for religion has become observance of rule and adherence to doctrine. The first steps to the goal have been made sufficient in themselves, but religion is useless unless it has a transforming power, unless it is able to turn fishermen into divines, to make the blind see and the deaf hear. They are no true teachers who cannot rise beyond the world of sense and darkness and awaken the links within us from earth to heaven, who cannot see within the heart what are its needs, and who have not the power to open the poor blind eyes and touch the ears that have heard no sound of the heavenly harmonies. Our clergymen do their best to deliver us from what they think is evil, but do not lead us into the kingdom. They forget that the faculties cannot be spiritualized by restraint but in use, and that the greatest evil of all is not to be able to see the divine everywhere in life and love no less than in the solemn architecture of the spheres. In the free play of the beautiful and natural human relations lie the greatest possibilities of spiritual development, where heaven is not prayer nor praise but the fullness of life, which is only divined through the richness and variety of life on earth. There is a certain infinitude in the emotions of love, tenderness, pity, joy, and all that is begotten in love, and this limitless character of the emotions has never received the philosophical consideration which is due to it. For even laughter may be considered solemnly, and gaiety and joy in us are the shadowy echoes of that joy spoken of the radiant morning stars. And there is not an emotion in man or woman which has not, however perverted and muddied in its coming, in some way flowed from the first fountain. We are no more divided from supernature than we are from our own bodies, and where the life of man or woman is naturally more intense, it most naturally overflows and mingles with the subtler and more lovely world within. Religion has no word to say about this, it is incomplete, and we wander in the narrow circles of prayers and praise, wondering all the while what is it we are praising God for, because we feel so melancholy and lifeless. Dante had a place in his Inferno for the joyless souls, and if his conception be true, the population of that circle will be largely modern Irish. A reaction against this conventional restraint is setting in, and the needs of life will perhaps in the future no longer be violated as they are today. And since it is the pent-up flood of the joy which ought to be in life which is causing this reaction, and since there is a divine root in it, it is difficult to say where it might not carry us. I hope into some renewal of ancient conceptions of the fundamental purpose of womanhood and its relations to divine nature, and that from the temples where woman may be instructed she will come forth, with strength in her to resist all pleading until the lover worship in her a divine womanhood, and that through their love the divided portions of the immortal nature may come together and be one as before the beginning of the worlds. 1904. End of Religion and Love by George William Russell.